night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
So one of my favorite stories is in a mother's womb where two babies, and one turns to the other and says, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" And the other replies, "Why, of course, there has to be something after delivery. Maybe we're here to prepare ourselves for what will be later." "Nonsense," said the first. "There's no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be?" "I don't know," said the second, "but there'll be more light than here. Maybe we'll walk with our legs and eat with our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses we can't understand now." First goes, "That's ridiculous. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths, that's absurd. The umbilical cord is what scientifically supplies nutrition and all that we need, but it's far too short. Life after delivery is to be logically excluded." And the second says, "What if it's just different than it is here? Maybe we don't need that physical cord anymore." The first goes, "Okay, if there were life after delivery, then tell me, why has no one ever come back from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere." And the second says, "But certainly we'll meet Mother, and she'll take care of us." The first goes, "Mother? You actually believe in Mother? If Mother exists, where is she now?" And the second goes, "She's all around us. We are of her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist." And the first says, "I don't see her. It's only logical that she's not here." To which the second replied, "Sometimes, when you're in silence and you really listen, you can perceive her presence. You can hear her loving voice calling down from above."
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number one, never trust anybody.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right, thank you, Craig. side. Wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home. Wait.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Now let me see you whack. Drop it to the flow, drop it to the flow, then. Now lean in.
Drop it to the floor. Drop it to the floor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. How are you this evening? Did a little Shatner there. Good to see everybody. Boy, oh boy, all the same characters. All my friends are here in the chat tonight. We got 75 in here so far, but it's early. We'll get there. I saw that the Drunk Chunk show is having a membership drive of some kind or another over there, and he had like 30 something people watching. I'm going to look real quick and see if I can see what he's at right now. I've got D-Man is in the back. I'm going to pull him up here in just a second here. I just want to check this out here. What do we got? Nope, that's the wrong one. God bless America. Here we go. This one. Oh, he's got 68 already. He's got 68. He's been on, I don't know, about almost an hour. I guess. I hope his membership drive goes well. We got D-Man. We're going to bring him up on the stage. What's happening tonight, my friend?
What's up, Soft? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, bro. Got you loud and clear.
Can I get a radio check?
Yeah, 5x5, bro.
Excellent. All right, good.
Loud and clear. All right.
Yeah, new tech.
Oh, that's that right. You got that new microphone, don't you?
Well, I'm on the other device. The problem is that microphone, the amp they sent me, it won't work on the phone. I have to buy a special adapter for it. So I'm using the PC headset on the other device. So this is the first time.
Yeah, that's where they make their money. Make their money out in the aftermarket. See.
Well, it's made to work on, like, if I was plugging it into a PC, it would be fine. But because of this, it doesn't have something that it needs. So it's another thing I have to buy.
Well, we got a lot of people. There's Chicago Cubby Bear. He might be popping up here. I don't know. He knows how to get that link. I got Brad and Tasha, one or both. So either way, we're glad to have them. We got Big Pine sailing here with us. Only Updude, Saddle Bump. Let's see. DeWitt Straight Laces is here tonight too. Tyler Rice, Aaron Queen. What if you get served by chili? Well, what's your definition of getting served? Are we going to break dance? Is that what we'll be doing? Is break dancing? I would probably laugh my ass off. That's why. Is he still a thing even? Is Chili DeCastro even still a thing?
He's still around.
Is he?
Yeah, he's still around.
Damn. I expected great things from this guy, but apparently
he's one of the. Well, he used to be the guy that used to do the First Amendment audits.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm fully aware of him. That's how I even got started with YouTube, because that fucking dude. He texted me a bunch of gay porn and shit.
Really?
Not shitting you, man. Not shitting you. I did a whole show on it, man. It was insane. What a fucking weirdo. He absconded from a trespassing charge. He dodged court over a trespassing charge. I'm like,
I remember when he got arrested a while ago. They had him in jail for a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was in Arizona or something. I saw that. Let's see who else we got. We got Edwin Johnson, Big Pine Sailings. We got Spiral Graffiti. The True Fuse here with us tonight. Chilling. Malone and Sloan's here. Heresy Seed, I think I got you twice. That's no fair. Eldon Bean here with us tonight. Jim Anus is here. Nate X. I see GT 1982 Mustang. Lisa Marie Tattersall. All right, I will do. I stopped over and Lisa was not home, so I left her a note that said, I was here, but you were gone. Now you're here and I'm gone. So she knew I was there. We got Billy Labadie with us tonight too. Let's see, Saddlebum. We'll give Saddlebum a double shout out. They got moderator. Been here a long time too, man. Kyle, previously Frank. The man previously known as Frank is now Kyle. Please make note of that. Aaron Song is here with us as well. Sea Level. Boy, Greg B, good to see you. I was wondering how you was doing, my man. No square is at least 10 meters. What?
Is no square.
Oh, the no square. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, because the little jingle they got there. That's nice. I like that they got that. I got Roger Ledwell in here, Tyler Rice. Man, all these people are piling in. 105 already. Lazarus is here. I think I've got everybody. I think I pretty much got everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I'll probably get you sometime throughout this little show we do here on the YouTube. I like it when people call it the YouTube. It sounds so boom, you know. Are you on the YouTube?
The YouTubes.
Are you one of those streamers? What's all this I hear about endangered feces? Who needs it? No, it's species, Grandma. Oh, never mind. So let's see here what I was going to show. This is a boy. I'll tell you what. I've shut these guys down on Facebook so bad. There was like a little hiatus took place, and there's like a new cast. A couple of the few old ones, but like a new cast of people coming out. And I don't know if that's maybe one of their little tactics that they're doing, but boy, they're easy to shut down.
Bringing in the rookies, the designated hitters.
Oh my God. Well, why would they lie? Why don't you?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, why is it me? Look, here's the thing. Me and D-Man, we're detectives, and we get called onto the scene where there's a body, and he's got 15 stab wounds in his back with a knife still sticking out of his back. Now, we determined that this man was murdered. This was not self-inflicted, that this man was murdered by someone. So our lieutenant comes in and says, well, what do you got here? Well, sir, it looks like we have a murder. Oh, yeah? Well, what would be the motive? Well, we're not sure what the motive is. Well, then how do you know there's a murder?
He's dead.
He's dead and he's got stab wounds in his back. In other words, I don't have to know the fucking motive to know that I'm being lied to. All right? That's the dumbest argument I've ever heard. People say that all the time too. Why would they lie? I don't know. There's a lot of reasons. What reasons would, if you were in charge and you could lie about such a thing, what would you do? Why would you do it?
I would be the smart. I would be the smart ass that says, "Well, he might have committed suicide, sir."
I mean, you know, I mean, good God, this is the thing. Why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Well, see if you could come up with any reasons. We know that it's bigger than what we're told. So that would be one thing. What would be a reason to lie about it being bigger than it really is? See if you can come up with your own reasons. Are those actually the reasons? Maybe, probably. But the reality is that for whatever reason, a huge lie has been perpetrated on mankind. That's all. I mean, you need not go if you can, you know, it's fun to find out what the motives are and why. And as you dwell on it a bit, you start to come up with, well, if I was one of them, what would I do? You know, you got to learn how to play that game with yourself. If I were the devil, what would I do? Right? Come up with, be as diabolical as you possibly can. You know, think on it in your mind, and you know you'll come up with at least a facsimile of some of the reasons. But that really is kind of a dumb question. Why would they lie? Why have they lied about it?
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, right. What are some of the motivations for a lie? That's all you have. Yes, cover up things. And why would you want to cover up things? Why would you want to obscure the truth? It's either for your advantage or your protection, one of the two, or both. So I think that's what we're looking at there too, is one or both. But this is a cool little video on why would they lie?
When confronted,
and it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 420. Yay.
with the demonstrable evidence for our level Earth plane, one of the most common and frequently asked questions is, why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would there be a worldwide conspiracy to hide the true dimensions of our home? What would be the point of hiding our level Earth to begin with? Many who ask this question haven't actually researched the subject and understand that those who aren't directly involved in the lie cannot fully comprehend the motives of those who are. Therefore, the often repeated phrase, why would they lie, is more a cynical defense mechanism than a genuine question. So we cannot definitively answer the question of motive, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what it may be. Government space agencies are freely receiving trillions in currency over the decades to produce little more than rockets that end up in the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Besides being a productive moneymaker, the notion of outer space, along with the belief in a globe Earth and the Big Bang Theory, has fostered a nihilistic, materialistic worldview that rejects the idea of intelligent design and replaces it with the concept of random, chaotic coincidence. Instead of intentional design by a purposeful creator for humans and the Earth, we are taught that everything came into existence by accident and for no reason. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose connection with anything beyond the material world and become selfish, compliant consumers. This then sets the stage for further manipulations, as people deceived and disconnected from their true foundations can be led anywhere. Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the level Earth model of the cosmos, as Antarctica is the elevated outer rim that encompasses and extends around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point and directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. Interestingly, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold depict additional lands in both regions. Since then, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations have been conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. In summation, the globe lie is the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable. It uproots humanity from the foundational truth of our level Earth and sends them spinning out of control in a vast, unintelligent universe. Scientism has become a new world religion, and the masses now follow blindly towards whatever future is manufactured for them.
That was pretty decent, man.
Yeah, pretty good video.
Mass formation psychosis.
What is it?
Mass formation psychosis.
Yes.
That's what it feels like anyway.
It is. It absolutely is. And these people, they're fighting so hard for something that, first off, doesn't make any sense. You have to believe in physical impossibilities in order to even entertain it. They've never had a firsthand observation of it, but they'll fight against what is evident and what is logical just to hang on to that weird ass belief. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Do you think it's a connection to a fantasy kind of thing where people watch these movies and read books and all this other stuff, play video games, where it shows all of this fantasy land kind of, we're out in space, this vast, nowhere, never ending land. Do you think maybe that has something to do with it?
Yeah, I think that it does. I think that it's touched on several different psychological mechanisms. I really do. Everything from ego to the shattering of that idea takes away this idea that they can trust. They trust authoritative figures, and they can't conceive that because that's very scary. That's sort of like when a little kid come to the idea of, what if I didn't have my parents right now? Whoa, left on my own. Oh my God, and it's that kind of a, I don't know. It's hard to really, you can't put it on one thing. It's definitely a concentrated conditioning that takes place. Subtle, but still, once you're onto it, it becomes obvious, because as we've noted before, look how many times a day you're hit with imagery from it. You are hit with imagery continuously throughout the day, whether it be a sign on a cable company truck or whatever, you're or at the movies or watching the news or whatever else, you're going to see a fucking globe. They're going to always be, and don't forget, you're on a globe. And there is something hypnotic about that, but
yeah. And to go against the grain, it's one thing. They'll start shaming people. That's part of it too.
Yes.
It's not the easiest thing in the world to not fall in line with everybody else. You're going to be ridiculed, but who cares,
Right. Well, look how they fight for the shit just because this is the dumb shit they were told. And it was backed up by some puffed up character that may or may not have even really existed.
Yeah.
This is where they get this from. It's like, oh, because they've known this for thousands of years and we're way smarter than those people were back then. So blah, blah, blah. This whole idea, it's like, okay, well, here's the logical thing. When you for instance, discuss relative density disequilibrium, and there, everything is demonstrable. Everything is evident. You can it's testable. Whereas with their thing with gravity, it's like, well, what is gravity? Oh, I don't know. It's just this magic shit that makes things fall down. Well, what causes it? Well, because mass attracts mass. Oh, it does. Why? They're done. Then they're done right there.
Because that's what everybody says. That's what I've always been told.
Yeah. Why? It has to be a reason why mass attracts mass. Why?
Can I answer?
Kind of a provable reason. Yeah, go ahead.
Density and temperature.
Then refraction.
That's simple.
Yep. Density and temperature. No, the reality is that mass does not attract mass. No objects draw toward one another merely by volition of their existence. Nobody's ever even witnessed this. The only place that they witnessed this, they claim, is in Narnia land, where they don't really know what the fuck is going on anyways. Well, we see planets orbiting. No, you don't. None of you have ever seen any fucking planet orbit anything. Except on TV and a movie or Star Trek or some other dumb shit. None of you have ever seen a planet orbit anything. That's just what you've been told. It's insane. And they'll fight like crazy about it. They lose their mind when you tell them, man, astronomy is not science. What? Well, what outside of observation, what do you have? What can you test? That you think a star is going to be here at a certain time? Well, that's not a test. It's just observing a fucking pattern. I see a truck going down the road. I can predict it's going to be over there in a little while. Hey, science, right? Come on.
Why wouldn't your observations trump everything else anyway? You know,
it should.
It should, yeah.
It should be your number one.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything after it.
That's where they whip out the zoom in on a basketball.
Well, okay, I take that back. If you're blind, maybe you might have to trust your other senses. But
yes,
well, I mean,
just trust.
The thing is, they say, "Well, how do you know it's a level plane unless you've tested it?" What would make me think that it was anything other than that for me to test? Nothing. It'd be like driving down the road in a car and say, I'm going to test to make sure this is not a horse that I'm traveling down the road in. What would make you think you're not in a car when you're in a car, right? So what would make me think that I was on anything other than what I fucking observe, except for some clown coming up and telling me that? And anybody with a lick of sense would go, well, no, that's not possible. How are you going to get water to do that? You have waterfalls all over the place. What the fuck are you talking about? This is...
If I drove from my house to Florida, the nose of the car would be completely vertical. And I've done it.
No doubt.
I took a helicopter ride 30 years ago. And at one point, did we never flip upside down?
It's amazing.
You know, yeah, I flew up. I was in a plane once and never did the plane nose down to the point that everybody was puking like we were going off the top of a roller coaster.
Well, shit. Think about the SR-72 or SR-71. That thing, man, that thing's going so fast. How that would have to be in a continuous downward pitch.
It would break apart if it had to do that much of a dip. It would break into pieces.
Yeah, there'd definitely be some structural problems going on.
Yeah, I mean, that thing is moving so fast that if it had to make an evasive, fast maneuver, that thing would snap right in half. It's only made out of carbon fiber. And I mean, the force that thing, the forces that thing is fighting, even if it had to just do a tiny little input, would smash it. It would break into pieces.
Oh, man. Well, I was talking to this guy on Facebook, and it was concerning, of course, gas pressure without physical containment. And I said, oh, do you have a demonstration, scientific demonstration that proves otherwise? He said, yeah. I said, post it. He sent me a link to a video from Bob the fucking science guy. He had no experiment, no demonstrable proof, just conjecture. I said, where's the fucking experiment? Well, he said how you could test it. And I said, well, you didn't see any of it tested, did we? And his test is not even feasible. So what the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, these people, they don't understand it. The people that scream science don't know science. That's what gets me. They'll say, I tell them, I say, well, where's the science part? I had somebody on Facebook tell me today, he said, evolution is a scientific fact. I says, then why do they call it a theory? And I says, and where's the science part? You find some bones and you make up a story. How did you test that story? When is a dog going to turn into another animal? How does that occur? Give me the part where the lizard turns into a bird. I want to see that. You have any fossils of these transitions? No, they don't. There's some animal that doesn't exist and it's similar to some other animal. So they say, oh, look, this came from this.
Carbon dating.
Yeah, carbon dating. That's the biggest joke that fucking ever walked down. And they pick the dumbest people. If you're awake and you're thinking, you don't fall for it. But if you're a hopeful idiot that just relies on everything to be provided to you, You'll buy these lies from these people. This one right here, this guy, where did they get him from? Don Pettit. Listen to this fool.
Inside, you're throwing a lever or something,
and turning a knob,
and it's
open
on the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's.
Yeah, let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Is that right, Charlie? That's correct. There's another detail of those O-ring grooves, right?
Right, these are the dynamic grooves. Those two are the ones that
Did you hear what he just said? He said they're dynamic O-rings. That means there's a shaft running through it, actually rubbing on the O-ring. So you've got the air that you're breathing as an astronaut, right? And it's being held back from the vacuum of space by 2 little bitty O-rings. That's incredible.
Italy built our design. I never really knew.
You don't know?
I didn't follow up on it. No.
Well, the Italian astronaut said that was how it was built.
I mean, they can't even get their technical details right, and they got a guy out there who's supposed to be the spokesman for it, and he don't even fucking know how it works.
They lost the technology.
Yeah, it's a painful process to build it back. Well, no doubt. I can't believe some of this shit, man. We lost the tapes. I mean, all the crap that they try to tell us, it's just, and people just go with it. They just go with it. Oh, now we didn't have a show yesterday, and of course it was the what is it, 80, how many years since D-Day? That was what, 1944? So that was 81 years ago? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds right.
Yeah, 81 years ago. And here's a updated thing talking about the D-Day invasion. You're going to love this.
Thousands of young American men have traveled to Europe to defend our values of man-on-man gay anal sex and transgender sexual mutilation. The American advance on the beaches of Normandy has begun, and the U.S. military is on the brink of victory. Back home, American leaders have promised to immediately begin importation of millions of African immigrants and increase the supply of hormone-blocking medication for children. If we are to win this war, our Jewish leaders will help replace Christianity with secular liberalism, a New Age religion that revolves around worshiping black people and homosexuals. This is why we are fighting the Nazi menace, and this is why we must win this war, even if we lose millions of innocent lives doing it. Thousands of young American men have traveled to Europe to defend our values of man.
Interesting.
So when I see something like that, I think, what if that's something that actually does show up to something 50, 60 years from now, and people really sit there and say, boy, they were really fighting hard.
Yes, that's pretty much what it's showing. Listen, Idiocracy has turned out to be a fucking documentary. Yeah. I mean, that right there in itself, and that's supposed to, they set that 500 years in the future. Whoa, they put that way down the road. It didn't take that long. I mean, we're really in the land of fucking retardation right now. It's amazing what people think.
Who isn't saying that they couldn't manipulate every piece of every audio that ever existed into anything that they wanted to use those images to, you know what I mean?
Listen, AI, you don't know what's AI anymore and what's not. It's really hard to detect. What was that? There was that thing I showed on here the other night. It showed that whole series of people talking, and it was all AI. Every bit of it was AI. And it looked real as hell. Let's see if I can find that again.
I think that's part of the part what they're trying to do, honestly, is to confuse everybody. You know, they want everybody to be completely confused, and then, you know, they can say, like, you don't know if this is real or that's real. It's like, that's all part of it. It's like just to make everybody question everything. And like I've said before, it's good to question things, but, you know, like, question every single thing, that's going to get a little dicey.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You're not going to know what the hell, and then it's going to, with this Palantir thing going on, man, not cool. Not cool in the least bit. Where the hell is that?
It was always headed in this direction.
Yeah,
I think so.
It's becoming more evident now, I think, to certain people.
Well, to some people, they don't have a clue. They don't have even the faintest idea, you know, or would even think that people would do something like that, you know, or think that far down the line. Some people just, you know, just go it at, you know, a half hour at a time. I mean, some people, you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
Go ahead.
It's all right. Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's crazy to me. Like, you got all these, this back and forth nonsense, and like, there's nobody getting arrested for any of these crimes that are being committed. They love to point them out to you, but there's no arrests being made. Nobody's going to jail. You know, there's no accountability anywhere. It's just wild. I don't know.
Yeah. This is nuts.
In a stunning development, Canada has declared war on the United States. Let's go to Joe Braxton, who is live at the border.
I'm currently at the border, but there is no war. Mom, Dad, I know this looks kind of real, but it's all AI.
Grandpa, I'm fine. This is just AI. You don't need to wire money to anyone. I am not in love with you. And I do not need your money for a plane ticket. I am AI.
This fake moon landing footage isn't classified. It's AI.
You're probably wondering how I got rich with crypto. The truth is, I didn't get rich off crypto. I don't even exist.
You might be able to tell this is fake now, but it's gonna keep getting better.
We're all AI.
There could be aliens, but I'm not one of them. I'm AI.
An herbal supplement did not cure my cancer. I'm not even real.
Uncle Fred, the government has not been taken over by lizard people.
You don't need to send us $5,000 in gift cards because you missed jury duty.
Grandma, it's not real. It's AI.
It's AI.
It's AI.
Bro, it's AI.
Fake faces.
Real consequences.
Think before you trust.
I appreciate the message of this video, but it was all made with AI too. So can we even trust it?
It looked pretty real to me.
But yeah, look at that. Was all done with AI. And they can get right by you, man.
You know, there should be like if you use AI, there should be something where you got to like watermark it or say this video is made by AI. There has to be some kind of like accountability. Like I was saying, like, to, you know, if you're going to use AI, there should be some kind of like identifier that tells you that AI is being used on something. So, it, you know, I don't know. To me, it's just crazy because you can watch that, like you said, and some people are going to believe every little bit of it, whether there's lizards in it or not.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Well, the thing is, you know, they'll find a way around that. Right.
True.
Like I'd like to point out before, you know, just because something's on there, like on that TV show, The Big Bang Theory, the one character, Howard, he actually went up to the ISS.
Oh, yeah.
And there were some of the actual astronauts that cameoed in those scenes. And here he was floating weightless in the ISS. Astronauts floating by, looked exactly like you see. The only thing different was that there was a laugh track and no little NASA logo down in the corner. Other than that, if you would have put that in there and took out the laugh track, you know, you could have said, yeah, they actually sent that guy up there, you know, so you could film that. But that's the only differentiation, is that there was a laugh track and no NASA watermark on it.
Yeah.
They're going to start running. I'm sorry, they're going to start running into problems when they're starting to use people's faces to sell things and all kinds of stuff.
Mhm.
So I agree with Cubby. It should have some kind of insignia or some kind of thing on it.
Right?
Some kind of identifier, you know, I mean, something. I don't know what the answer is, but
Well, that deep fake is insane.
yeah.
I mean, some of these things I've seen where they have Donald Trump sitting there and you think it's real, but it was done with AI.
Yeah.
And it'll tell you at the end, you know, so this was obviously done with AI because, like, where he said he was going to make it an executive order so you could call people gay and shit again.
Yeah.
You could call your friends a fag again, you know.
Yeah.
And it wasn't right that they took that away from us and shit. And it sounded exactly, and you know, it's synced up with his lips, everything. It worked out. It sounded exactly like him, but was it him? No.
Well, heck, we had Donald Trump on the program once, remember?
No doubt,
How do
man.
we know?
No doubt. There's Greg. Greg's backstage. I don't see. He's almost backstage.
Uh-oh.
He's almost backstage. His equipment isn't quite working yet. I don't have a little option to add him yet, but we'll give him a minute or two. Maybe by the time this is done. This is interesting.
Society didn't break you. It just made you think you were broken. From your first day in school, you learned to judge yourself, your grades, your looks, your achievements, your worth. Each time you couldn't match these perfect standards, you told yourself something was wrong with you. Each failure felt like proof you weren't enough. But nobody told you the secret. These impossible standards weren't made to help you grow. They were made to keep you doubting, keep you seeking, keep you thinking you needed to be fixed. Years of your life spent chasing an impossible perfect version of yourself. Years believing you weren't good enough as you were. Years trying to fix something that was never broken. Your quirks aren't flaws. Your differences aren't mistakes. Your humanity isn't something to apologize for. Stop trying to fix yourself. Start unlearning what the world taught you about being broken. You're not flawed. You're not broken. You're just human. And that's exactly what you're supposed to be.
Thought that was a good message, man.
It is. It's right. I figured it out. I got lucky, and I kind of figured that out when I was in my early 20s.
Yeah.
So, and I realized that these standards are standards that I'm never going to meet, or people are going to manipulate those standards to keep people down so nobody goes above you or does better than you or works harder than you. These standards hold people down sometimes because people see them as something that they can step over you for, that you just might be a little too smart or you might be a little too right, you know, and that guy don't want to lose his job because of you. So, you know, I figured it out early.
You can't put everybody to the exact same standard because none of us we're not all the same. And that's the interesting thing. We're all unique. And the whole attempt is to try to make everybody the same.
We were made in the image of the Lord, correct?
Infinite
And
possibility.
that should be good enough because it's good enough for the Lord. And that's once you figure that out, that's all you need. But I mean, to each his own. But
yeah,
that's what I believe.
Meanwhile, there's fake in space. Check this out. It's pretty good. So that poor girl was up there stranded on the International Space Station. They didn't even give her real balls of water to drink. That's fucked up.
I haven't heard one thing. I thought they'd for sure take them straight to the Oval Office and like give them all kinds of awards, but you haven't heard a single thing about them since.
No, nobody give a shit. That was the whole thing. Nobody give a shit.
Nope. And it's less and less with each rocket they send up, you know, less and less people are giving a shit.
It's because they know it's not real. They know it's
Right.
fake. They know these fucking people have just been kicking the can down the road. You know, it's like, yeah, whatever. Let me know when you get to fucking Mars, you know, then we'll have something.
Right.
But
Do Quick question: Do you think that other countries also figured out that we didn't do any of that, and that they kind of jumped on top of the idea of making this grandiose idea that they did it too, and that we're equal? Do you think that maybe the other countries kind of bullshitted a lot?
Well, of course they do. This whole idea of international sovereignty is ridiculous. Okay, it is already a one world government with an illusion of international sovereignty. So they're all in, at the top. The people you see that are the supposed world leaders and shit are not really. They're getting their marching orders from a higher source. You'll never know who exactly that source is or who those shadow figures actually are. But they're working all together, even when they're supposedly at war. It's all orchestrated and worked together. Everything's planned out, man.
Yeah, I was just talking to somebody about that the other day. It's like the people they send out there, the Bill Gates, the Donald Trumps, all the leaders, all these figureheads, they're just puppets that they throw out there. These
punching bags. They're punching bags.
Yeah.
They're someone for us to direct our anger at in our our protest. Down with this guy and everything. And it doesn't matter because the same people are controlling the whole thing. Each supposed side. There are really no sides.
Yeah.
They just like to pit us down here against one another from time to time to cull the herd, to get their sacrifice of the firstborn.
Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
What's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing tonight? I heard a soap opera go on in space somewhere where somebody was stranded and needed to be rescued for some reason.
Yeah. They wouldn't even give her real water. Did you see that?
No, I missed all that.
You did that? Hang on, watch. Let me show it again. This is pretty good.
What does Israel do for us?
That's the wrong one. Here she is. Look at that. Made her drink GI water.
For some reason, that doesn't look like water. It's something else, maybe.
Maybe.
It's classified information.
That's why they can't masturbate in space.
I was just going to say that lady should have did the somersault with her arms and legs straight out.
Yeah, right. Well, I think what we saw there was a CGI money shot.
Oh man,
little space junk.
They do have a rule about that. They're not allowed to beat off up there because that's some shit. I had seen an article about it, man.
Who's enforcing the rules?
Well, because the stray sperm might end up in the weightless atmosphere, getting one of the female astronauts pregnant.
Probably should.
They literally said that. I was like, yeah. And you thought the toilet seat excuse was bad, right? Got pregnant from a toilet seat. Yeah, it was one of them astronauts was beating his meat up there, and he got stray sperm went in me while I was sleeping. Yeah, that's what happened.
It's like in the 80s when AIDS was a big thing, and it's like if you drink from a water fountain, you're gonna get AIDS. It's like okay.
Oh, what is this? This I haven't even watched this yet. This is something about Coco Melon. Is that a cartoon or something?
It is. My grandkids are watching it.
Are they? Mm-hmm. So I know there's younger people that have kids and grandkids that watch this shit. My grandkids don't watch much of this shit at all.
That's a good thing.
Coco Melon.
What is it?
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
If they don't.
Just some horrible programming.
I was conditioned by Bugs Bunny and the Roadrunner and shit, man. So
Yosemite Sam and Foghorn Leghorn.
Foghorn Leghorn.
Right.
Tootin'est, fastest shooting.
Yeah. Ooh, I hate rabbits.
I'll say it, boy.
Foghorn Leghorn, that dude used to get on my nerves.
Coco Melon's YouTube channel being compared to fentanyl for our kids' brains. I'm not kidding. It's that addictive, even being compared to nicotine. Why? They're using the same strategies that they use in Vegas and slot machines. 2 to 6 seconds frame changes, vibrant, bright colors, and the brain just gets pulled right into it. Our children are literally drawn to the vibrant colors, the frame changes, and even, as you see, these subtitles go along the bottom. They're much too fast for a child to read. They're literally, all they're doing is keeping our kids' brains addictive to the movement, even babies. Every 4 to 5 hours of screen time, studies show it can cause a nonverbal child. And not all screen time is created equal. This is far more addictive. And by the way, parents, when you take it away from your child, you're going to see fits of rage and behavior problems, just like you would take a drug away from a drug addict. I'm not kidding. This stuff should come with warnings. It will in the future, but right now, parents, we need to keep our kids away from this addictive show. It's designed that way. It is literally designed to keep kids' attention. They're exchanging literally dollars and wealth for cognitive behavior. Warn your friends.
Wow.
But phones and iPads aren't giving kids phones and iPads.
Yeah,
aren't?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, I know, man. They give these kids these iPhones and these tablets, and I've seen them where they just lose their fucking minds when they get it took away from them. That's like the biggest punishment you could do for them too. Is you say, "All right, I'm going to take your iPad away." Oh, I'm sorry.
Digital babysitters.
Yeah, it's like digital crack is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, that way they got a customer for life to get you hooked when you're real young, and then down the road they'll make another one and another one and another one. And there you are. You're paying their bills for them.
So what do you think about this thing that happened the other day between Elon and Trump on the internet there on X? Did you guys see about that?
I think
it's fake.
Yeah, I don't. He already retracted it all, didn't he? I think he retracted it all. He took a lot of crap. Yeah, he took it all down.
I think it's fake.
It ain't him anyway. It's Grok or whatever his AI thing is. That ain't Elon's freaking stupid. That guy ain't fucking smart. That guy isn't smart enough to do shit, man.
I know he does. He seems so and awkward. He acts so awkward. It's like serious Asperger's or something, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Thank you for all the.
What is this? Oh, yeah.
You got to be the stereotypical eccentric genius or whatever. What do they call those?
Idiot savant.
Idiot, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Kind of like Alex Jones always claims to be.
I remember the first time I saw what they call an idiot savant. An idiot is a degree of retardation. Okay, it's actually a medical term for a degree of retardation. I think there's there's imbecile, idiot, and moron.
Yep.
Okay, and those are all three varying degrees of mental retardation.
IQ. It's IQ number. I think IQ level. When you hit certain IQ levels, they would have a medical term if you were under a certain amount.
Yeah.
I never took an IQ test. I took an aptitude test, and I scored like a 60%. And they said, that's high. I'm like, really? Is it? And I didn't know I couldn't really figure out my head around why 60% would be considered high, but they said it was. And all they did was they had me tie these strings from one hole to another and match these colors across this board. And they time me doing it, and they'd give me a different section with a different square with a different set of colors. So,
how does that determine how smart you are, though?
I don't know.
I mean, there's so many factors in life. It's like, you might be book smart, but can you change a tire? Some stuff like that. It's like,
yeah.
Well, just even having common sense.
Right.
I mean, wow.
They should change that term from uncommon, to uncommon.
That was, I want to say Joel, no longer on the ball. He always said that. Uncommon.
I lost my place again. I hate that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm good. I know where I'm at now. I just have to scroll down to where I'm at. So this thing, what I was getting at is I think it was a distraction. The whole You know what? Elon's storming out of the White House. Elon's calling Trump saying he was on the Epstein files, and that's why nobody's seen him and all that other shit. And what a curious ass thing to say. And then you say he retracted that?
That's what I saw last, that he took all those tweets or whatever you want to call them down. That's what I saw on something, but who knows? But besides the point, it's like, why do we need confirmation from Elon? It's like, we all know this. Like most of these people are involved in all this. It ain't just Elon's probably involved in it. What's that guy's like? What, 11 kids deep and a deadbeat dad? Like, and he's over here judging people.
Yep. But I think it was trying to draw attention away from this Palantir thing, and rather than
could be,
you know, because this is scary. This shit is scary. What they're giving them. This is check this out.
Are we just becoming China? Is that the plan here? Just mass surveillance on everybody? Recently, I was just in China, and some of what I saw was pretty good. Some not so good. Okay, this is where we're headed, except without the nice trains and without the free healthcare. We're talking about the creation of a biometric surveillance state with predictive algorithms. Quote, a new report shines light on contracts with tech company Palantir, which would create data profiles of Americans to surveil and harass them.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right. Our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare our enemies and on occasion kill them.
Except here, the enemy is literally the American people. I tweeted this out the other day saying that it should be very alarming that the same company that's tracking terrorists abroad is now tracking us at home. Starting to feel like maybe they think we're the enemy. What are your thoughts?
Exactly. You are the enemy.
They've been doing
everybody.
They've been doing this since the Patriot Act.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's cameras everywhere? Well, there hasn't been a progression in 5G towers. They've been collecting data on us forever, but they just haven't fully disclosed it yet. And there'll be some kind of a social credit type thing go on like China, but it's just a matter of time at this point.
Wasn't Google storing out that data off the coast of California near San Francisco on a barge?
Sure.
Yeah.
What I'd heard, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why they're going to look at everyone, they collect all your browser history. And if you're like compromised, that's how they blackmail all these people. They all got these PDFs and all this stuff. They've been collecting all this for years, man. This ain't something new. It's just, kind of coming more to the forefront now.
It's like a big pimple that's going to pop.
Yeah, exactly.
Get it all over you.
Hope not.
And yet, here's one more guy too. Here's one more guy. Remember we were talking about time speeding up?
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I guess he's a cop. I don't know, maybe not. It could be a fake cop. Might even be AI, but who knows? I can't even be certain anymore what's what. But I was looking at his name, and he's got a Isaiah 6:8. Send me as his name tag. I don't think that would be authorized on a police uniform.
No, I don't think so neither.
Anybody else notice that time is speeding up? Months are flying by like days. Years are flying by like months. That things are moving just way too quickly. Which reminds me of when Jesus said, if things get too out of hand, I will have to shorten the time. What's being ushered in? What is at the doorstep? That time has now been sped up. Are we paying attention? Or are we just completely forgetting about what Jesus spoke about? For in the end times will be like the days of Noah, Sodom and Gomorrah. The people of the world will be lovers of themselves and completely forget about who God is. This will start with the higher-ups, work its way to the parents, and land on our children. Time is moving faster. What is it that's getting closer? A majority of us know, but there are some that still have their blinders on and their earplugs in. What is knocking at the door? And why has time been sped up? Seek the Lord while you can still find him, for there will come a day where you won't be able to. Remember, God loves you. Jesus died to save you. He's coming back.
Did you notice in that video that it jump cut every 5 seconds? Every 5 seconds it's got a cut, and then 5 seconds a cut, and 5 seconds a cut.
Maybe he has trouble. He might have
screaming.
Trouble. Yeah.
Time speeding up on him.
yeah. The time was going. He couldn't get it synced up. Wow, that's ironic.
I was going to go back to common sense right quick. Remember Trump, and he couldn't figure out how to open a limo door or a truck door. I think somebody like him actually has common sense. To boil it down, if he's never really done anything physical or figured anything mechanical in his life, I don't think he could actually put a lot of things together. A lot of our probably leaders are like that. Don't you agree?
Yeah. It's like there's a lack of I don't know. We used to just call it
humanity,
street smarts.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why they go through the extra effort to make them look like the common guy. Like they send them to McDonald's, or you want to be a truck or garbage truck driver. They always want you to think that they're the same as you. Like, I'm just like you.
Trump working at McDonald's looked as out of place as a white as a Mormon on Soul Train. You know what I mean?
Right. It's just like Biden, same thing. You could tell all these crazy stories. It's like, I used to drive a truck and I was this. I lived in Puerto Rico. And it's like, everybody trying to relate to everybody and everything. It's like, get out of town.
Yeah, he's done everything. And that reminds me, I did that kind of thing one time exactly like that. You know, and it's like, stop trying to act like you're one of me. You're a spoiled ass little rich piece of shit, and you don't even know nothing about my life. Now get away from me.
Do you remember when they? Do you remember when they had Hillary Clinton trying to open the jar of pickles? Remember that?
She had hot sauce on her purse.
I remember the one where she was on a black radio station and she claimed that she carried hot sauce in her purse.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you kidding me, man?
They should have fraud checked her so hard. I'm like, all right, pull it out. Let's see it.
Yeah, whip it out. Let's see what kind you got. Oh, well, yeah, she'd come up with some kind of thing. Somebody stole it.
Yeah.
Next thing
I left it at home today.
Black radio station DJ commits suicide by chopping his own head off. You know, something.
All 4 of them?
Yeah, right. He stabbed himself 15 times in the heart. Oh, great. What? Jesus. I don't know what this the story of Adam and Eve was never about 2 humans in a garden. What do you think about that caption?
Who said that?
Well, I don't know. I haven't watched this yet, but there's this little video right here. It says the story of Adam and Eve was never about 2 humans in a garden. And what was it about? He might be getting into where it shows the duality. So let's see.
The story of Adam and Eve was never about 2 humans in a garden. It was never about an apple, a talking snake, or disobedience. That's the fairy tale. Here's the truth. Adam and Eve were not human. They were consciousness split in 2, masculine and feminine polarities of source, light beings, fully aware, no ego, no fear, no body. They existed in unity consciousness, pure oneness. No judgment, no shame, no illusion. But oneness has a limit. You can't evolve if everything is the same. You can't choose if there's nothing to choose between. So the soul said, Let me experience contrast. Let me descend. Let me forget. Enter the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Not a literal tree, a symbol of duality activation. To eat the fruit was to say, I'm ready to experience all of it. Light, dark, pain, pleasure. Let me walk through the illusion so I can return with wisdom. The serpent, not the devil. It was Kundalini, DNA. The coded awakening buried deep inside you. Religion demonized the snake because it threatened control. Because once you activate that inner knowing, you don't need a gatekeeper between you and God. So when Eve ate the fruit, she didn't doom the world, she awakened it. She saw herself, she became aware. Ego entered, separation began. And the fall? It wasn't punishment, it was a dimensional descent. Spirit entered form, consciousness became flesh, and earth became the classroom for remembering. That's why you forget when you're born. Because if you remembered everything, you wouldn't grow. You wouldn't search. You wouldn't transform. And that's the whole point. You're not here to be perfect. You're here to experience, to rise, to return. Not because you were broken, but because you were chosen. No more fairy tales, just the truth, and now you remember.
I've been down that road with that too, and there's a lot to that. I've thought that the fall was actually into a 3D physical reality. That because it says that Adam and Eve, they were created in God's image, right? And what is God's image? He's not like a dude in a robe looking like Chicago Cubby Bear up there and pointing a finger at people, right? He's it's a spirit. And
all the pictures everybody has in their house.
yeah. I got an autographed copy of the Bible. That would be something to have. Sell that on eBay. I bet you could do that. Autographed copy of the Bible.
Somebody would buy it, dude.
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would. Listen, I knew a dude that he made money selling ads out of magazines and sending them to people. They would buy the ads off of eBay. There's a lot of weird people in this world. But the idea of being at a higher nature, a higher resonance of consciousness, and then reducing that vibration into this physical reality, you shall know pain. Well, that's where you would find it, is in this low vibration physical existence. And so I think that it was that the actual leaving of the garden might not have been a physical place, but a state of awareness.
Can I ask you something, Soph?
Yeah.
Do you think that they purposely make this place vibrate low to keep people down?
Yes.
Keep people's vibration low so that people don't attract the positive and pull and think positive?
Absolutely. That's why they just constantly beaming doom and gloom and fear at you all the time. Oh, China might nuke us. We're going to go to war with Russia. Oh, there's an asteroid the size of 33 sheep about to hit the earth. All the time, some shit to keep you in that low vibration. Also to keep you in your physical nature through your keeping you sexually aroused, keeping that portion of your brain all the time. Just with the imagery that's used in advertising, some of the most innocuous things are portrayed in such a way that it evokes that portion of the brain. That's another way to keep you in a low vibrational state, keep you occupied from accessing your higher functions. It keeps you based in your animal function. And it's continuous, and they're continuously trying to keep you in a low vibration. This is why they're always pumping fear at you. They're always pulling shit that's in our society that's going to get you riled up, get you angry. A confused mind is not a rational, or an angry mind is not a rational mind.
Yeah, that's what I think the functionality of those old world churches were. They were high vibration, high energy. They went, people gathered there to heal, and that they took the organs out of those places. They took the cymatics out of those places. They definitely keep a low vibration. There's people that keep
The bell.
Right.
The bell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because they would ring that bell, and the bell emits frequency. Even you ring that thing, and you're just standing around it. That it's.
Yeah, they could heal villages. At least I think. I don't know that. That's not. I know for sure, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
The Liberty Bell's cracked, right? So that's like a symbol of not healing. Yeah, it's not a good thing.
I don't think it accidentally cracked. I think the crack was cast in it as a symbol, like Roger says.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to that, because those things are powerful. Those things were powerful. And frequency does heal. Frequency can harm too.
Sure.
I mean, look at the way you'll cringe when somebody sings off key. Doesn't that make you go, oh, like that? It has a literal physical effect on you. So we tend to want to resonate toward the pleasant, but if we will adapt and start resonating with what is ambient. And if the ambient vibration is low, we'll start vibrating low. That's why I tell people, carry a light, carry your light, carry your inner light, beam that shit. Imagine that your joy, that your happiness is a lantern that emanating from your chest. Okay, just imagine that when you're out in public. Just imagine that. And despite what comes at you, no matter what it is, that light's going to obliterate it. That light's going to obliterate it. And pretty soon it starts affecting people around you. People around you will start, smile at you and maybe pick up a conversation with you and shit. It's because you are welcoming. You have this light, and you have to imagine it that way. That you have this light emanating from you. And it comes from happiness. And you just have to look at everything, despite what you would deem as negative, cast it away. It ain't me. How much of that negative shit has anything really directly to do with me? None, because I'm doing fine. I'm happy. Everything's good. And that vibe right there carries. People will start to resonate with it, man.
Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that when you're in a bad mood and a lot of dumb things happen? Like you're frustrated or something, and you start to do other things, and you whack your toe, you spill your glass. You're like, what the hell? You notice that when you're in that bad mindset, that you attract more things to happen, more things to just, that where if you center yourself and say, all right, not a big deal, you wing it on. But I mean, I noticed that when I think most people do when something's bad and all of a sudden 4 or 5 things happen and you're like, what the hell?
And one of the biggest things too that can manifest that same thing is worry. We worry about shit that hasn't happened. Think about that. You worry about things that have not happened. How much stress people put on themselves over things that haven't happened.
Yeah, you conjure up things in your mind.
Or they might, or they could happen. You see, that's where they keep you vibrating. That's why I just kind of look at it. I see shit come up all the time about stuff, and I just laugh. I just go, oh my God, really? Come on, man. Are these people really doing this?
That's why I take temporary breaks from the internet from time to time. And it's like, I don't know, shit gets crazy. It's just like I got to walk away for a little bit and reset or whatever.
It's like taking a break away from kids.
Yeah.
That's what they act like a bunch of little kids. 100%. So I had the opportunity. You guys know about Ozian, right?
Yeah, the guy with the hat.
He
the Big Lebowski.
He got busted in a police sting
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't. Matters Now is gone. The channel for Matters Now is gone.
What was it all about, or do you know?
Yeah, he got in trouble. Let me see here. I got it right here. The court.
He seemed like the least flagrant of most of the like Glover channels. Like
Anthony Michael Beavers, 51, Altoona, Pennsylvania, pleaded guilty to a lesser offense of 4th-degree felony attempted compelling prostitution and 4th-degree felony attempting unlawful sexual contact with a minor, with a sentencing set for September 6th. Charges of possessing criminal tools and engaging in prostitution will be dismissed. Beavers was accused of responding to an undercover ad on a known prostitution website and arranging for sexual conduct and activity with a 15-year-old in exchange for $280, arriving in East Palestine on November 6, 2023 for the meeting.
Isn't that the place that had the
railroad?
The railroad accident. I was just going to say,
Palestine is where it happened, yeah.
Huh.
East Palestine or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's there again. Yeah, that's Ozian from Matters Now.
Interesting.
Well,
can't imagine that he's alone in that some of those weirdos that hang out in those circles.
Well,
probably bunch of people.
Yeah. I can think of a couple off the top of my head, but I ain't gonna.
Yeah. I know. That's what's so crazy. It's like, oh wow. Yeah.
Like I said, I felt like he was the least flagrant of them,
Right.
As far as Glovers go, but still.
He was a bit more tolerable than most of them.
A little bit.
What's that, Ryan? What's he got? Ryan, my son sent me something. I don't know. I haven't seen him in the chat, so I don't know if he's watching or not. Oh,
Hey, Sal, I brought a little cartoon for Neil Armstrong if you want to look at my avatar. Take a gander at it. I thought it was kind of cool.
A little what?
The avatar had a little cartoon.
I can see if I can pull you up full screen. That way you can see it a little better. Let me see. Yeah. Welcome to the moon, Mr. Armstrong.
They're already there.
They're already there. They must be filmed everything.
Yep.
Jesus. Yeah, nobody went there. It's NASA. They're a crock of shit. Look. I'll prove it.
NASA is 1000% a satanic organization, and what I'm going to share with you is going to blow your mind. So when researching the occult origins of NASA, you're going to find a blend of Disney, Freemasonry, Nazi intelligence, and Satanism. So let's talk about it. Every astronaut is an admitted Freemason. Walt Disney played a massive role in brainwashing the masses into believing in space travel. And Jack Parsons, founder of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratories, was a sex magic obsessed dark occultist heavily into Satanism. He was deeply connected with the infamous occultist Aleister Crowley, aka the most wickedest man alive, or the Great Beast. Now, this is nothing you'll get from a NASA press release or any textbooks, however. None of this is myth, but documented historical facts. So let's break it down into 2 parts. Now about Jack Parsons, because this guy was completely erased from not only history as a whole, but NASA entirely. In a sense, he is the real founder of the American space program. He wasn't just a rocket engineer, but a Thelemite occultist, a devoted student of Aleister Crowley, and a high-ranking member of Crowley's organization, the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis, which was one of the most satanic groups of the last century. Now for those that don't know who Crowley is, this is a very dark figure who has left their fingerprints on everything in our modern day culture, from the music industry to Hollywood, and of course the very space program of NASA. Now Parsons was named the chosen successor of Crowley, and literally declared himself the Antichrist, running sex magic cults, performing arcane rituals and ceremonies to summon spirits. Their words, not mine. He'd also partner with the likes of L. Ron Hubbard, notorious sci-fi author and founder of the religious cult of Scientology. Yes, the one that Tom Cruise and all those celebrities follow. And they would later conduct in these rituals and had a weird sex triangle between each other and some lady friends. But that's another rabbit hole. In short, Parsons was obsessed with many things, but more importantly was getting rocketry into space, which he saw as very spiritual in accordance to his occult beliefs. He'd later die in a mysterious explosion and be completely omitted from the historical origins of NASA. However, they'd still honor his role in their ritualistic conception by naming a moon crater after him and naming their rockets after pagan gods. Apollo, Artemis, Saturn, and so on. Alright, so let's get into Walt Disney and the Nazis' role. So after World War II, which was a false event manufactured by the elite to reset the world order, the US would launch Operation Paperclip, a secret program smuggling in thousands of Nazi scientists. Their war crimes would not only be erased, but they'd be rewarded into high-ranking positions into US government-sanctioned programs such as NASA. That's something you don't learn in school. So enter Werner von Braun, top Nazi rocket engineer under Hitler himself, suddenly rebranded as America's golden boy space pioneer. What does Werner von Braun do, right? He partners with Walt Disney, the man shaping the imagination of entire generations and future generations to come, and sell the idea of space travel. Now, before this propaganda campaign, the average person didn't even fathom the idea of space travel. They would use cartoons and documentaries to create their script for a new religion, space worship, and then this would create future propaganda films such as Star Trek, A Space Odyssey, Star Wars, Marvel, all the same propaganda to reinforce the same lie, that you are a cosmic accident, Earth is meaningless, and space is your new god. Funny enough, Werner von Braun's cemetery is actually in the city I grew up, and it's interesting he has a specific verse on his tombstone, Psalms 19:1. The heavens declares the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Yeah, there's nothing to see there, I'm sure. Look, the truth is always hidden in plain sight for those with eyes to see, folks, and once you realize that space travel and NASA itself was born from black magicians, high-level occultists, Nazis, and Freemasons sworn to secret oaths, you start to see what this is really all about. To disconnect man from God. And when you go deep enough down that rabbit hole and start to pull the thread on all these secretive Masonic orders and Kabbalistic cartels, you find that same goal. It is imperative to their power structure that we the people be deceived and never learn the truth about the current deception taking place, which is obviously contrary to the laws of nature and the Most High. To them, the masses must be deceived with every facet of reality, starting with the very ground they walk upon. You can lead a sheep to water, but you can't make it think.
Pretty good. What do I see here? Somebody in the chat. A clone of von Braun. What? Where's there a clone?
I'd like to see him.
Oh,
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Got a doppelganger.
What was that Alice Cooper song? We're all clones. Remember that one?
That guy's still on tour.
Yeah, I know, man. He's getting old. I don't know how the hell these guys are doing that shit. Like Rolling Stones. These guys are like in their 80s and shit.
What I just see?
Wheeling them out there.
The Marshall Tucker band's coming here like in a couple weeks or something. It's like I haven't heard anything out of them for a while, but yeah.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, but I don't think a lot of the original players are still there. I think it's
it's more of a tribute
guy
than anything else.
Yeah.
So here's what that Palantir thing, man. I think we're just gonna be like a fucking biometric prison, bro. You know?
I hope not, but
well, this shit's moving fast, man. We just showed that thing about Palantir, didn't we?
Yeah.
Mass surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose, everybody's been kind of talking about how J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, or how kind of Vance got selected to be put into the vice president role via Peter Thiel, and how they have the Palantir connection and all that. I'm sure people are all aware of that.
There was a thing on here. Let me see if I can. Damn it. Is this the one? No. I showed that. There was a thing in here about where they it's up here. Hold on. Unless it got took down. Which it probably did. About something about the vax destroying the pineal gland.
Right before this, I saw a couple interesting. When I was eating dinner and right before I came on here, I saw two things that were interesting. One, more propaganda. I guess that who's the FBI director? Kash Patel. I guess he got swatted or whatever. It's like, how are you as the FBI director? The people that go after swatters, are you getting swatted yourself? Like I don't know if I can believe that story or not. But nonetheless, it was all, so they say, because I guess they took Fauci's communication devices and a bunch of other stuff the other day. So now they're coming after, who knows if anybody believes any of that stuff. But there was that. And then right before that, I saw something that YouTube was trying to push on me about. I guess there's a riots in LA. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just something I saw briefly, but I don't know if anybody else saw that. You're muted, Sop.
Yeah, something about the ice, because of the ice raids.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, they were trying to block the freeway to stop the deportation bus or some shit.
Okay.
Oh yeah. The other one that I saw was the two Chinese college people that got busted trying to bring in some fungus that attacks the wheat crops.
Was that in
I saw
Michigan?
that.
I can't remember. Is that in Michigan? University of
I
Michigan?
think it was actually, yeah. I think it was going to a university. I think one of them had some kind of ties to the government, Chinese government, and they went and busted them. Busted the kids.
It's not our own government, right?
Ooh.
Oh, you know.
GT Mustang said that there are live streams of the riots right now. I'll do a search for one.
That's
here.
what they were trying to push that on me. Your live stream didn't even come up. I just actively searched for it, but
the first thing I'm getting is Trump's responsible for it.
Yeah,
he activated a national guard.
Hey, there's the man right now.
Yeah, this is
boy.
Might not be.
Contest is the ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
I had prepared thoroughly for a long meeting with Donald Trump to explain to him why this was going to be a very big success. In fact, I hadn't finished my third sentence. He said, "I love the idea, let's do it."
Whoa.
Best known personalities in the city of New York and probably in the United States, and our host here at the plaza, since he owns the place, the president of the Trump Organization, Mr. Donald Trump.
I knew that name was going to come up. Epstein. Saw it coming.
He coordinates the efforts of the elite offices on the continent, Mr. Gérald Marie.
Hang on, we'll pause this a second so we can read these. The head of the elite models Europe, Gerard Marie. Many of the women claim that they were underage when Marie raped them. French authorities dropped the cases against Marie because the statute of limitations. Of course.
The magician, my friend David Copperfield.
They say more than a dozen women have accused David Copperfield of sexual assault, and are great. Many of these women were underage when the assault occurred. Several of the victims claim that Copperfield drugged them and assaulted them when they became unable to defend themselves. It should come as no surprise that David Copperfield was a friend of J.E.
He's about to perform his greatest magic trick of all, escaping prison.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's good.
It's magic.
Oh.
During the 5-day competition, it was very clear that there
Boy,
were
I don't even feel
opportunities to
right
go
looking
out
at
and
this.
party with Donald. The contestants were led to believe that if you were nice to certain people, good things will happen to you, and I think that's why girls were going out.
I don't even want to watch this crap.
I remember attending a dinner with John Casablancas and Donald Trump. This time it was a private area, a big table and lots of girls. I'd say around 10 to 15 of us, all between the ages of 14 and 18. It was just us models, Trump and John. We were all underage, but we were offered drinks. I went home early, but other children stayed.
I remember this Italian girl, extremely naive, who couldn't speak any English. She was easy prey. They were all around her. We were a bunch of kids, just put there with all these older men.
And then down this large staircase, in front of all of us, there was Donald Trump, and behind him there were 3 actors. I don't want to name them because they're all still around. They came down the stairs and spread out like sharks among the girls. who had broken up into little clusters throughout the room.
At an industry party, Donald Trump asked me out for dinner. He asked how old I was. I said 17, and he said, "That's just great. You're not too old, not too young."
Good God.
But is it any surprise? Wasn't Trump like, didn't you have something to do with Miss Universe contest and all that stuff?
Something like that, yeah. Well, that was, I think that was them
yeah,
modeling bullshit he had going on there. How close was he with Jean-Luc Brunel? That's what I'd like to know. Does Trump have ties? What's that?
They were like shopping for girls. They're just like,
yeah, damn near. Seemed that way. Set up their own little shop of them. Listen, man, these guys are terrible. They are terrible.
Canada had a similar guy to the one that we had here, who was a fashion designer that did the exact same thing. He was getting African women to. It was crazy. It's all kinds of mess.
There's a whole mess of them.
Yeah, my God.
Over, ain't none of them going to jail or none of that.
Oh, no.
There's no accountability for any of these sickos.
No.
Only the common man. You get pulled over for a stupid ass speeding ticket or something, you're going to jail for life. But these guys, they can, evade the bullet 1,000 times.
Money changes everything.
Sure does.
Well, I got into, like what you were just saying right there. And this is the thing. We need to get out of this. We need to get out of this. Because this has been going on for decades, centuries, right? And the only way it's ever going to stop is if we put a stop to it. And we can't go through them to put a stop to it. That's all there is to it. This is what's so crazy. We need to just, and it doesn't call for violence. We just need to stop listening. We need to just stop, just disregard them, divorce them. We're not part of you no more. Fuck off. We're not paying you no more either.
Yeah.
I mean, good God, this is terrible. And like what you were saying with the common man. Well, this guy right here, God bless him. Listen to this. This is a kind of a long video, but I think we should go through this and we can stop it as it goes too. So if something comes about,
what? You're gonna get labeled as an anarchist or something.
I don't care.
I know. I thought it was
labels don't stick to me. I don't.
Nice.
I have a label-free surface. I just don't. You can put, if that's your, people can put an interpretation or whatever label they'd like onto me. That's their deal, not mine. I don't have to accept it. But yeah, I am an anarchist, and so are you. Everyone is. Deep down, everyone is. Hopefully you're making your own decisions on a daily basis. Anarchist doesn't mean that you're out wanting to burn shit down and just do wanton fucking bullshit. There's still natural law. It has nothing to do with man. That's not man-made. Natural law is natural law. It's you don't do anything that causes anyone to become a victim. No loss, injury, or harm. It's just, do you need to have a gun pointed at your head to be not a dick? I mean, that's that simple of a question to ask people. You have to have a gun pointed at your head in order to not be a dick. I mean, wow. That says a lot.
Yeah.
They have to have that. You have to be forced to behave. That's fucked up. So you mean if there was nobody there to force you to behave, that you would misbehave?
Some people, yes.
You would automatically go out and start killing people and stealing their things because you want them or whatever, because there's nobody there with a gun to make sure that you don't.
But we also have to take in the fact that there are these NPCs who don't have inner dialogue too, and they kind of.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's the people he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It amazes me because they're like
no moral standards or anything.
Right. It's
Moral
like
compass.
they can't look at it like, well, would I want anybody to do that to me?
Yeah.
You know, would my actions? Would I accept my actions if I were someone else? That's kind of a good way to look at things. You know, and then you can kind of see if you're being a dick or not. This was funny. The guy that we had in there painting, he's deaf, but he reads lips, and he talks too, but he's deaf. And I have to keep reminding myself that he's deaf because I'll say things and he's not looking at me, and so I have to get his attention, right? So I had music playing on my radio, on my phone, and we left for lunch. And I went to take my phone with me, and he was still painting. And I thought I felt like a dick for taking the music away and shit. And then it occurred to me, I was like, oh, he can't hear that fucking music anyway. But I was looking
Joke's
at
on
it
you.
from that standpoint. You know, I was like, yeah, I got to take my phone, but that kind of sucks because I'm taking the music away too. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, he's deaf. He can't hear that. Anyway,
maybe he could feel the vibration from the music. I don't know. Some deaf people get inapt to certain things. I don't know if he could.
Well, I don't think he was getting too much of a vibration from my phone playing across the room.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a pretty cool dude, man.
Hey, sir.
Yeah, how's it
Pulled
going?
you over for expired registration.
Yeah, I don't have registration.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
You know, if your vehicle's, I'm not towing your vehicle, but you know, if your vehicle's not registered over 6 months, it can get towed.
Yeah, I don't use registration or license when I travel
Okay. Why is that?
because I'm not a United States citizen.
So what are you?
I'm a state national.
Okay. So do you have a driver's license?
No, I use a passport when I travel.
Do you have a passport?
Yeah, I got a passport. Would you like to see it?
Please.
There you go.
Do you reside in California?
No.
Who's the vehicle registered to?
Well, I own the vehicle. I have my MCO right here. It's not registered to the state.
Do you plan on registering it?
No, I let the registration expire
I
because.
see that. So then should I tow your vehicle?
Well, no, I don't think that that's reasonable.
It's legal. For the vehicle code.
Yeah, but it's not lawful.
I'm not
operating in commerce. I'm not operating in commerce. You guys have the authority to regulate commerce, right?
Yeah, well, whatever.
Well, what do you mean whatever? What do you mean whatever?
I don't understand all that stuff, so I see where this is going. So anyway, the vehicle code in California states that if you're going to drive a vehicle in California or own one,
This is an automobile, not a motor vehicle. By definition of the California vehicle code, I got it right here. I'm not operating in commerce, so there's no reason for you to regulate me.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it.
That's all.
No worries.
But I do have private insurance. I'm not driving out here or traveling.
Can I see your insurance?
No, it's private. But I've communicated with the authorities, and they know who I am.
Who's that? Who are the authorities?
Well,
I know who you are. I'm an authority person.
Well, the Barbara Rooney, I've talked to her. She has an injunction from me. So I mean, I have a name decree. So I'm not even. You guys administer the estates of the dead, okay? That's why you have. That's you, police, policy enforcers for the United States Corporation. That's why you guys are police and not sheriff. So you have codes, statutes, regulations. And that's what you enforce. But I'm not a person in commerce right now. And so that's all. That's all.
Make sure this is clear. We'll be good.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Should be all set then, right? No, you don't think so?
Well, I mean,
he's in the right. He's in the right, but I mean, that seemed like cop walked away. I'm going to check this out. Should be okay.
Yeah.
Right? All right.
Watch, there's going to be 4 more coming, and then they're going to be like, "Can you step out of the car first, sir?"
Yeah,
that's going to happen.
Yeah, but what he's doing is there's no ticket for you, Mr. Officer, today. You're not going to be able to write one. Yeah.
And
You're not going to economically terrorize me today.
really piss them off when you outsmart them. That's when they really get mad.
Oh God, yeah. Send them in code 13. Get on the ground.
Come on with your hands up now.
You will get tased.
Well, just set a dog on him as to punch him.
Yeah, right.
Stop resisting. It's 5 people on top of him.
So when they were this guy who's waiting for a ride from work at a CVS, and cop comes up on him and starts, "Where's your ID?" and all this other shit. He's like, "What the fuck? I didn't even do anything. I just got off work, waiting on my Uber. There it is over there." He's, "Oh, you're going to jail for not ID."
Yeah. He had the taser on him too.
Yeah. That cop got fired.
Yep, should have.
Yep.
It was an overreaction.
He'll just go be a cop somewhere else.
Yeah, a gypsy cop. He'll just move to another state and get out of the job immediately.
How do they hype these cops up so easily, though? That's what I want to know. Are they on something?
They drink them fucking Red Bulls like they're going out of style, man.
Most of them are on TRT, which is can be given to you by a doctor. So they go and lift weights. Yep.
Yeah.
That's why they're so jacked and 50.
Well, and a lot of times you got to be careful. They're not as jacked as they appear to be because they're they get those shirts tailored down so that they tight on their biceps. So it looks like they're all up.
It's artificial strength anyway.
They're both they're cowards. They're cowards. Take your hand out of your pocket for my safety. Hey, how about you fuck off for my safety? You know?
Yeah, I used to work for a moving company, right? And there'd be a couple guys, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I can bench press 300, 400, whatever," but you can't move a freaking couch. You're used to all that balanced weight, but once you get that unbalanced weight on there, it's like, oh, this is a little much. So like it's less than 300.
All right, moved it up to where the cop comes back.
So I normally issue fix-it tickets for this. How does this work with you?
Fix-it tickets?
Yeah, for registration to fix a ticket.
Well, I mean, I'm not obligated to have registration if I'm not operating in commerce.
Right. But
So,
I'm obligated to write a fix-it ticket for your vehicle.
I mean, if you want to write me or hand me a ticket, I mean, I'll rescind it and I'll rescission it.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
mean, I don't think it's worth your time.
Probably not, but I gotta do something.
All right. Well, I mean, I was about to
That's why
get
I'm
in and out.
asking.
I'd rather just talk with you about this and keep it civil, and we don't have to do this. I mean, aren't you curious as to, this whole process?
Not really.
No. Well, I went to the I went to the State Department,
But
and
you
I.
have a passport, so you you live in the United States. You have to believe in some laws, right?
Well, sure, I believe in law. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between law and policy, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
Well, yeah. I mean,
when I'm traveling around, I mean, you took an oath when you become a police officer, right?
Like a
to defend the Constitution.
Right.
Right.
And I served 20 years in the Marine
Oh,
Corps.
all right. So you should know that part of the Declaration of Independence, which is what the Constitution is constituting, right? We're moving forward. It talks about liberty, right?
Yep.
And so you're taking an oath to defend the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. Liberty means the right of locomotion. Okay?
Right.
That's right out of Black's Fourth Dictionary.
Okay.
So I have the right to move about, and it also is my free speech. How can I go and have free speech and assemble and have my constitutional right if I have to have a license to move around? That right there is against my rights. I mean, this is a document from, yeah, but it's pertaining to the fact that people have rescinded their contracts with the federal government, and they're moving out, and it says, look, your law enforcement may be unaware of this,
You're
right?
free to go. I don't want to have you any longer so that it turns into a detention because I can only have you stop for so long.
I appreciate
You
it.
can continue talking, but just so you know, you're free to go.
I appreciate your help.
So
Thank you.
now if you talk, I'm not holding you here and you can.
Got it. Well, I'd love to continue talking with you. I mean, this is just one example.
Sovereign citizenship.
Oh, sovereign citizens are idiots.
And that's
Idiots.
right.
You can't be sovereign and a citizen at the same time.
No, because
it's an
you're not
oxymoron.
believing in one or the
Well, it's an oxymoron. A sovereign is someone who's, their own king, right?
Just drive safe. I'm impressed you have
Travel safe. Driving is the commercial term. See, this is how they get us with diction, right? If you say driving, then suddenly you're in a motor vehicle, right? And that's a commercial term. And so, I mean, and I can walk you through it. It's really quite simple.
By the time I would do it.
All right.
You took the time out enough. I've learned something.
Well, and it goes a lot deeper than that, I mean, but
I believe it. It does.
yeah.
I don't have a thing.
Well, if you have a card, I'd be happy to send you information about what this process. I think there are a lot more people you're going to be pulling over a lot more people and seeing a lot more of this. So.
Well, in my 8 years, this is the first. I pulled over.
Check this out. You think that's cool?
But
This
I
is
knew
a-
right away. I'm like, this isn't sovereign.
This is a decree from the judge, right?
Right.
And I've changed my name from all caps, right, to a proper stylization, okay?
Okay.
And now this has to do with when you're born, they create a trust in your all caps name.
Right.
And then they basically trick everybody, or we all assume that as our identity. That's why every government paper you've ever had or any bills that come to your house, they're all in your all caps name. But that's not you. You're actually this name.
Right.
And the reason why you can't give me a ticket, except for something in my all caps name, is because at the highest levels, you guys are administering the estates and the trusts of everyone.
Check it out.
Wow. And when you change your name, I'm out of the system now. I can no longer be administered by the policy enforcers. Because the public is the dead.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's quite fascinating. Anyway.
Have a good night.
Have a wonderful day. I'm gonna get some
Thanks for your
food.
cooperation.
Well, you guys do a really dangerous job, and I really appreciate everything you do. With the way that the nation's going right now, I mean, all right, brother. I appreciate you so much. All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Just so I'm within the policy, it's a verbal warning, but you're not detained, but just verbal warning.
Thank you. So what was your name?
He's lucky.
Pleasure to deal with.
If you ask, I give it to you now.
Thank you. Well, and I think what's happening right now is we're going back to a republic, right? That's why all this craziness is happening.
We're headed to some pretty drastic changes.
I think
myself.
everyone's feeling that.
Yeah,
So
something.
something's got to break.
Be safe.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Well,
He's very lucky.
You got the right one.
Yep.
What is proper stylization mean? Does that just mean not capitalized, or?
Yeah,
Yep.
like proper stylization. For instance, the very first letter of your first name is
that's what I thought.
capitalized, the rest are lowercase, and then capitalization of the first letter of your last name.
Does it matter if it's printed or if it's in cursive?
No. No, I don't
This
believe
reminds me
so.
of what Sean Hawkins stuck in Flat's chat yesterday. He said, reading Black's Laws Dictionary doesn't make you a lawyer. And he literally said that. I'm like, okay, I never said it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's great. What the fuck is that? So what? It doesn't make you a lawyer. Yeah, okay. So what? Reading a definition out of a regular dictionary doesn't make you an English teacher. Oh, what the fuck?
And something crawled up his behind a long time ago and made him a bitter man, dude. I don't know what it is.
Who was it said that?
Sean Hawkins.
Oh,
The
yeah,
monkey
he's
himself.
retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got worms. That's what it is.
More than that, man.
he's got worms, man.
He's interesting.
Well, and maybe he's had the jibby, the jibby jab. Because I saw this here. This is kind of interesting. There's this guy, there's a doctor or something, who said that the jab destroyed people's pineal gland, and that's why they're not the same as they were previously. They have a different, personality changes. I've heard a lot of reports of people saying that people that have gotten that are acting different. So I don't know.
It's a good thing a lot of people didn't get it. How about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too many people, not intimately, that I would notice a personality change. Most of the people that I knew that had it, I don't really associate with them much because they're like NPCs. You know, so I'd just rather not have to deal with them. You know, I mean, I'm friendly with them and see them on a, you know, time to time basis, but, you know, I wouldn't notice if there was a personality change really, because I'm not that intimate with them, but a lot of people are claiming that. So this is, I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people, but I don't think nobody I know got jabbed.
My cousin did.
Did he have a personality change?
No, but he had all kinds of medical problems after it, and I'm not.
Yeah, I know a few people that did, and I'll just say I'm pretty convinced that probably did him in. I don't want to make any bold claims or anything.
Yeah, neither do I.
It's coincidence.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
The coincidence. They had a coincidence. Oh, don't go in, Ball. We enjoy your intelligent comments so much.
Hey, buddy, don't let the doorknob hit you.
Right? Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
I want to add also a comment to what Tina said about the change in personality, depression, and all these things. This is very real. And we have identified the reasons from the theory, and some doctors in Italy some pathologists have confirmed that. The spike protein, unfortunately, attacks and destroys also the endocrine system. So the glands producing hormones, and hormones are what make our emotions and feelings and all those things. And so an Italian pathologist near Venice, he went on a newspaper telling that all the brains he had investigated, he found the pineal gland completely destroyed on all the people who were vaccinated. Okay, so the spike protein is also very dangerous for the endocrine system. That's why people have these changes in personality, and yeah.
Wow.
There's definitely been a shift in the air since that whole incident. You know.
Yeah.
It's all getting wild out there, at least in the city. I'll speak for the city. I'm lucky I kind of live on the brink of the city and the country a little bit, but definitely a shift in the city area.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be around a city.
It sucks.
I'm serious. I'm serious, man. No, I don't
back
even
out
want
to
be
the
around.
country.
So yeah, I don't think I get to say. It's this thing about Palantir. This is some scary shit, man. I don't think people have really delved into this whole thing, man. This is going to be complete AI. This is why they're making these bills where they're going to make it so you can't stop anything the AI is doing for like 10 years. I mean, there's some crazy shit going through right now. I mean, some Skynet style shit.
Well, what's in that supposed big beautiful bill? I don't really look into that. Is it part of it? Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, and their golden dome, bullshit. That's part of it. Yeah,
Okay.
man. This is crazy.
This is how Israel makes decisions about who to kill. Anybody above a certain threshold of that value, of that score, will be killed. So let's say Lavender has a list of millions of Palestinians. Let's say 100,000 of them have the 100% rating, 100% Hamas terrorist. Israel's going to drone strike and kill all those people. Then they're going to move on and say, everybody above 90% threshold is going to get drone striked and killed. Everybody above this, they assign a value. This is what Palantir does. They're in the business of creating murder lists. They're scraping Facebook, scraping satellite imagery from various militaries and intelligence agencies and other forms of surveillance to create databases of personal information, names, faces, dates of birth, financial information, geolocation, bank information, healthcare information, relationships, family or otherwise. And they're creating kill lists assigning weighted scores using algorithms, using artificial intelligence to tell the military which people to drone strike. And before people say, oh, well, that's totally innocuous, 3 Zionists involved with the Israeli government and the CIA from the very beginning created a total surveillance state platform. They are clearly loyal to Israel. They built it in Israel to kill Palestinians. Some people might try to convince you that that doesn't matter. So what? That's happening in Israel. That's happening in Gaza. Who cares about whether they're killing people in Hamas? What does that have to do with America? Would you like to know that Palantir has an enemies list of U.S. citizens as well? This is confirmed and verified that Palantir has a list that they maintain for the CIA, for federal law enforcement, of 1 to 2 million Americans that they have classified as potential political dissidents.
Uh-oh.
They have this, you can Google this. They have millions of American citizens on a database that they created with surveillance, with artificial intelligence, with a weighted score to determine which American citizens will be a threat to the government, which ones are extremists, which ones are potentially domestic violent extremists, which ones hold anti-government views, which ones would the government have to worry about in a martial law civil war scenario. They maintain that for the United States. You're telling me that's not a problem? This is who we're dealing with.
I think I'm on that list.
Google is just a completely and utterly like unreliable source of information to go to anymore.
Oh my God, I know.
I don't know why people source that or Wikipedia or anything like that.
I know. So I talk to these freaking idiots on Facebook, and they'll be like, well, the sun is going this speed. Now, this is a thing. This is a globetard. He's trying to tell me, he says, so how fast does the sun go when it's at the Tropic of Capricorn? I said, 15 degrees per hour. See, I use their same bullshit that they use when you're talking about the different rotational speeds as you go from the equator toward the north, right? They go, well, it's 15 degrees. And it's like, yeah, but that's 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, but it's 15 degrees. Oh, okay. So I gave him the same answer. So he sent me a screenshot telling me how fast from Wikipedia or something, saying how fast the sun was going when it goes over the Tropic of Capricorn. I said, wait a second. You realize you just admitted that the sun was moving.
Yeah, I was going to
You
say,
just
didn't know the
admitted that
globe
the
is
fucking sun was moving and not the Earth rotation. I said, wait a minute, the sun's going that fast? I thought that it was the Earth that was going that fast there. How fast is it going at the other place? See, that's the whole thing. It's like, you, on a record, like a vinyl record, okay? Obviously, the needle's traveling a further distance at the outside of the record than it is toward the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting less and less as it goes to the middle. Why doesn't the speed of the music change? It stays consistent, doesn't it? And then they can't understand why the sun is staying consistent. It's compensational. They don't get this. But in this instant right here, this is what I thought was so funny. These people that always want to argue, well, we don't call it in speed. We call it in RPMs or rotations per day, 15 degrees per hour. And so when he started saying, how fast does the sun go when it's over the tropic? I said 15 degrees per hour. I don't know. I never gave it a speed. I'd have to know how fucking far away it was in order to give it a speed, wouldn't I?
All right, let me help you solve. Is it a 33 and a 33 and a half, or is it a 45 or a 78?
Yeah, right. There was another one. There was a fourth speed too, if I'm not mistaken. I believe there was 4 speeds. There was 78. There was 78, 45, and 33 and a third. Ain't that interesting? 33 and a third RPM.
Yeah.
That's a
The
specific.
the 78s were the oldest records. Most of the records that were made on those were really old records.
Fragile.
30. Yeah,
They
well,
would
they were
break
thick
like
as
a
your
dip.
finger. Big, thick, huge dinner plate, kind of records.
Yeah, it was probably about a quarter of an inch thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it made of like the shit. I think it was called Bakelite or something, because they didn't have the vinyl like they make records out of now. Or they are making them again. They are pressing them.
Yeah. It's kind of a niche thing, though.
It's coming back. It's in the stores. You'll find record players now. It's too bad I don't have one anymore.
I'm history, man. I've gone through vinyl to 8-track to cassette to CD to MP3s to fucking Pandora.
Laser discs, mini disc.
Oh my God.
To Neuralink. Neuralink's your next one.
No, ain't doing no Neuralink. What was that stupid ass movie we watched on Netflix about AI taking over? And Jennifer Lopez was in it. And they had this little thing they could Neuralink themselves. They called it a Neuralink.
Yeah.
And it fit behind the ear and it would sync them up with the computer. And the problem was that these AIs had created robot armies and shit, and were threatening humanity, and it was just like, what the fuck, They had to do everything. Okay, we got to do all this offline. We're doing it the old-fashioned way with paper and pencil because the AI can, hack in and find out what our plans are. And it's just like they're putting it right in your face, It's like this is how this is going to end up bad. This is going to end up really fucking bad. I'm telling you.
It always does. Seems like
it's Skynet. I mean, Trump is basically giving them green light to build Skynet, and there it is. It will go online. If it does go online, we're history. And I'm not saying that they're going to make Terminators, but I mean they might.
Well, they made those robotic dogs or whatever in New York and San Francisco. I think I want to say has some, but yeah, I mean, what's the difference? They put little weapons on those things. I think
they do.
Do you remember in California tried to do those automated delivery robots to try to deliver stuff from one place to the other, and people were tipping them over and lighting them on fire and all kinds of crap. It was in
I think NAU at the university over in Arizona, and they were delivering all the dorms and stuff. And the kids will sit outside.
Yeah, that's what they do over here at JMU. They've got that too.
Brad and Tasha want the link for that, I think. So
you see them all the time. These little, they look like a fucking cooler on wheels. Dude, they look like a little cooler on wheels rolling around through town. They got a little flag sticking up off them. They stop at the crosswalk, and they're synced up with the crosswalks and everything. And you see them all. Sometimes they can wander off and get lost. My son works maintenance over there. He does maintenance and groundskeeping. And there was one of them had wandered into the maintenance garage and was stuck against one of the tractor tires.
He saw. Brad and Tasha want the video for the guy got pulled over. They want to watch it for the.
All right, we'll do. Hang on, give me a minute. Let me find it again.
But yeah, it's like, what do you think? You go put in a freaking brain chip, and you're at the mercy of somebody else's control.
Yeah, I want no part of that.
Oh, do it now. It's popular. Everybody's doing it. We're all fine. I see people glitching right in front of you.
Already do.
Yeah.
Go to the store. They're glitching all over the place.
The first time I watched the guy miscount change, and he's sitting there. I guess he had a busy day, but it reminded me of the Matrix. It was like I
didn't see you back there, Ryan. Sorry, buddy.
Hey, Ryan.
No worries.
I didn't see you backstage, bro.
What were you saying,
Ryan?
Oh, just saying this kid was twitching, like literally nervous to the point where he started getting nervous twitches while he was counting out change because he miscounted a couple of times. And I thought it was like the Matrix almost. It's like just at a mall buying shoes, and this kid behind the counter.
Above everything else would be the.
That's amazing that you saw somebody counting change these days.
Yeah,
Seems
no,
to be
my
a lost art.
Yeah, it is. Because they get this thing and they don't even know how to count it out. And I'll tell you what really pisses me off. Oh my God. I usually buy shit, I pay cash, you know. Yeah. And when they go in there and they give you back change. They give you it's all facing different fucking directions. It's fucking crinkled up and shit. It's like, you know, here's a one that's face down. Here's one that's face up, and it's all crinkled and upside down. And then they put a 5 on there, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man. And you look at their drawer, and I mean, when I worked in retail, your bills had to be all facing the same way, all in order and shit. These fucking idiots, I don't know how the hell they know what the hell they're doing.
Well, most of their transactions during the day is, you know, all digital or through a credit card or whatever you want to call it, or a debit card. But so, you know, the amount of interactions that they actually have to get practice on to do that anymore. But you should, to me, it's like, I'm pretty sure they still teach it to you when you do retail. It's one of the things they still teach everybody. I could be wrong, but yeah.
What would you think if I told you? What do you think one of the most anti-Semitic things you could ever say in Israel would be?
One of the most.
I have no
Do you want me to say it, or do you want me to just spell it out?
I'm not going to say it on YouTube when I'm
It's going to blow you away how innocuous it is. I'm going to show you. This is nuts.
Image that you put on screen in the beginning of the program. Christ is King. This is the most offensive meme to the Jewish nation, because they consider this above everything else to be the most anti-Semitic thing you can say.
Christ is King is the most anti-Semitic thing you could say. Why would that be?
About to ask the same question.
No, I mean, listen.
Is it the truth?
Yeah, look here.
Semitic thing you can consider this above everything else to be the most anti-Semitic thing you can say. Christ is King. This is the most offensive meme to the Jewish nation, because they consider this above everything else to be the most anti-Semitic thing you can say.
Did you notice that little giggle on the end? What to say?
Who is that guy, or do you know by chance?
I don't know who he is. It's just like it was just a little. Gary Giuffre.
I think he's an Orthodox pastor somewhere near Israel.
Yeah. Oh, there. Do you hear the moon shadow back there? Here, he's got to start shit with Peanut. Every time they're getting ready to go outside, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna fight you." It's terrible. I don't know where she does this for. She won't stop. There she is outside. You hear her out there growling and barking. She's a troublemaker. I swear to God, she's like a little troublemaker.
Did you name that dog after a song?
What, Moon Shadow?
Yeah.
No, not really.
The physical.
It was just the name came to me, and it's spelled in Old English. So it's MOONESCHADOWE. So yeah, she's a unique. She's a black and tan. I don't know if you've ever seen her. She might have slipped through here from time to time on camera, but she's a black and tan German Shepherd. And the other two we have are what's known as blonde, the blonde and black, mostly blonde and gray now, because they're both old.
My uncle had a German that was pure white and albino.
Dang.
Oh wow,
weird. He named it Sugar just because it's white.
Sugar.
Yeah.
You need one of them. Could have named it Cocaine.
Booger
Might as well have.
Booger sugar.
Or heroin.
No shit.
Need one of those Mama Duke dogs.
Heroin. No, China White. That's her name. China White. Come here, China White.
Confused.
Anyway. Wow. So, the moon landing was recorded on Earth, and here's the proof. I don't know. Let's see. Is this
more proof?
There were 5,770 photographs taken on the lunar surface by the 12 astronauts.
The only proof you need to prove that the moon landings are fake is that one picture where an astronaut shadow is at 12 o'clock and a shadow from a rock 5 feet away is going at 9 o'clock. That's impossible to happen in sunlight.
From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be, after all, lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight, then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example.
You hear that tune? Where's the guns, Nathan?
In these seldom seen photographs, obtained from a rarely used auxiliary NASA archival site, it is clear that these scenes were lit with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light would. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, the shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in a shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this be? Or this, on the shadow side of the lunar module. In this magnification of an Apollo photograph, a rock, very likely a papier-mâché prop because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. In later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film plate, and thus should always appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound thrust engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended.
But yeah, the shadows don't lie.
That's assuming that we've seen sun on the moon, because nobody's been to the moon. But
Right. So I ran across this thing too. This is kind of crazy. All right. So there's that guy. What's his name? I guess he calls himself the fittest flat earther on TikTok. That guy.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
All right, so he's always the one that's saying that this person is actually this person and doing all that. All right. Look, notice this guy has two eyes and this guy has two eyes. All right. Yeah, all right. Okay. So the latest one is that he said that Melania Trump is actually Diana, Princess Diana. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I mean, does that sound far-fetched?
Yeah.
You think it sounds far-fetched?
Let's see it.
All right, let's see what he says.
Let me guess, he's not going to use AI to prove it.
I don't know. This is crazy. Now there's some other stuff with this too that I found. So
completely stick around to the end, because I do have a smoking gun. And yes, their features are quite different. But when you switch personalities full time, a mask doesn't cut it. You need to make some permanent improvements. But cosmetics doesn't change the way you sit. It doesn't change the way you wave. And apparently doesn't even change the way you dress. And did you know that Donald Trump aggressively pursued Diana after her divorce? They also like to put the truth right in plain sight, not just visually, but audibly. Take a listen.
Mr. and Mrs. Trump? Mr. and Mrs. Trump?
Have you ever taken a look at what Baron Trump looks like? He resembles someone an awful lot. It's gotta just be a coincidence, though. Definite coincidence. I did promise you guys a smoking gun, though, and I don't want to disappoint. And if you're smart and you're trying to deceive people, you get rid of identifying markers. So, of course, they would get rid of that. And even though I see a little remnants there, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these. Those. I'll show you. Now you're going to fool the masses by getting rid of the most recognizable identifying marker. You got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool this guy. And that, and that, and that, and that are pretty unmistakable. And although less obvious, so are these. And like I said, I'm not saying anything here. I'm just showing you for you to make up your own mind. The most likely scenario here is that I'm just a crazy person and I'm delusional. And even if I wasn't, this would all just be for entertainment purposes only. I don't really think people would go through the trouble of faking someone's death and doing plastic surgery and...
You're muted, Todd.
That doesn't look anything like her.
No.
I mean, look at this as it crosses over. I mean, watch.
all of that. All of that just to fool people. And just
Different
to
eye, totally.
know what's going on
Completely.
in the real
From
world.
the nose, the eye.
Definitely not to control.
None of that.
Can he alter the eye though with surgery? That's my question. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I think maybe that guy might be put out there to.
Yeah. Where'd that
So,
guy go?
you know, because he's out there as the fittest flat earther, right? And then he does some pretty good flat earth videos, and then puts this nonsense out there. And I think it's to make it look like, you know, look, these fucking flat earthers are fucking retards, you know. And it's like, yeah, because I'm sorry, that didn't look anything like Diana, right?
Where did he come from? You know, like people, a lot of people, they, you know, make their way up. And this guy just came kind of out of nowhere. All of a sudden, one day, the fittest flat earther, he's freaking everywhere.
So here's another one that's just not a video, but it said that, did you know that King Arthur's sword Excalibur was delivered to Trump Tower on the 2nd of September 2016? It wasn't just a gesture, it was a ritual. That day, Trump was crowned in secret and Melania revealed as Diana.
Who got the sword out of the stone?
Yeah. Beautiful fairy tale. I mean, is this Grok? See, you can't.
I was about to say that guy, like, that's the mystery to me. How the hell did that Baron Trump get so damn tall? That kid's a freaking Nephilim.
He's a Nephilim, I know, right?
Like, what the hell?
What's this? Look at this.
It's Diana.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Baron Trump is Diana.
No way.
This is a big game of Guess Who, isn't it?
Come on, man.
If you look at the pictures really close, I look like my mom.
Listen, have we given up on the JFK Jr. thing now?
I'd say yes.
Any day now.
Yeah, because that was supposed to be JFK was going to be revealed that he was wearing a mask and being somebody else. And I don't know, somebody was going to reveal the true identity of Batman. Oh, no, wait, that was a different movie. Never mind.
Robin Williams is still alive.
Yeah, he's Pappy. He did one on him, and he's got 2 scars on his abdomen that kind of match where his scars are on Pappy, supposedly.
Well,
yeah.
Oh, my God.
Come on,
yeah, some of this shit I'm gonna. Yeah, most of the comments I'm looking at are saying,
give us the goods, Q. When's the new drop coming?
Well, I don't know. This is kind of compelling, though. This picture. There's Diana at the same age as Baron right there. Very similar, but who's to say? Without
Well,
a
what if
true
Donald
DNA.
What if Donald and Diana hooked up? You know.
Oh, they probably did. They was getting all freaky at the Epstein Island.
What if it's
Donald, you are the father.
Yes, it's going to be on fucking Maury Povich.
What if it could be Stormy Daniels' kid?
No.
Nobody's taking in the fact it's Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, Stormy Daniels is actually Hillary Clinton. Oh my God.
Well, it shocked me when Fidel Castro's son happens to be the Prime Minister of Canada. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, Trudeau.
Yeah. His dad was Fidel.
Now his dad was Prime Minister too, though.
Yep.
Pierre Trudeau. Because when I was a kid, I think when I was in the 6th grade, our class took a trip. They took us to Toronto, and we got to go up in the CN Tower. You could see Niagara Falls from up there. And I mean, which is a long distance. You could see the plume from the mist coming up from Niagara Falls. Anyway.
There was no curvature in the wave?
No curvature in the way. And at that time, it was the tallest freestanding man-made structure in the world.
Didn't Trudeau's dad or grandpa take him to the North Pole to sit on Santa's lap? Like I thought there was something about like he got to visit the North or something. Trudeau.
Yeah, he went to the North Pole. He talked about going to the North Pole with his dad, and that it was really quite a magical place and everything. But I don't know about the Santa's lap thing. I'm sure he was sitting on lots of laps.
Sitting on Santa's North Pole.
Yeah, I'm sure he was sitting on a lot of poles when he was a little boy. That just seems to go with the territory.
That guy kind of just faded. There's another one. Just kind of, he's gone now. Nobody talks about him.
Oh, somebody pissed off the wrong person. What's up? Tobin Schwing is with us here tonight.
Party on, Wayne.
We got the next chapter showed up. Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Good to see you there. I don't think I got her in the first round. Who else do we got? Three Fingers. Godheart Guardians here. The Hand History Vault. Heresy Seed. Got Edwin Johnson, we noticed. P is here. Where's Pooh? Sorry.
Was it low hanging fruit?
It was. Would you be able to respect me if I let that go past? Come on, y'all. Jeez.
Yeah.
So
the only Santa Claus I had when I was a kid was usually a drunk off the street that they dressed up and stuck on a fire truck. That's what I got to go see.
Yeah, we used to go to the fire station too.
Listen, I kind of started catching on when I was like really little, and I was like, okay, the Santa's at the mall, but he's at other malls too. I mean, I was really little, and so I was skeptical of this shit. And it wasn't long before I was running the fucking logistics. I was like, there is no fucking way that dude is going around. I was actually, they said he comes down the chimney. And I knew that the chimney on our house was in no way, shape, or form big enough to accommodate even, maybe a cat could get down it. That would be, or a raccoon or something maybe, but it'd be a tight fit for them. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. And this guy's doing this all in one night, all around the world. There's no way.
And they picked the fat guy to go down the chimney.
And my mom says, well, he's magic. He can just touch his nose and be inside your house. And I said, well, that's kind of scary.
Where else does he go?
I mean, what if he just pops in right where you're standing and knocks you down with his fat ass? That's not cool.
With no pants on.
Yeah, right. I was like, so I was running the logistics of every bit of it. And I was like, so they tried to tell me all these, well, he has helpers and elves that do this, and I'm thinking, well, why is he getting all the credit? It seems like he's just like a part of a UPS team,
When I was 5, we had this conversation that mom and dad are actually Santa's little helper.
Well, my mom even went to the extreme one time of going to call Santa, right?
Oh.
And, have him talk to me. And she dialed some number and shit. And she's like, hello, Santa, can I speak to Santa? And she goes, hello, Santa, this is so-and-so. I told who she was. And she goes, yep, that's right. I'm David's mother. And she says, okay, I'll put him on the phone. He started talking to me and shit. And I says, you sound just like my uncle, Pooja. And of course, my uncle started cracking up. He couldn't hold it back. But I mean, it was just like, I wasn't buying it. It's like, and then it went to, well, like, don't tell the other kids, and that must be how it is. It's how it is with this flat earth thing. They figure it all out and they say, well, don't tell the other kids.
Yeah. I remember one time I was in a job interview, right? It was like a sales job. And the interviewer guy, he was like, when is it okay to tell a lie? And I was like, never. But then I was like, I guess if I have to pick like a little white lie or something, he's like, what's a little white lie? I was like, I don't know, like when your parents tell you about Santa Claus. He was like, you don't know what a white lie is, but you're asking me when it's okay to tell one. Like, I don't know. It was a weird question. But I guess in sales, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. What was it? Oh, this guy. This guy looks like
Duffy took that course, didn't he?
Yeah, no,
that dude, man. That dude's a fucking pathological liar, man.
On multiple levels.
Yeah. He's like addicted to telling lies. He just makes up a story about everything and it's different. And he don't care if it corroborates with the last time he told it or not. Oh. Look who's here. Teacher in the house.
It's Willy Wonka.
Shit.
Willy
Andrew.
Wonka.
Hello,
Hey,
Andrew.
what's going on, guys? So
I think you're muted or something, maybe.
Oh, he was. I did hear him for a second and then it stopped.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Your audio went out.
Andrew, your audio's
I
not
think he
working.
lost his mic. Did you swallow it?
His mic.
Houston, we have a problem. Well, maybe they'll come back to you.
We're getting back in here. We're getting back. Anyway, let me play this real quick.
The following gentleman was flying on a commercial airline on his way to Toronto. He knew that based on the time of flight, he would see the sunrise while he was in the air. He decided to document it, and what he found was absolutely mind-blowing. Check it out.
A flight from Atlanta to Toronto, and I specifically picked the window seat because I knew I'd get a chance to see a sunrise. As you can see, I'm looking very touristy with my P900, but what I recorded was 100% proof that the sun is not 93 million miles away, so check it out. So here's the video I took. As you can see, the sun is about to start rising, and it's not even past the horizon. You can see the horizon in the background, and the sun is going to start rising through that thick layer of clouds right there. Now, if the sun is 93 million miles away, it would be rising at the horizon, not in the middle of the clouds right there. So I was at about 34,000 feet when I was recording this with my P900, and I don't see how that is possible if the sun is 93 million miles away.
Sir,
This
put
is
your
the
camera
original
away.
video right here with only 634 views. Let's see what happens when I click on it. His account has been terminated. The owners of YouTube, they don't want you to have this information.
Don't pay attention to the sun having clouds in the front and having clouds in the back. Don't pay attention to that. It's a mirage.
It's a mirage.
Those clouds that you see going behind the sun is your imagination. It's not really there. Same with the moon. And there's clouds in front of the moon, and then all of a sudden there's some clouds going behind the moon, and you can see it. Don't look at that. That is not true. That's a mirage. It's your imagination. You're seeing things. The camera is lying to you. The telescope is lying to you. Because the moon is 237,000 miles away, and the sun is 93 million miles away.
Yeah, see? Don't believe
I
you.
learned a lot there.
Yeah, you did. Did you? I'm glad. That's what we was trying to get, Raj, was an education. educational stuff, man.
Educational programs here. Yeah.
Can I say one thing about that?
Yeah,
It doesn't. All right, only one. It doesn't do the same thing that when you're looking at the stars, where it has that weird water effect.
Yeah,
it's not past that. Otherwise, you can look right at the moon and it's clear as day. You can look through it through a telescope.
Yeah,
it's clear as day.
It is no way that it's 250,000 miles.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, if something was past the waters, as they say, then that water effect or that glimmer would do the exact same thing, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy over here in a garden one day at my daughter's apartments, and he's sitting there. I'm looking at the moon in the middle of the daytime, and I looked at him like, "You actually think that's 243,000 miles away from you, don't you?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "What makes you think that?" And he just like drew a blank and walked away from me.
Got him.
Yeah. You're like, well, because that's what I was told.
Well, it's like that Blue Origin thing. It's like they're going up into space. It's like, well, why is the moon getting further away? That's weird,
right?
So you said something a while ago about what on a daily basis tells you that we're on a ball. I thought that was a good analogy.
Yeah, it's like if nobody had ever told you that you lived on a spinning ball in a void, what would ever lead you into the direction of even thinking such a thing? What would you see? What experience or observation would make you go, "Hey, you know what? I think I must be on a ball, man," and that it's rotating around? Where would that ever come into your mind at? It never would. If anything, you'd be like our friend from the other night, thinking that the sun actually lands somewhere. I mean, until you actually thought about it and went, "Well, no, that couldn't be possible," and then you would realize that it's just moving away, and it's my perspective, because I've had an opportunity to witness other things go away from me and disappear and shit, so what would ever go, "Hey, I saw that boat, and it disappeared from the hull up as it went away from me." At the very least, you might go, "Well, maybe the Earth's a cylinder," but then you'd have to think, well, if that were true, there'd be like a continuous waterfall. So no, so you learn how to, use your deductive reasoning skills. You don't just go with the first thing you see. Even the idea of being on a ball, you dismiss that. You go, "Well, it couldn't be that because water wouldn't behave right for that." So
if you cling on to your
as a little child,
cling on to your education, you don't have to think, do you?
No. Somebody told me. We had somebody already thought that for me. Now I can just go play blocks. But another one too is like I like to ask people, say, now the Earth being a globe, was that your idea? I mean, did you discover that the Earth was a globe and then later on found out that you were correct? Or were you told that? And they, of course they were told that. Nobody would ever come to that conclusion on their own. No one. That has to be given to you. That's why there was such opposition to it when they first started trying to introduce it. People were like, "You're fucking nuts, man. What are you talking about?" They like to make it like we've known, as though they're part of some kind of a organization or some collective. That's why I love these idiots who go, "Well, we can predict eclipses." And I'm like, you have never fucking predicted shit. So shut up. And who is we? When was the last time you predicted an eclipse?
Got a turd in your pocket?
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, when was the last time you predicted an eclipse? What the fuck do you know about it? You don't even know how eclipses are post-dicted in the first goddamn place. So you just heard McToon or somebody say that dumb shit, and so you just repeat it. When you're pressed on the issue, you don't even fucking know what you're talking about.
Well, don't they go after cycle of the moon to do it over a period of like 100 years? They just average it out, but it seems like it's changing.
Yeah, well, it's a cycle. They use the Soros cycle. That's right. Edwin Johnson for the win. Da-dun, da-dun.
Ding, ding, ding,
He
ding.
put the win in Edwin. That's what happened right there.
Well, they've had years and years and years to come up with proofs of all this stuff, and it's the same old stupid arguments over and over again. You know, how long have people been looking in the flat Earth? No, not anywhere close to people talking about us being told that we live on a globe. You know, you've had the backing of NASA, you've had all this stuff, you had the money backing, and still same arguments, still no proofs. You know, and then when somebody gives you pushback, you know, they just want you to fall in line and believe everything.
Yes. Yes, and just go ahead and believe it. You know, go with what's been provided. They get really pissed off when you don't take the cake that they serve.
And put the images in front of you. Put them in the movies. Put them on TV. Put them in cartoons. Put them on newspapers. Use them in images. Bam, bam, bam.
See, I put a lot of this that there is a worldwide war. There's Andrew back. There he is. You got everything working again?
Yeah, I was cooking, so I don't have it too long.
Your feet are very red.
Yeah, you look like you've been.
I have no idea why it does that. I mean, if I move my.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, it's just a reflection off my wall, so.
You've been trying to get that
because it blinds me.
You're trying to get that Trump tan. That's what's up.
Oh, no, I'm not an orange man.
Not orange.
You were talking about Santa Claus, and here's the official phone number to contact Santa Claus if anybody wants it.
Oh, no.
How long they've been tracking Santa Claus on NORAD?
It's 1-605-313-4000. So you want to call Santa Claus?
You can leave him a message. I am very displeased with the present that you left me in 1974.
Yeah, this is to leave a message for Santa. This hotline is available 24/7, including Christmas Day. There may be associated carrier rates, but the service it still is free. I don't know what that means.
So if somebody comes on here and talks to you pretending to be Santa Claus.
So, anyways, I was talking to a bunch of Globers today.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well,
God bless you.
Only the cordial ones. Aside from that, I'll zone out real quick. But that was on Discord, and it was also on the subject of when I drove coast to coast in the U.S. What I was doing was, without even knowing about flat Earth at the time, I was just wanting to know if I was in the military at the time. The first time I did it, from Norfolk, Virginia, all the way down to Wichita Falls, Texas, and then from there, I went through my training, and then from there over to Port Hueneme, California. And the military gives you a certain amount of money based on the mileage that you drive.
Mm-hmm.
So I was documenting this really, really close, just to make sure that the amount of money they gave me ahead of time was accurate. So. And I know you get off the road and go to a hotel and get food and all that kind of stuff, but I was still just documenting on the exact route that they told me to take.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to other way, I've done it twice, from the East Coast to the West Coast and then West Coast to the East Coast. So it was Highway 80 and Highway 40. Highway 40 is at the bottom. So I did it again in 2011, and it was off by a lot. Like the mileage, because what I would do is I would reset my trip meter, and I would just document it. And so I'm like, okay, that seems like it's on a flat Earth. Now that I think back to it, seems like it's on a flat Earth-ish type of situation. So it was off by a couple 100 miles, but if you figure this out when it comes to spherical geometry and arctans, then what you can do is find out that if you're traveling approximately 3,000 miles on a globe, that should be hundreds of miles in a greater amount.
Yeah.
Now, I know if you're going up into the Rocky Mountains at, let's just say, a 10 or 15 degree slope upwards, that's also very, very easy to do. That's basic trigonometry.
Right. That's going to add to it. The
Yeah,
topography is going to add to it. You can take a string and wrinkle it up across the room like that.
Yeah,
Just
and then
wrinkle
pull
it
it
up a
apart.
little bit across the room and then stretch it out straight and see that it's much, much longer than the room.
Yep.
It's that same
Yeah, Andrew,
thing.
I saw you in the politics server. I saw your icon. I'm like, he's in there on Discord.
No, not politics.
Oh, which one was it? Earth Awakenings?
Oh, yeah, there was only 3 I'm associated with, and that's Earth Awakenings and Aether Cosmology. And then sometimes if I'm feeling a little feisty, I'll go into the other one called, what the fuck it's called. It's a bunch of Globers, and I'll just argue with them.
Ain't my cup of tea.
It's...
I did politics server for a couple of weeks. That's fun. They had a ladies' night over there.
But, I just basically do that while I'm like cleaning, like vacuuming and washing dishes and shit like that. But either way, it's a test, because if you test this on your own, like set your tripometer down to 0, and then find the exact GPS coordinates on pretty much any single, like let's say Google Maps as an example. And don't worry about the time, because some people drive fast, or it might be traffic, but it will not be the same amount that it tells you. That's all I'm going to say for now. But try it out. I've done it.
I have. I've seen that before myself. Track it with my odometer, my trip mileage, and it's usually not the same as what the GPS says. Because like it says one thing, like from here to the Valley Mall in Harrisonburg, whether I go around the mountain or go over the mountain, it's exactly the same distance, because I've checked it with my odometer. If people think that going around the mountain is actually longer, it's not. It seems longer because it's got slower speed limit roads.
But does GPS tell you?
Yeah, it tells me that it's shorter going over the mountain at Newmarket.
Wow. Okay. So this is a very simple experiment that anyone can do. And especially if you were to basically document it, like as soon as you get off the freeway, turn off the trip meter. And then as soon as you get back onto that same location, turn it back on again and compare and contrast it to whatever your GPS, like if you're using a Garmin, your cell phone, or whatever else. It's very weird how it's very far off. But anyways, that's all I had. I'm actually cooking.
You don't notice it because when you have it running, because it's continuously updating.
Yeah, based on your speed.
Yeah.
One thing I thought of, that the old cars, the odometer used to be mechanical. The new cars, it's all digital.
Yeah.
What did I have somebody on Facebook ask me something? What did it read on my mileometer? And I was thinking, what the fuck is a mileometer? I said, you mean the odometer?
Mileometer.
I was like, you mean the odometer?
There's 3 things: tachometer, odometer, and
speedometer.
Speedometer. That's the
mileage per hour. The odometer.
Mileometer. I was like, what the fuck is a mile? Oh, he means the odometer. What the hell? I was thinking,
circular bends, and it's also a gear ratio aspect as well. But that's all I had to add in for now. I'm cooking bolognese and pomodoro sauce right now. So
sounds good, man.
Oh, I'm a fucking master chef. I swear. I'm better.
Come on outside. Open the door. We're outside.
Yeah. Email me some.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, can I email you some a can of gas, or sorry, gas not in a can?
There you go. I mean, yeah, just use gravity. Just wrap it in gravity.
Yeah. Where's my gravity can? There isn't any. But, all right, guys. I'm gonna be listening in on YouTube, but that's all I had to add in.
Have a good one, Andrew.
You can call Santa Claus. I'm actually gonna call Santa Claus tonight. I'm gonna see what the fuck.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine all the obscene messages Santa Claus gets?
Oh my God!
His mailbox has got to be full, doesn't it?
You think he gets heavy breathers? Hello, Santa. Yeah, what are you wearing? And then he tells you nothing.
Milo.
Well, I'm just sitting here like a bowl full of jelly. Ho ho ho! I mean,
don't talk about
yeah. I was
Mrs. Claus
gonna say,
that way.
anything. I showed you that thing where that Pepsi machine wouldn't allow you to put a. You can put a message on your can.
Yeah,
it'll print it on there for you, and you could put in there like Satan loves you, all kinds of shit, but you couldn't put in there Jesus. You couldn't even use the word Jesus. It wouldn't accept it. A Coca-Cola vending machine.
Yeah, it does like an etching on the cup.
Yeah, on the can, yeah.
Light scribe, where it does it with a little laser light.
Personalized Cokes, huh?
Yeah.
But there definitely is, I thought, well, that's kind of crazy, this is just something people say. But there definitely is a war on Christians. There is. It's like they go to every level. I mean, if you talk about Jesus or God, oh my God, the trolls just go crazy. Look at what happens. Flatsoy changed his name, Creality Jesus Saves, right? And oh my God, the trolls in his chat it blows me away because I don't get a whole lot. I might get one or two, and usually the rest of the chat beats the shit out of them. So I'm not too worried. But oh man, I was watching over there on Flatsoys, and it was it was probably 50-50 trolls in that chat. Wouldn't you say, Roger?
That's another one I don't get, like the flat earth too. It's like, if you don't believe, it's like, why do you go to the ends of the earth to fight me about what I want to believe or not? It's like, why not just go do your thing? I'll do my thing, man. Let bygones be bygones. There you go.
There's Roger.
Yeah. See, I'm wearing one of Flat's shirts. So yeah, the troll chat was amazing over there, especially against Christianity. For some reason, they don't like Jesus at all. He triggers them all fast.
Well, it's even worse around the world. I mean, in Israel, they'll spit on you, and they're trying to make it illegal for you to preach the gospel in Israel. They literally, they got a bill in their Knesset or whatever it is, their Congress or however they run their parliament, that to make that illegal, a jailable offense. And this is interesting.
There's a lot of persecution of Christians, and I'm really bothered by it. Your family is Arab Christian. Awful lot of Arab Christians get killed in a bunch of different countries all the time. And no one says a word about it.
Christian persecution is something really close to my heart. In fact, I just executive produced an animated short film called The 21, which came out towards the end of February on the 10th anniversary of the martyrdom of the 21 martyrs in Libya. 20 of them were Coptic Christians from Egypt. One of them was non-Christian, initially from Ghana, and they just rounded up all these guys. ISIS came and rounded them up, tried to force them to deny their faith. They're just migrant workers. They got rounded up, just captured. ISIS was like, yeah, deny your faith and we'll let you go. Don't deny it, we'll kill you. Like, oh, well, we're not going to do that. So, and they tortured them for months. Even the guy from Ghana, ISIS said to him, like, you can go, you're okay, you're not Christian, you're not one of these guys. And he's like, no, their God is my God. And so they say he converted and he died with them. At the end of the day, what people walk away with is that these guys had the opportunity to say, no, I'm not Christian, and then live. But none of them did it. They went to their graves. They wouldn't deny their faith. And so I got a chance to screen this film for the first time with the families of the martyrs 10 years later.
Oh my gosh.
Which was, words fail me because it was such an overwhelmingly powerful experience to be there with them. When you talk to them, full of joy. More than one of them thanked their captors because they feel, and as Christians we believe this, that because they died for their faith, they got a straight shot right to the divine, right to God. They're like, we thank them because they sent them right to heaven. So the Coptic Church declared them saints. And then very recently, the Catholic Church, it's the first time it's happened, Catholic Church also considered them saints because they died for the faith.
That's pretty strong, isn't it?
Yep. It's interesting.
That's pretty strong. They did, rather than, because all they had to do was say, okay, no, I'm not a Christian, and then dudes was they would have let him go, but they would not denounce their faith. That's powerful, man. That's powerful. What would you do? I'd lie. It's rhetorical. I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but you really have to ask yourself, would I? You know, you're facing imminent death, going to be beheaded by some Islamic dude, and you don't deny your faith.
That's God's plan. I mean, then you should stand by it. You know, don't denounce your faith. But
let me ask you this though: if you did and said, "Oh, I don't believe any of that stuff," would they have just let you go, or would have said, "Hey, he doesn't believe in anything. Let's kill him anyway"?
Doubtful, yeah. The latter, yeah.
So you'd be screwed either or.
Yeah.
Because if you refuse to join their stuff, then they would kill you. So you'd still be screwed.
Yeah, like the torture ends there.
Yeah. Oh, you know, I mean, think about that. So, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, that's what I say. You got to try to like put yourself in one of those guys' place.
You fight. No, I'm
look at here. Look at here. Who's this guy?
Elon.
It's Elon Musk. What's up?
What's up, man?
Is your boy still? Is your boy now? Somebody told me that Elon took those tweets down now.
I told you, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to drop them while they're hot, and then just. I mean, they're everywhere now anyway, so he probably just cleans up his feed every once in a while.
Yeah. What do you think about that, man?
Well, I mean, I think that there's levels to it. I think it's definitely all just a distraction of some sorts, but it is also like WWE type rivalry that I think is part of the bigger reveal. Like if you look at it from like a deeper like QAnon perspective, the amount of declassification that it's bringing forth just by garnishing attention from the right and the left over this, because they're so caught off guard. They're starting to wonder if they should take their anti-Elon stickers off their Teslas.
So do you still trust the plan? Are you still like on board with the whole Q thing, just out of curiosity?
Oh no, I don't trust it because I look at this Palantir thing that they're trying to push through with the data gathering of every U.S. citizen is that's wild because they want to have a database because they want to track us all, and they're ushering there's events that I think have potential, like even what happened in Los Angeles yesterday and today, with whatever riots that are going on there. They burnt up, I think, a police car, and
I was gonna look and see if I could find that.
Trump's talking about sending in the National Guard because they're sending, doing these ICE raids. And then you had Trump tweet out not too long before this Elon feud that, he even tweeted out that Joe Biden was executed back, years ago, and that he's been replaced ever since, which ultimately means that Trump or the white hats or somebody's been in control this whole time, putting us through these lockdowns and all this bringing in these migrants in the first place. It's like if Biden wasn't in control, then that means that the person who's controlling Trump was the one who was bringing in the migrants and setting the stage for whatever we're seeing right now. And so that's
they've been setting the stage since the Patriot Act, man. Ever since then they've been trying to have a state of surveillance. It ain't like something new or anything.
Yeah, years ago, it was back in the 90s, like the late 90s or so. I went in, or whenever the Patriot Act was passed, I remember going to a Walmart and going to customer service for some reason. And back behind their customer service counter, they had these big, thick notebooks that said the Patriot Act on it. inside the Walmart. And I'm like, I don't understand why they have these, protocol books behind the counter at Walmart for the Patriot Act. But I was suspicious of Walmart for, a long time before that that they were more
I'm
like
I'm afraid to go into the fucking Walmart because the balloon might go up. They turn it into a FEMA camp while I'm inside.
Mhm. Well, you ever go into there? Everyone in there looks like a freaking alien too. Like they look like some freaking mutated genetics out of some science project gone wrong.
They all look so unhappy.
Fluoridated.
I mean, they really do. They look
Yeah.
unhappy. They've adopted this. I don't know. All I can call it is modern dystopic look with like a warehouse or some shit in there. I mean, it's terrible.
Some of these Walmarts you walk in at midnight, they should be charging you a cover charge.
Well, hell, they don't stay open all night now.
It's not worth paying the lower prices that you sometimes get in there for the experience of the low vibration. Like you just I get the heebie-jeebies if I ever go in there. I just I don't feel right.
Well, not only that, it's just a matter of time. Costco and what's the Sam's Club, they're already started a thing that Walmart and everybody else is sure to adopt, where it's buy now, pay later. You just walk through a machine and it charges. That's surveillance. That's all biometric surveillance type stuff too. It ain't no different.
Yeah, you go into the Whole Foods out here, which is owned by Amazon now, and they've already got it to where you can pay with your palm now.
Yeah.
Your
Jeff
handprint.
Bezos owns that, right? Jeff Bezos owns Amazon, so he owns Whole Foods too. So out of the line you go. Now, don't you know that Obama's really the mastermind behind all of this? He really is. I put a video back in the back chat, so you'll like it. It's that CGI one that Flats played the other day. The CGI brothers with the Christ on water. Have you seen it?
Oh, I don't think so. Let me pull it over here. Hang on.
You'll like it, I promise. It's kind of euphoric.
These are all live. These are all live feeds right here.
That's all the riot crap
from the riot.
Oh, that's just a Saturday night in California. That's everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just out there hanging out.
I think what they're trying to do is they're going to try and spark this off to be like the next, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd type deal.
Oh yeah.
Chaz. Bring back Chaz.
Summer Love.
Good. Let's have that.
I
can't breathe.
Another thing too, is I know I say it over and over and over again, but the chemtrail stuff too. That's another thing that's causing all this weird chaos with people. I think too, because the other night I wasn't on the stream the other night, as you know, because there was like four tornadoes around here, so I was without power. None of them hit me, luckily,
wow.
but
No,
there's all kinds of damage down the road and stuff. But anyway, this great big oak tree that knocked out my power down the road is probably, I don't know, probably a 60-year-old oak tree, if not older than that. But there's no way that tree would have been knocked over. I think these chemtrails are weakening all the, not only killing plants and everything, but they're weakening the trees. There's no way that big ass tree could have. I could be totally off on this, but I kind of feel like all these chemtrails and stuff not only affects the people, it affects the vegetation, the trees, it affects everything. It affects people's moods. We're getting hit from all fronts. I hate to sound like a crazy Alex Jones type, but we are getting hit from all fronts.
Yeah,
they are full spectrum, man.
at the end of the day, though, it's all leading up to something. And back to the Trump and Elon deal, it's all everyone's talking about for like the past couple of days. It's like it's just, and it's intended to be that way, and they're just sitting laughing about it because they do it, and it manipulates the stock market. It manipulates everything across. They even had, I think, like Putin offered to broker a peace deal between Elon and Trump, and and he offered like did you see the one tweet that Trump did, where he said that Elon's always high on ketamine and that he wants to go to Mars, but he should go back to Africa.
Oh yeah, there was I think it was Steve Bannon was calling for Trump to deport Elon Musk, and I was like, oh, you're just being a bigot against an African American, you know.
Yeah.
And he is.
Yeah.
He's from Africa.
We're just watching a giant episode of The Apprentice, man. It's just crazy.
No shit. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, he's a big QB. You know, like he talks like straight. You know, it sounds just like straight Q gospel whenever you listen to his. I listened to an interview of him a couple months ago, and you know, he was talking about how like this is all part of a bigger plan, and that you know they're just setting the stage right now for tribunals and all this stuff.
Oh, bullshit!
And,
none of those people are gonna see any kind of. They're not gonna go to jail. There's gonna be no accountability.
Yeah, I mean they're talking. You know, Trump's even potentially going to pardon Diddy and Ghislaine Maxwell and things like. There's talks that he may pardon those people.
Well, yeah, they always pardon each other. That's that's what I'm saying. None of those people get in any trouble.
No,
it's only us, the common folk, that do.
We don't even know that Ghislaine is actually really in jail or prison.
Kind of like Martha Stewart.
Is anybody interviewed her?
Didn't get any footage of her in the courtroom or anything.
No. Just like Martha Stewart, she just went to the vineyard. She didn't serve no time. That was all a joke.
And then she got a deal with Snoop Dogg to make products.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's why like we don't really even know if this Epstein guy who looks like freaking the dude on the $20 bill, like if he's even a real person.
He doesn't look any. He doesn't look. There's one picture they use.
What are you, the fittest butter?
He looks like Andrew Jackson. He doesn't look like fucking Andrew Jackson. He looks like some kind of a mutant, man. Have you ever seen the motherfucker's mouth? There's something wrong with his mouth, man. He's got these little tiny teeth and his weird fucking smile. He's like a lizard. He looks like his fucking jaw could come unhinged, like one of them snakes that eats eggs. You know, that's what he looks like to me.
Like Jim Bravo.
The weird thing too is he had a fully equipped dentist chair in his bathroom in his New York place there. What?
I've been listening to some of the recap of the Diddy trial. You know, there's a couple channels that break it down every day.
There again, that's a bunch of fucking horse shit. They're sitting there trying to. What are they doing a trial about? If this is a trial to see if he's into racketeering and human trafficking, what in the fuck are this all this long drawn out testimony about shit that ain't got nothing to do with any of it?
Yeah, exactly.
All it is just National Enquirer disguised as fucking church as a court. That's all.
Exactly.
It's like one of those trashy novels that
it is.
Women used to read back in the day, and that have like the.
It's a bunch of Nancy Grace bullshits. What it is.
They don't even show any of it. Look at all the crap they showed us. They showed us Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and Alex.
Oh yeah, that was another one.
But they don't show. They don't want you to see anything about Diddy or anybody like that.
What's the biggest highlight everybody remembers out of the fucking Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing? What is it?
That she pooped on him or something.
Yeah, shit on him.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so this one, what's the big thing with this? He was raping and he butt fucked Bieber. Okay, well, we already knew that. He's not charged with that. He's not charged with being a pervert. He's not charged with drugs. He's not charged with anything other than racketeering and human trafficking. That is all that should be testimony about.
It's an exposure.
It's just bullshit. It's just character assassination. I mean, yeah, I think he's a scumbag, but come on, man. Real court and shit don't work like that. This is a show.
And it's just like
makes all the money off of it, right?
Just
the
like
crazy
Maxwell.
thing is, I turned on the the radio the other day. I got in the truck and just had the radio came on. I'd normally listen to, Spotify or Tidal or something, but I had the radio come on and it got on the hip hop channel and they're still playing Diddy and Biggie on the freaking, they're playing the same old songs. They haven't even removed his songs from.
Because you're the only person still listening to the radio. I'm just kidding.
It's just
Nobody
wild.
wants to hear Diddy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I'm over it. Whatever. He's not going to get in any trouble. In fact, I think they're getting ready to declare a mistrial anyway or something.
It's just like Maxwell and Epstein. You're waiting for all the big names, and they ain't gonna say anybody who's involved in any of this stuff. It's just like you said, it's a character assassination. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a distraction because everybody's worried about Diddy and they're not paying attention to this big fucking surveillance state that's getting ready to come in on their ass.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just what's his name? Sam Bankman-Fried. He was supposed to be Diddy's soulmate, if you believe any of that shit. But
yeah,
it's like, it's all a bunch of, a big inquiry.
They haven't proved to me Epstein died yet, in my mind. I haven't seen any evidence that he's actually dead. I think
no.
maybe
The FBI just came out and said, you're supposed to trust them. Yeah. They've seen it. They're not going to show you.
Cash.
They're not going to show you. You just trust the FBI that Cash Patel and Dan Bongino they've seen it and they have all the evidence they need to know. Even though prior to that, they were the same people telling you the opposite of that.
Yeah. The only thing I found out from the Joe Rogan Cash Patel interview is that they're both about the same height. Saw them standing next to each other. Did you see that one interview where they put Cash Patel in that really big chair and he looks like just a tiny little guy because he's in this little propped up chair?
Because he is a tiny little guy.
I heard some comedian on there refer to it as Harold and Kumar go to this fucking FBI.
And I think I did see some of that interview. And the funny thing is too, at the end of it, they were showing the behind the scenes of the FBI or whatever. And if you noticed, they were showing you they had what do you call it? Like fake sets of like airplanes and like theaters and stuff. It's like, oh, these are all places that you could fake one of these scenarios, and then put it out on TV. It's like you have all the equipment to fake these supposed like scenarios that the FBI always has all the time, like a theater shooting or a something happening on a plane. It's like they have all these building setups and stuff. You have all the equipment to fake all this stuff at any time. So
one thing
anywhere
came out from the Diddy trial is that Mike Myers, the comedian, is a CIA asset.
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers. And so if he is, then who else is go down the list.
I gotta say, fuck me and fuck you.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, with Shag. Jesus Christ. Didn't they do like a thing where celebrities had pre-deaths made up for news clips where they could Jennifer Lopez died yesterday at 10 o'clock. She was in a bad car wreck, and they have a whole press release already set up
like
so they can release it. Yeah.
I'm sure
they have
a lot of that. I mean, they could do it so quickly with AI now, and nobody knows the difference.
Yeah.
It's just like
get worse,
Yeah. That who is it? The head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. She looks like a fembot. She looks like AI. She's a weird looking chick, man. I'll tell you. There's this
machine gun titties.
A fembot?
Yeah, man. With frickin' lasers.
But doesn't she look AI? There's this. She's like soulless. You look in that chick's eyes, man. There's like nothing there.
Mondo Zionist too, boy.
Yeah. She was out over there putting her hands up on the wall.
Yeah. That's actually part of an old Roman fort.
That
It
wall.
ain't even- yeah.
You mean that she had her back against the wall?
Probably. She might be a he. Who knows?
You never know these days. That could be Melania. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God! Yeah, let's put their faces together. Look, there they're supposed to have eyes. Look. Notice how they both have a nose
and ears and eyes. Oh,
tell right there. So this is Roger sent this. Let's see what I don't know if I saw this or not. Let me see. I have short-term memory problems.
Okay. He flash played it on his stream the other day. I thought you were there.
That's Mike Johnson. Well, Bush.
This is just the iPad Go thing, isn't it?
That's it.
That's always good to rewatch every few months. Though. You see new things in it every time. I noticed the snowflake on the wall this time, and that's something that new AI is like one of
the checkered floor.
Oh yeah.
Does that look like Antarctica to you guys? Just a little bit.
What'd you say, Roger?
It looks like Antarctica a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Where's Osama?
His name's Tim Roberts, guys. Come on, get it right.
Will, did you notice that looked like a dude laying on his back with his dick sticking out?
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Go back a little bit. Yeah, it does.
Right?
Tower looks phallus-y too.
Yeah. See, like,
Oh,
here's
yeah.
one leg right here. Here's his other leg bent up, right, with his foot down, and he's just like laying there with his.
Yeah.
Where's your mind, so?
Well, I mean, it's so
I know.
obvious.
I'm kidding.
It's
I
right
thought
there.
that too.
Yeah. Look at the way this top was.
Yeah, it's exactly like it.
Oh, nice that.
It gets worse. There's your vagina.
That's when Notre Dame fell. Yeah. Fell just like.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, why is his feet on fire? What is this representing?
I don't know. Freaking AI, man.
I don't know. But you notice when he grabbed that moth, it set it right on fire. Like,
yeah, man.
CGI, bull crap, that's AI.
Alright, I gotta jump off here.
Later, dude.
I'll catch you
whoever thought
later.
of this was
Okay.
about Russia.
I don't even understand what the fuck that was.
I don't know either. I was...
Rasta left us?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Well, you saw the Twin Towers come down, right? After the schoolroom. So
Yeah.
it's basically news events that were happening over like the last probably 25 years. So they compiled it into a CGI rendering, and voila.
Compiled it into a
Twist on it.
fever dream.
Yep.
Well, now I'm
I
not
thought it
going to
was-
sleep at night. Thanks, Roger. No, I'm just kidding.
That was pretty good.
You're welcome.
What in the
I
world?
blame Flatzoid. He showed it to me first.
Flatzoid.
Dang you.
Damn
No,
it,
it kind of
Flatzoid.
was into eating Soylent Green.
Not me.
There's people. You gotta tell them, Fletcher. You gotta tell them.
That's a wet shit. Listen here.
Know that McDonald's
Isn't it
sells over
2028?
6 million burgers every 24 hours? That's nearly 200 million a month. Now think about it. Have you ever actually seen that many cows around? No lorries packed with cattle on the motorways. No vast fields overflowing with livestock waiting their turn. It just doesn't add up, because even if they used every last scrap of meat from each cow, it would still require millions of animals being slaughtered constantly to maintain that level of production. So tell me this, where on earth is all that meat coming from? Are we talking about hidden breeding facilities somewhere off the map? Or is this meat being manufactured behind closed doors in high-tech labs? Some say cultivated meat is already a reality. Others believe there are methods out there we can't even begin to imagine. What's unsettling is that nowadays, it's easier to spot a McDonald's burger than a real-life cow. And don't tell me it's imported meat either, because even then, the global figures just don't add up. I'm not making any claims, I'm just asking a question most people are too afraid to ask. What exactly are we eating? Because if that's not coming from a cow, then what on earth is it? If you...
That's what I gotta ask, man. That's got me bugged, man.
Beyond meat.
Oh, man.
Probably every kind of filler you could ever imagine, and parts from animals that you would never eat.
3D printed.
They say that Taco Bell is dog food grade meat.
Yeah, class D or something.
Yeah, class G meat.
I did 2 years at Taco Bell, and all the meat comes prepackaged in this plastic bag, and you put it in a steamer. I don't know what it is, dude. I have no idea.
Does it say Alpo or anything on the side?
It could.
Well. Is there a little checkerboard square on it any place?
Red and white by chance? No, I didn't see one.
Run for the border.
Oh, you run for the border when you're done.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah,
it's been a while, but
border where that toilet's at, buddy. Should have wiped yourself out, man.
Yeah, I went to Chili's for my birthday and got their 3 for $3 deal, and by the time I got home, it hit me. Something wasn't right.
Oh yeah, man.
That's Chili's.
I haven't ate out at any establishment in years. I make all my own stuff. No, it's been a while, but I know it's not
I do
for
that for the
everyone,
most part.
But yeah, I know everybody can't really do that. But
yeah, anytime when we go out, it's usually a place that we know where they're making it and everything.
Yeah,
it's like pretty close to around here. We don't go to a lot of any like chain places.
Yeah,
there's a little local places here I go to, especially Mexican food. They're pretty good. Some of them are, some aren't.
Now you can trust them, but
oh yeah.
We're close to Boston. There's a lot of pizza shops up here where they'll literally make it right in front of you. So
yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah,
that's about all I do.
I work next to a Mod Pizza, and they're like a chain, but they make it in front of you while you're right there. Just
look, here it is. Bloody hell. What's going on, Ryan?
Yeah, I've just actually seen my dad was alive, and I joined, and so yeah.
Well, of course I'm alive. God damn
it. Yeah, no, I sent you some messages actually just prior to even coming on here, and on Messenger. Check them out.
Which one? The Ghost Square Hammer?
No, you sent that to me to show me that I was part of a satanic organization, which actually, once I listened to it, I was like, oh, actually, no, this makes perfect sense. But then the second one, which I'm pretty sure doesn't have any copyright sort of thing.
I didn't send that.
No, you did a long time ago. Yeah, you did. It's the only reason I know that song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't remember looking at this here.
Yeah, no, you did. You did.
All right, so let me see. The Widow's Son, is that the thing?
Yeah, The Widow's Son.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of sending stuff, I sent you an email, Sav, with the Duffy's little claim in it. Yeah.
Yeah, let me. And that you sent it to Torsfield, right? Let me see here.
Yeah, I did.
No, the widow's son though, like to kind of give context. So Freemasonry, right? Because I love bringing this up now. Actually, I was given permission actually because they're off the rails. If nobody's noticed in politics, right? Because that is the origin. What is Freemasonry but building invisible structures through contract and interrelated and overlaid trust relationships? Well, of course that's what it is. So, and I can say that now, as long as I don't tell you the sign, grip, or word. So we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. It's amazing.
That's a macabre thumbnail or picture, isn't it?
Yeah, listen to it. Listen to what he says. Just play it. Guaranteed.
Let the brother receive the light.
Listen.
The widow's son. The wickedest one.
The wickedest one.
Fools cop diamonds and buy gold, while wise old elders try to tell us that my soul is lost in the matrix. A box and cube, you watch the tube and eat up all the toxic food. Now the chemicals are blocked from the pineal gland. For the first time I understand Ezekiel's plan, that the sanctorum of the most divine is the body, and the stairway to heaven is your spine. As above, so below, fuck waiting on a sign.
Stairway to heaven is
Heaven's
your
gate is
spine.
in the mind. God bless the blind, let the light shine. Step from the darkness. You're following the Father through Solomon's arches. The religion show that humans are horrible. The Bible's allegorical, not historical. Mortals never get it, so they try to control. Free will, free speech, and even each other's soul. Stroll through the temples of the monks and the rabbis, the medicine men, the metaphysical magi. Your bodies get baptized, the wise get chastised. You thought you should pass by thoughts of your past lives. The widow's son.
I'm a widow's son.
The widow's son. The wickedest one. The widow's son. The wickedest one. The widow's son.
You can't define what's direct from the east.
I don't control the economy.
What's direct from the
Side of
east?
me, I don't know Illuminati, but I'll show you geometry. The Pythagoras of rap, son of music and math. You know the myth, but let's try to decipher the facts. I'm from a league of gentlemen. Amadeus to Duke Ellington, Ty Cobb, Louis Armstrong, and Thomas Edison. Policemen and veterans, even without a weapon or cover, cause every brother keeps a 357. So when we go into cover, ain't no witchcraft and devil shit. It's how we greet each other on the 5 points of fellowship. The pillars of Noah inscribed with the sciences. The eye of Jehovah watches over me like a lioness. The square that reminds me to square my actions, and the compass that'll help me circumscribe my passions. I'm attracted to the light like a moth in the dead of night, but internet conspiracy theories hogging the megabytes. I pay them no mind, I rep it with pride. They ain't concerned with the truth, it's not as sexy as the lies. Till the day that I die, but yo, I already did. I never felt so alive till they gave me the true grip. Piece the 4-letter, 3-letter, PHAs. York Rice got us right in the demo lays. Oh yes, can't forget the brothers before me. Shoulder to shoulder, I stand with you all in the quarry. I'm the widow's son.
The wickedest, wickedest one. The widow's son. Wickedest one. The widow's son. The wickedest one. The widow's son.
You can't define what's direct from the east.
Wickedest one.
It keeps
Very,
glitching
it's
out.
very rappy.
It's very rappy, but let me tell you, I got to give them credit. They nailed it. We control your law. Everyone, like, so people haven't realized this. What gives one man any kind of authority over another?
Nothing. Consent.
Dependency. So they made you dependent on them, right? So that's why I had you play that, is because, right? Yeah. Oh, the wickedest one, right? So we control the law.
What do you mean we?
Who's we? What are you saying?
Oh, Freemasons, absolutely, 100% control the law, no question. I've already said this on my channel. If you're a subscriber to my, absolutely. So it's, what is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is the building of an invisible temple or society using contract and compact to create trust relationships that build upon one another until you have a society. That's what Freemasonry is, right? So the problem is people actually just believe in the state. They forgot where the authority comes from. That's the issue. So I just thought you guys would appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
Right. So
it's that and selling your soul to this devil. No, Check
No,
this out.
no. Who's the devil? Who's the devil? If God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, which means within everything, everywhere, at all times, right? So, if God is that. Who's the devil? That's the
So
whole point.
it's Diddy, because he said that. He actually claimed that he was the devil when he was beating up on Cassie.
My point is, he was embodying, I guess,
He
what
could
you would.
be. He could be the devil. We don't know.
Well, if you said he was the devil, he was saying he was the accuser. But but at the end of the day, the point is like, wake the fuck up. This is so. Somebody only has authority over you because you depend on them. That's it. So if you can't live without a grocery store or indoor plumbing, electricity, right, which is why they set all this stuff up. If you can't live without that stuff, right, then yeah, you are dependent on the devil.
Well, if you go and try to live without it, they'll come beat you up. They've got laws in place where you can't be off the
No,
grid.
I agree. But those laws are soft. They're really soft,
There
actually.
shouldn't be laws. If you control the laws, get rid of them because they're.
But they're soft. They're soft because nobody wants to do that. They're soft laws. They are. You can overcome those ones.
No, you can't. They will come to your house and beat the shit out of you and take your stuff, man. I've seen it happen. You have to be on their grid.
No, I helped you. I helped you build the solar. The solar. I helped you do that.
Still had to be onto the grid. That was by law.
Ask Randy Weaver.
Yeah, ask Randy Weaver how that works out.
He'll tell you.
You did, but so reiterate what I just explained to know, so I know I'm not wasting my time. What is a temple? What is Freemasonry? What is society? If you can regurgitate that to me real quick, then that's all I wanted. That's the only reason I came on
Where
tonight.
they go and drink beer and feel up Baphomet's titties, man.
Yeah,
Not even slightly. It's where they create artificial structures based on contract that creates trust relationships. In God we trust. It's on our money, right? That build on top of one another until you create an artificial existence.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, that seems to be the initial drive of humanity, actually.
To have an artificial existence?
Yeah. Well, it's because the original curse. It's the original curse. Till the ground to provide for yourself. So not everyone wanted to be farmers, and
so you guys just kind of took it upon yourself to do this?
Well, nobody took it upon themselves. It's just the way it organically evolved. It's not like
they organically took it upon themselves to decide what other people were going to have and do.
Yeah. Let's F over everybody else because you're not
okay. So let's remove all municipal services. Let's remove corporations, grocery stores, which are all an outgrowth of this situation. Let's remove those things, right?
So you're telling me, wait.
No, don't interrupt. No. You're trying to interrupt me at a crucial point. And the point is, remove grocery stores, remove indoor plumbing.
Why are we removing this stuff?
Well, why does it exist?
Because people invented it.
Masonry.
Masons didn't do everything. Come on.
They
No. Tell me one person in Masonry that's created any of that shit.
Pretty much every single person, actually.
Really? So all the way back in Roman times when they had indoor plumbing and they had this, that was Masons, huh?
Yeah, they weren't called Masons. They weren't called Masons. And that's my point. Is Freemasonry?
They were actual builders.
There you go, builders. That's my point. So Freemasonry being called
physical structures.
Okay, so being called Freemason is a new thing, right? It's since the 1700s. But prior to that, it was just it was considered Templars, and it was
free from what though?
So here's the thing: is they figured out that when you make a large body of people. You can cause people to come under you by making them dependent on you. That's it. It's that simple.
That doesn't sound like free.
Do you live without those
Free
things?
in Freemasonry
Well,
come
the ones making it are, yeah.
Where's the ones that are free? Where's the free part come from in Masonry?
It comes from the Masons, not you.
Okay.
That's my point.
So they're free at the
Dude, we're agreeing. We're agreeing. What I'm saying is I'm trying to show you how it I'm trying to show you how it works.
Masons have enslaved everyone else under their shit.
I want reparations.
Dependency. What the fuck? Why would you even bring up reparations? Or that's stupid.
Because the Freemasonry is holding me back, man.
So Freemason is an activity, right? So the fact that some people got together and decided to call themselves Freemasons, right, so now it's a noun, but it's actually an activity.
You owe me money now.
The Catholic Church doesn't come get it in blood. The Catholic Church. So the Catholic Church engages in Freemasonry, right?
Well, what I'm trying to get at is what are they?
So what's the law? What is the law?
What are they? Wait, what are they free from? That's what I'm not understanding.
No, they want to. That's now you've got it. They want to be free from the law. What is the law? Who knows the law here on this channel?
Well, the law is God's law. It's natural law.
That's it.
Right. So why would you want to be free from that?
But what is part of God's law? Dependency. If somebody's dependent on you, they're subject to your will. That's why we have a welfare state. I'm giving you guys the key. Freemasonry.
You still haven't explained to me what it is. Why would they want to be free from God's law? Which would mean that they can go ahead.
Because they're faggots. They're faggots. That's why. Actually, I did that in the Fagonati. I showed that. If you guys go watch my video with the Fagonati.
That's where the free part of
Freemasonry. Maybe actually.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get. What were the Masons?
That might be the case.
Wait,
actually,
okay. So Freemasons would be the opposite. That means if there's Freemasons, then there are captive Masons?
Well, like I guess God Masons. I don't know. Like because that's what I am. That's why
they want to be free from God's law.
Yes. Oh, for sure. For fucking sure. Who disagrees? Who disagrees with that?
Tell me how that's not Satanism then.
It is. And I'm telling you, the people that want to be free from God's law are faggots. Yes. 100%.
Well, then wait a second. You just told me that the Masons want to be free from God's law.
I didn't say that.
I asked you where the free part of Freemasonry came from.
Right, and I said, well, maybe the free part comes from building society. So you could look at it this way.
Wait a second.
You don't get to intellectually or verbally bully me. That's not it. That's not it. No. Okay, so I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. Right. So Freemasonry would be creating different expressions of possibilities aligned with God's law, right? And then somebody got the idea of like, I like to pork dudes in the butt, right? And that's absolutely against God's law. So maybe I can use Freemasonry to create, because what happens is you're under original law, the original jurisdiction, which means don't harm somebody else, right? And then I can write up a contract and I can be like, hey, I'm going to give you this because you don't have something, you're dependent, and I'm going to give you this, but you have to agree to be under this. And then I can abuse that and bastardize that to the point where I can get you to agree to be under something that's in contradiction to God's law. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that sounds like a hell of a club to be in.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. Can I
add something right quick? This sounds
but
like
it's not. It is the club. I'm not going to lie to you. It is the club, but that's not what Freemasonry is. That's not.
Thanks. I'll pass.
Yeah, really. I don't want. I'm pretty happy with God's law. I'd just as soon not try to bastardize it or have somebody else bastardize it. And
Well,
twist it around.
the problem is God's law. It also applies to contracts. That's why we have the world we exist in today, which is what I teach on my channel: how to refute that, rebut it, and remove yourself from it.
Yeah, but it was you guys that put it in the obfuscated situation that it's in the first place.
Well, me guys, no, that's not true.
Masons, you just said it was the Masons.
And actually, Freemasons are the reason common law exists in England for over 1,000 years, and
Good
then
luck to them.
it was corrupted by the Roman Church.
Well, if
So,
y'all are in charge of the law, you sure dropped the ball here.
but I agree. No question. 100% drop
So
the
that would
fucking ball.
indicate that you're not really in charge of it then, because if it overrode and superseded what you were
No,
trying to
do you know who is in charge of it? The Roman Church.
well, you just got done about 5 minutes ago saying that y'all was in charge of it.
Well, I'm saying we were they hijacked us 100%.
So then you're not in charge of it no more.
No, not at all. You're right about that. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Not at all. We're supposed to be, but we're not.
Good luck to the both of you.
Well, I mean, good luck to everyone. That's why I'm telling you. This needs to be said. It needs to be said. I could, if I die, by the way, shortly after saying this, you guys know what happened. So there you go. That's my own insurance. But yes, the Roman Church, the law. So you've had a war between two streams of law for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. One was the Anglo common law, and the other was Roman civil law. Okay, so like Abraham Lincoln said, the Jesuit. So Abraham Lincoln got Chiniquy, whatever his first name is, but Chiniquy got him off his case. The Jesuits had propped up against him, right? And Chiniquy said, I feel bad for you because you had no less than 20 Jesuits in that room that had the look of death on their faces, right? And Abraham Lincoln openly said multiple times, anybody can look this up, that the Catholic Church is my greatest enemy. It's not the Confederate Army, it's the Catholic Church is my greatest enemy. Absolutely, 100%. Because what they did was they hijacked, so you have to look at it in a historical context. So after Jesus came about and he said what we all know, I presume on this channel, that like the kingdom of God is within you, just treat your brother as you would, or sister as you would treat yourself, everything will be good, right? Well, that was a threat to the Roman Empire. Right, a huge threat. So the Roman Empire immediately seized in and capitalized on that movement that was created after Jesus. And Jesus really existed. So if you don't think Jesus actually existed and all that stuff happened, that's actually, you're deceived. He did. And all of that happened, right? The resurrection is the point in question. But that's not the point of this discussion. They seized upon that, used his movement to create this overarching nation-controlling empire, okay, that still exists to this day. Still exists to this day. Right now. And so you know the one thing that Masonry, I went to become Catholic not too long ago. I hate to admit this, and I regret it, actually. But my wife and I, we went to become Catholic. And they said, you're a Freemason? I said, yeah. I said, we can't do that. I said, why? So yeah, we don't accept Freemasons. Well, now I know why. This is why, what I'm telling you. These motherfuckers, right? These motherfuckers have hijacked Christ's movement and are trying to blend, first of all, every religion together, which is asinine.
You know, who is doing this?
The Catholic
Mason?
Church. No,
Oh,
the Catholic Church. No, and Masons, actually. No, I'll tell you. Masons are doing it as well because they have Adam Weishaupt. So anybody who knows the story of Adam Weishaupt, what Adam Weishaupt did He was a professor at Ingolstadt University. He was a professor of canon law. Canon law. Who knows what canon law is here on the panel?
Biblical.
Anybody? Huh? What is
Biblical.
it?
Biblical law.
It's not. No,
Yeah.
fuck no. It's not biblical law. It's Pope's law.
Pope's law.
Well, that's,
Sorry.
yeah, theocratic.
It's Pope's law. That is not biblical. There's nothing biblical about fucking canon law. Nothing biblical at all.
Get back to the point of the story.
Okay, so the point of the story is he infiltrated Freemasonry. Now, if you trace the oldest constitutions, which I can do a stream tomorrow, you know what? I will do a stream.
What do you mean
tomorrow.
Weishaupt infiltrated it? I thought he was the one that resurrected it.
No, hell the fuck no. No, what? No. Listen, I know Masonic history in and out. No. No, it was resurrected. It's actually Templarism.
So wait a second. You knew all this and then went ahead and joined him anyway?
No, I learned. So to be honest, access to their work, which I cannot share, is the reason why I know this. But also, I know that as long as I don't give you the signed grip or word, I can tell you whatever. So you know what? That shows I'm a good guy. So I'm telling you this, right? Like literally, this could be a death warrant. What I'm telling you, right? So that's why I said if I die, then. That you guys know what happened.
Why when you suggested that I join, I said, "Fuck no."
You would help me. We have to do this because Mason.
I don't want no part of him. I don't want no part of him.
Well, I know, I get it. You like your little comfortable life. That's fine.
No. I mean, it's not.
Hey, listen.
I don't want no part of that fucking shit, man.
Right, it is comfortable life. I get it. I do what I want.
I
want
don't
the
want
truth.
to swear oaths to some guy that. Calls
I want the truth. Nothing in the oath conflicts with God. Nothing in the oath.
I swear to no man. Swear an oath. Listen, I'm not going to swear an oath to somebody that claims to be the Grand Master.
You don't swear an oath to. You don't swear an oath to the Grand Master. You don't swear an oath. You don't swear. Hold on. You got to back up. You don't swear.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yeah, right.
You don't swear an oath to the Grand Master. You swear an oath to God. So that's why I'm able to do this. Are you guys interested or no? Because I'll stop.
Well, I don't know. It really wasn't the topic we were on tonight, but go ahead.
Well, if you want me to, I will. I just popped in because I was inspired.
Is it going to be really long?
You know what? Fuck you. How about you
I'm
do
just
your own
asking.
thing?
It's just
No. How about you do your own thing? Yeah, it's so disinteresting. I'm telling you how societies are built. That's so disinteresting.
You jump around from one thing to another all the
time. They're all connected.
Well, yeah, but you got to kind of stay on one path there, or we don't have this map that you're looking at in your head.
Byron Fagan had a record in the 60s.
So I get this from you. You do the same thing. You jump around a map too that you have in your head. No, you do the same.
Ryan, all I asked was, is this going to take a long time? That's all.
Not very long.
Okay, that's kind of subjective, but go ahead.
You think you're funny? Fuck you. How's that
sound? I'm laughing.
It's like subjective is, your version of a long time and my version of a long time could be completely different. But go ahead.
Okay, so you had comment. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make it take. I'm gonna give the whole story, and either you listen to it or you won't. So
you're mistaken that I have to sit and listen to it. So if you're gonna threaten me, with,
you don't. Why are we fighting? We're fighting, and it's taking away from what I have to say.
Just either do it. I'm just said don't get long and drawn out like
okay, it's all I'll say, and then I'll sit silent. But here's how law progressed to where you are a slave and have to register your vehicle and have a license to drive it. How does that sound? So here's how it progressed. So from ancient England prior to 1066, you had common law, which was never written, could not be written because it was considered an abomination to write the law. You know why? Because it gave man or lawyer the opportunity to lie or twist the definition and meaning of words. So it was never written. All the way till, you'll notice, all the kings and queens of England, they only trace their lineage to 1066. They don't go before to like Athelstan or Albert or any of the great kings prior, right? And Masonry was in full force and effect because they were the ones who kept the law and the sacred flame of liberty. And what that means is that 1066, William the Conqueror came over, conquered England, right? Okay. And what he did was he conquered it and he said, we're going to take away your military law. You're militarily conquered, but you can have your common law, whatever, between you people and your sales and your, you know, the day-to-day transactions. You guys can keep that, right? But that was really the goal, to take away that, because that was done. So the first church in England was established in, I believe, like 46 AD. So that means people came from Jerusalem, came from what we call Israel and Palestine today, and established a church within 46 years of Christ dying. Okay? And that law that was established there held true until 1066, when William the Conqueror, who was under the Roman Church, came over and conquered England. And then when he conquered England, what he did was he said, yeah, you guys can keep your trade laws, no problem, because that's what common law actually is at the end of the day, trade law, right? It all is trade law. It's the only thing you can regulate is trade, right? Because like what is to govern murder or any of that? Everybody else knows that's just obviously wrong. So it's trade laws, right? So you can keep your fair trade laws. Well, I personally believe he encouraged Denmark to come in and invade, but whether or not he did, I don't know. But Denmark came in and invaded within 2 decades of William the Conqueror conquering England. And when Denmark came in and invaded, and for some reason left without keeping it, which is also why I think William the Conqueror did it, they were like, well, shit, we don't have a military law. We need a military law. So William the Conqueror came back in, like Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, said, hey, I have the solution. You guys just all need to give your property to the king. Because even Blackstone, William Blackstone, commentaries, right? I have it. I've shown it on my show. All nobility, everyone that was anyone had a lodial title. You could own your property. Like absolute. The king couldn't tell you what to do, just like King Ahab in the Bible when he wanted to take the vineyard of one of his subjects. He couldn't do it because the guy owned it. He can't just come and take something somebody owns. He can't be like, you owe me for owning this, or I want this and give it to me. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. That's actual law because the guy owned it. So they had a lodial title. But what they did was they were like, hey, okay, we want to protect ourselves. Hegelian dialectic. So we're going to register, literally the word used, register all of our property in the Doomsday Book, which was a survey. Okay.
So that doesn't bring a red flag up to you about property and Freemasonry that they found? They walked up on this large group of people.
No, I'm telling you because
Hold on one
no,
second.
it doesn't.
Large group of people.
Listen.
Let me finish. This large group of
Okay.
people that had a bunch of power walked up and saw these structures and said, "These are ours."
What kept?
Hold on. Hold on. I like those
No, I
buildings.
know what you're going to say,
Hold on.
but go ahead.
I like those buildings over there too. Hold on. I like those buildings over there too. I'm going to take your buildings, and this is how the law is going to work. So they actually walked up on structures that were already here, claimed them to be theirs, and they became Freemasons. That's what happened.
No, so I don't,
That's
and I
exactly
can
what
prove
happened.
that. I can prove
Yeah.
that. I can prove this. Actually, I can prove it. You want to
Actually,
hear?
they inherited the name from walking up to a building. They inherited the name from walking up to a structure that already existed. Do you realize that, right?
That's psyop.
There was no 13
Hold on,
colonies.
dude. There was,
There was
and
no 13
that's actually
No, there wasn't.
related
No, there
to
was
it. Do you want to
established
hear my
Freemasonry all
response to
around.
this? Are you finished speaking? If you're not, I'll let you continue. If
I'm trying to
not,
teach you some real history, my friend. I'm trying to teach you the real history.
Listen, you're not going to teach me.
You're regurgitating history that's been written so you could think you know something about what's really going on because you're in the know, when you actually don't know what you're talking about. The
All right.
law and stuff
All
is
right. Is
all
that how you feel?
eloquently
You want me to
wrote.
tell you? You want me to tell you why I know that's not the case, or are you
Dude,
done?
it's all rhetoric, dude. And most
Do
of
you
the
want
law
me? It's
is
not
not,
rhetoric. I can
it's,
show you. I can
yes,
show
dude.
you this. I can show you this.
Dude, it's
Listen,
from the Freemasonry
dude.
rhetoric.
Are you
They
gonna
walked up to,
fucking listen or no? Are you gonna listen or
dude,
no?
I know every bit of what you're trying to
What does
tell me, dude.
Freemasonry mean?
I knew
Freemasonry
this
means
9 years
free to
ago. I knew
build.
every bit what you
It
were talking
means
about, dude.
free
I
to
found out
build.
what it really was lately. I know
Holy
everything
shit.
that you can recite about
Okay.
common law, black
Listen.
law. I know all
Okay, so
about
you don't
mass
want me to
everything.
respond, you just want to
Myron
expound
I'm
Fagan
not
come out with a
trying to
record in
hear
the
it,
early
dude.
for
1960s.
You come
perpetuity.
on to Sob's show and you want us to hear something that we all are versed in, first off.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
you're
Secondly,
versed like a mason, right? Okay, go
dude,
ahead.
I I could care less about what they're about, the 1,000 points of light, and giving up
We don't
certain
have nothing to do with that. That's not masonry.
well,
Anyway,
there's certain sects of it, and
no, yeah, that's not a
SECTS.
sect of it. That's somebody
Well,
that you have to be a mason to be
okay, it's
adopted
not the
into.
same name, and it's not some of the
No,
same ones,
it's
and it doesn't
not
go off
though.
the
It's
chief belief
different. It's
system. Okay, come
fucking
on,
different. It's
dude.
different.
I'm not
Listen.
trying to battle you on stuff, but dude, look, this is Hobbs show. You get on here, and you're
Okay,
trying
or
to
do you
trying to
want the
conversate.
response or no? No.
Not
Do you
really,
not?
dude. Not
No,
really.
then why did you ask the question if
I
you don't
didn't.
want
I
the
came on to
response?
correct you on what you were
You
trying
didn't
to
correct me on
express.
anything. And secondly, I can correct you.
Yeah,
So
actually, you
you
don't know
can.
true history. Once you learn
Okay,
the true history about where you're really at, my friend, then you'll understand that
I know
Masonic
where we're
bullshit
at.
is
We're
all
in
on
a
paper.
dipolar clock, a flat, basically a flat dipolar between positive and negative clock that flips over regularly, right? And that history is reset regularly. So I know that.
Negative.
So
That's lies. That's a lie, bullshit tale.
how?
You
How
believe
is
that
that?
too?
How is that a lie?
Nothing
Where's the compass
resets. It
pointing?
was no, dude. Nothing reset. There was a major
Where's
event.
the?
There was no mud flood. Tartaria didn't. I don't believe it existed. There was a biblical event
No,
that
I
took
don't think
place
that
on Earth,
existed either. I think
and
that
then
there's
when all of that
beings that
ever
are
went away,
interdimensional. Okay, do you just want to talk then? Go ahead. Go ahead and speak your
that,
fucking
all
mind.
that stuff is irrelevant too. I talk about the physical stuff I can prove, quantum theory, all that. I don't
I
even like
can
getting
prove what
into
I
it because of
say
somebody's
also.
philosophical belief and nihilistic framework. That's what that is.
Not at
So I don't
all.
even want to get into something. You and I can
I
only
am the
assume what
most
is even true anyway. Why don't you go off into that?
I am the most dedicated servant of God. I guarantee you
I
that
hope you
because
are, and I would.
oh
I
yes,
appreciate
I
some prayer
am.
then, because
Myron Fagan
I'm
talked
dealing
about this
with.
stuff in the early
Would you
1960s. He
like
came
to
out
know
with a
what I was
record.
going to say
Are
or
you talking
no?
about the Illuminati album he put out? That one?
Yeah, then the
Yeah.
1961.
Yeah, the Illuminati is the Catholic Church, guys. Like
Yeah,
I
but he
don't
talks
I,
about everything that you're talking about. It's the same thing.
it's the
Just
Catholic
go
Church.
search Myron Fagan record
They
online.
hijacked every single account of the Catholic Church and the Jesuits hijacking Masonry is the same. I
So
can tell you. I'm
they're
telling
kind of
you
like
what.
the Crips and the Bloods, then.
No,
They're
no.
both the
I'm telling you
gang.
what. Masonry
Red
was
and
your
blue.
birthright. Masonry was everyone's birthright. It's your birthright to know the
No, it
way the
ain't.
world exists and to build a society. That's what Freemasonry is to build a society based on the knowledge of God and his laws. That's what Freemasonry is.
Good
Okay?
luck to Freemasonry.
Well, yeah, fuck yeah. I'm
And
hoping
how
too.
does tricking people into thinking you went to the moon help with that?
That Scottish Rite. Scottish Rite is not Freemason. Well, yeah, okay. So you have to be a Freemason to be in the Scottish Rite. That's how they get. So they use Freemasonry as a recruiting ground for these other obscure paths, right? Which they know what Freemasonry is. It's building a society or building an environment based on the knowledge of the Bible and God. That's what Freemasonry is. That's why we have a square and compass and the Holy Bible in the center of our lodge every single time. But Masonry itself is not that. Now, I'm not going to defend a lot of Mason. I'm not, because that is true. What you're saying is true. But I'm a good man. I'm one of the most significant Masons in Michigan. Okay, everybody has their eye on me. I guarantee you they're watching us right now. And they're pissed.
Serious question though.
Oh,
So
that reminds me. Shout out to my agent. I hope you're learning shit.
State Farm.
There you go. There you go. Right.
Checks
No,
in the mail.
I'm genuine, guys. Like, I'm genuine.
So
I'm telling you the truth.
Who are the bad guys then? I mean, this is a serious question.
The bad guys are those who want to subvert free will through dependency, which is primarily the Catholic Church. It is
Masons.
But I mean-
yes, no, now it is. It is.
I mean, if you're like a good Mason, who are the bad Masons? There isn't any.
No, I just fucking told you. What do you mean? There's tons of bad Masons.
Okay.
Like,
I want
okay, so the guy.
reparations.
So let me give you guys an example. Our Grand Master in Michigan, right, who just got elected. I was there. I voted against him, by the way. But the Grand Master of Masonry in Michigan is the guy who put Kwame Kilpatrick away. Now, what was the whole Kwame Kilpatrick thing? It was a show. It's scripted. The Scottish Rite of Masonry, which is not actually Masonry, it's extra. It was added after, is a playmaking organization. Like, I want you guys to know I'm genuine, dude. I love human. Like, I hate people, honestly, but I love mankind, and I want society to exist, and I love my family. So I'm telling you the truth. That's why I said if anything happens to me after this, I'm being, like you guys know, to spread it. But what I'm telling you is that, so there's a difference between the way that Scottish Rite and York Rite go through their degrees, okay? And both of those are not Masonry. They're after. You have to be, there's only 3 degrees in Masonry, and then you're a Master Mason. That's it, okay? And then there were these entire organizations built upon that. There's tons of them. Shriners, there's the Grotto, there's the fucking Scottish and York rites, right? And so the Scottish Rite in particular, which is the only way you can be a 33rd degree Freemason, right? The way they convey their degrees is through a play, okay, through a show. And so when you look at like George Floyd and you look at that situation, both Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, maybe not if Derek Chauvin's even actually in prison, but that was a Scottish Rite play that they played on you. They they control the media. Okay, that's not Mason. They call it Masonry. They call it Masonry because you have to be a Mason to be in those extra organizations. So they say, oh, it's Masonry, right? But it's not. Masonry is your birthright. It's my birthright. It is the fundamental understanding of law and the nature of the universe. But it is not Scottish Rite or York Rite or Shriners or any of that's all extra shit. How many degrees of heat do you need to bend metal, right? So that's what it is. Okay, these people, they come in, the people that are Shriners, the people that are Scottish Rite, the people that are York Rite, never come back to our original lodge. Our original lodge tells you what it is. I know this better than anyone in Michigan. I swear, I dare somebody to challenge me because that's why I'm held in such high esteem. But I'm still poor. You know why I'm poor? Because of what I'm saying right now. I could be rich. I could sell out. I could for sure sell out. Like tomorrow, I could sell out. And I could be one of the gerunds or the other people. I could be those people, but I don't do it. But I get hate from you guys.
How do we know? How do we know?
I get hate from them because I'm telling you the fucking truth. I'm telling you the truth. Right? So we live in a big dipolar battery. It's positive and negative polarities blended together. God is neither good or evil, but he's both, right? And then we have the word, the expression of God's ultimate benevolent personality came to earth, expressed himself and said, I am God, but I'm not God. I'm the Son of Man. I'm telling you, this is how we live. This is what we do. This is the purpose of this place. They crucified him and then tried to bury his existence. And you know what? He was a carpenter. He was a builder. That's my point. He was a Mason. He went, so when they talk about he went to the temple, he went and he impressed the quote unquote teachers. Who do you think they're talking about? They're talking about Masons. But it wasn't called Mason until 1717. It wasn't called Mason. It was never called Mason. It's the same thing, but it was never called Mason.
What was it called?
Well, at sometimes it was called Templar, right? As sometimes it was called, I mean, beyond that, it was called, I mean, you have to go back even further into 1,000 years and do your research, but it was called other things. And it was the secret knowledge of the way that this place exists, the way that the world works. Basically, the gas combustion engine, right, of the world. Like, so what is a gas combustion engine? Right? It has to go ahead. Does anybody know gas combustion engine? How I might relate that to what I'm talking about? Because it takes the combustion to create locomotion, right? So you have darkness, and darkness is in Genesis 1, chapter 1, right? So darkness existed and was created by God. So does light. And the two must constantly battle against each other in order to further the progression of the three-dimensional material world. What we do as good men and women, if you're, whoever's listening, is we stay aligned with good. And then evil serves its own end. Like, you can't have darkness without light. I heard my dad earlier say you can say that hot is less cold and cold is less hot. There are no opposites. God is everything. This entire system is God's system.
So how is he both good and evil then?
What exists? So let me ask you this. I appreciate that question. That's it. I asked myself that at one point in time before I came to know what I know. And I said, so if evil is against God, can evil exist outside of God? Can it? Let me
Can
ask you.
evil exist outside of God?
Yes.
I don't think nothing can exist outside of God, dude. That's just the parameters of the world.
You nailed it. You nailed it. So what is evil? Evil serves its own end. Evil is the temptation. Evil is the temptation towards selfishness. And the teacher, that's Saturn. It's the temptation. When you serve your own end, you suffer and you learn, or you don't and you die. And either way, it serves the plan.
Plan.
But did you say that there was no opposites? And then you said that
There is no plan, or there is no opposites. There is a plan. Yes.
So we've come full circle now, right?
So, yes, we have come full circle.
Nice.
So, that's the point. It's like, so these people, when they're sacrificing, pizza to the Moloch, right? And people hate to think about this, right? But that was the ancient way. So I'll give you an example directly from the Bible. Jephthah fighting the Ephraimites, okay? In gratitude for his ability to suppress them, he said to God, I will sacrifice the first thing I see when I get home. He said that. You guys can read this in the Bible, right? And when he got home, guess what happened? His daughter was the first one to come out and greet him.
Oh, man. Bummer.
Yeah, that's true. And we all acknowledge the Bible's true. It is. Okay? And so then when Christ came forth as the Son of God, as the Word of God, he said, I will be the sacrifice. So that there never has to be a sacrifice again. I am blameless. I am pure and innocent. I am the Lamb, right? And they will sacrifice me. But my sacrifice is for the whole world because I think you guys are worth it. Like, I'm putting it in layman's terms, but I think you guys are worth it. I think, yeah, you're fucked up. You guys do fucked up things, right? But I think that ultimately, in general, you guys are worth it. So you know what? I devolve into my own creation. I present myself, I show myself to you, and of course, because of what the even purpose I'm here is, many of you will deny me. Many of you will say, you know, I am not this, but I am this, and I show you, and I've shown people, and I have a record. I have historical record. I have authentic, verifiable historical record that I am this, right? Or that I existed, even in the sense, and everything that Christ says, everything that Jesus Christ says, right, aligns with truth. And you will kill me, but my death is to be to that whatever that is that's above, but not above, but Christ is part of it, but is above still that these people sacrifice to, right? It will be the ultimate sacrifice so that no blood has to be shed anymore. And that's what changed with Christ. That is the only and main thing that changed with Christ, is that we don't have to kill things to be in the good favor of God. So whatever you guys want to do with that, I don't know, but that's true.
Did you watch the video that Sal, your dad, played earlier about the guys who basically didn't want to sell their faith to live? Did you happen to see that at all?
21 martyrs.
I did not, but that's the point. That's where I'm at. You guys can hate me. I am amazing. I have no choice.
I was just going to ask you, would you?
Well, I would like to see it if he wants to play it again. But my point is that's where I'm at. I don't care if you guys hate me. I'm trying to tell you the truth. And I'm doing it at my own expense and possible peril. I'm telling you the truth.
I hope we don't put off the vibe of hate at all. I'm not trying to put that off.
Not what we're trying to do here.
No, but that's what I'm doing. I'm telling you the truth, man. And, it's when it comes, I don't defend Freemasonry. I'm not trying to defend Freemasonry. I'm not trying to because they're corrupt. They are. I fight them. In the organization, I fight them. My lodge is one of very few that fights them. I have a subscriber named Kevin, who's Catch 22. He's one of your subscribers. He fights them. We know this. We know these things, but it is actually the devil in God's clothing is the Catholic Church, man.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying.
But they have you. They control the bar. Who controls everything?
Here you go, Ryan.
Yeah, check this out.
There's a lot of persecution of Christians, and I'm really bothered by it. Your family is Arab Christian. Mm-hmm. Awful lot of Arab Christians get killed in a bunch of different countries all the time. Yeah. And no one says a word about it.
Christian persecution is something really close to my heart. In fact, I just executive produced an animated short film called The 21, which came out towards the end of February on the 10th anniversary of the martyrdom of the 21 martyrs in Libya. 20 of them were Coptic Christians from Egypt. One of them was non-Christian initially from Ghana, and they just rounded up all these guys. ISIS came and rounded them up, tried to force them to deny their faith. They're just migrant workers. They got rounded up, just captured. ISIS was like, yeah, deny your faith and we'll let you go. Don't deny it, we'll kill you. Like, oh, well, we're not going to do that. So, and they tortured them for months. Even the guy from Ghana, ISIS said to him, like, you can go, you're okay, you're not Christian, you're not one of these guys. And he's like, no, their God is my God. And so they say he converted and he died with them. At the end of the day, what people walk away with is that these guys had the opportunity to say, no, I'm not Christian, and then live. But none of them did it. They went to their graves. They wouldn't deny their faith. And so I got a chance to screen this film for the first time with the families of the martyrs 10 years later.
Oh my gosh.
Which was the words fail me because it was such an overwhelmingly powerful experience to be there with them. When you talk to them, full of joy. More than one of them thanked their captors because they feel, and you know, as Christians we believe this, that because they died for their faith, they got a straight shot right to the divine, right to God. They're like, we thank them because they sent them right to heaven. So the Coptic Church declared them saints. And then very recently, the Catholic Church, it's the first time it's happened, Catholic Church also considered them saints because they died for the faith.
What do you think of that?
I lived it. I know. Listen, these people have tried everything against me. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I've experienced things I can't even tell you guys because you wouldn't believe me. You just think I'm fucking crazy. I'm telling, and Dad, you were a part of it. When I was telling you stuff and then I stopped talking to you for a long time and stuff like that, I was a part of it and they were attacking me. And what they were doing was threatening my family. Okay? Because me, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna die.
Who was doing it?
It's not Masonry, but it's the people in Masonry that are part of the whole thing.
Well, why would you want to be part of an organization that would threaten your family?
I never regret being part of Freemasonry. If I wasn't a Mason, I wouldn't know the law. I know the law. Anybody can challenge me on the law. A lawyer, a judge, a fucking anybody can challenge me on the law, and I will make them look stupid because it is actually as simple as you described. What gives you authority over me? It is that simple. But I actually learned the process of what does give someone authority over someone. And I know it intimately. And it's what they're using. But my point is, I lived it. I know that. I know that. And the reason that they have to stop, and even with me online right now, on air, saying this, they can't do anything, is because if you threaten my family, you affect my free will. And I'm not wrong. If I was wrong, they could do whatever they want. But I'm not wrong. I'm not
Brian,
wrong.
can I ask you a question right now?
Yeah.
You ever think about the law and temper it with a little bit of Sophia, wisdom? That's
all the law comes from. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's like that should be the core of it. You can't take humanity
That's
out
it.
of it.
It's only ever wisdom. Go ahead. Solomon, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I had to say, man. It's just all. There's nothing else to it. It's as simple as that.
But what it is it's more complex when you realize how Solomon, right?
Sun and moon
apply, right, to contracts in life, right? Like, so it becomes more convoluted. The thing is,
here's contracts for you. This is, I believe this is Kanye.
I sold my soul to the devil.
Yes.
I know it's a crappy deal. Lisa came with a few toys like a Happy Meal.
You know what was going on in my life at 15, and that's how I got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
Well, needless to say, sold my soul.
Sometimes they don't want to, and they're, Gaga, we can't get, the frequency's weird, and, it's sounding a little bit strange. And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna,
swear to Lucifer.
Why
That's
is
what
your
she
hand
says.
over your eye?
Because I'm a devil worshiper. What are you talking about?
She says, swear to
All right,
Lucifer.
well, I have tickets to see the devil worshiper. The
The whole idea of celebrity and fame has become really convoluted and, kind of bastardized, like whereas fame used to be the byproduct of success, and now it's the ultimate goal. And if your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there. Like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil. Like you're gonna end up on a one-way street and it's going nowhere. Like that's just the truth. I've seen so many people like forsake their moral code and their value systems just for a little bit of fame, and it's not worth it at the end of the day. It's really not worth it.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
I'm in complete agreement with that. And there's a couple caveats that are unknown to the average person. Is one, the very first
I'm sorry.
The very first thing, right, is who does the devil, does anything exist outside of God? Is there some actual opposing? No, we have to, hold on.
Deja vu.
Before you answer, before anyone answers, I have to finish my question. Hold on, my question. I have to finish it. Does something exist outside of God?
We all agreed that no, it doesn't. Remember? You just did this like 10 minutes ago?
Well, it's for effect. Of course I remember, but it's for effect because you may have had people join that were not here and so on and so forth. So does anything exist outside of God? No.
You just answered it, man. Would you get on past?
Are you fucking serious, dude?
Said no, nothing can exist outside of God. Move on with it. You've asked it 4 times. We've said no.
Why are you so angered by it?
Because you keep repeating the repeat, man.
Well, like a reverent individual would be like, obviously nothing, but you are angered by it, so that's fine.
No, I'm not angered by it. It's just you keep droning.
Secondly, what did they say? I signed a what?
Contract, yes.
With the devil.
Right.
That's why the devil's there. Are you willing, hold on, are you willing to swear an oath, right, and devote yourself in contradistinction to divinity? Are you willing to do that, right? And so there are many people, and in fact, when they do, it makes it easier instead of the people that do not. God is weeding out the wheat from the chaff, right? So God is weeding out the goats from the lambs. God does that all the time because guess what? The lamb or the goats and the chaff, they need more training.
So did the goats that threatened you are going to become lambs at some point?
Actually, well, I can't say absolutely yes, but I can say maybe. That is yes, maybe.
I hang out with goats that threaten you in the first place.
Actually, I'm interested in the fact that you understood what I said because I know no one else did.
How can you assume that?
Because you just said it. No one else would ask that question. That was a good question. That was a great question.
Some in the chat may be slow to speak.
I asked you earlier, why would you join an organization that threatened your family?
Because my organization is not bad. My organization is not York Rite, Scottish Rite, Shriners. It's not
saying you're individual. Okay.
It's not. No, it's true. You have to be. This is how they took advantage of this archetype of law making and understanding is you have to be a master mason to be any of those things, right? But once
you're thought experiment real quick. Can I do a thought experiment? Real quick.
Sure.
Okay.
No, you understand what I'm saying. Go ahead.
So if we think about it,
Mike's cutting out, Porter.
Yeah, of course it is.
I want everybody to think about this because when it comes to groups, there's a reason why groups are allowed. And I'm going to give you a for instance. There's a reason why God made different different
Well,
ethnicities
let
and
me
different races.
hold on.
It's
If you'll
because when
if
one
you'll
of those,
permit
when
me,
one,
let me stop you.
hold on, I'm not done.
Who
I'm not
allows it?
done.
No, I want you to
Let him
finish it.
Ryan,
Listen,
let him
Okay.
finish.
th-
Nobody's been interrupting you.
there's a reason why. There's a reason why God made different colors of skin. Because when that one race of colors of skin rises up above all of the rest of them, he can see them more easy.
That's actually
You get what
true.
I'm
And
saying?
on top of
You
that,
get what I'm
what I want to
saying?
say is who does that? Like you just said. Like so you're talking about some intelligent design. Who does that?
I'm talking about groups. Groups.
No, but I'm saying who does that?
This has to do with groups. So the point I'm making is about groups. This has to do with
Okay,
groups.
but you said when one group rises above the others, right? He's able to see him. Who is
Yeah.
he? Who does that?
Well, the same one that created those 3 billion base pairs of the genome.
There you go.
You know?
That's the answer to your question. It is, isn't it? That's the answer.
That's
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So,
One.
next question. No, good question. Good question. Great question. I hope everybody got that. Outside of that, next question.
Next question about what?
Well, is there a question? I mean,
Obviously not. Nobody's asking anything, I don't think.
oh, okay. Well, yeah, well, then I guess that was my point. If nobody's asking anything, everybody gets it. And
I don't know. See, is there somebody in the chat? Something in the chat? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh.
Craig,
I love you
I'm not
guys.
going to say
Listen,
it.
Watching the
listen.
wheel. Wow.
I love you guys. I love you guys. And I have to tell you this because this is why I risk my life. This is why I risk my life is because because if there's a bunch of invalid retards online doing this type of stuff, right? If and believe me, many of the people that run things think that everyone they're invalid retards, right? Because they're stupid actually. And I would love to show them how stupid they are, and I hope this emphasizes that point. But that's exactly like, yeah, that's a great question, and the answer is the truth, and you know, so like there's powerful money. So here's the thing. Okay, if I'm going to lead the show in a different direction where you guys can expound upon is money makes people believe that they are right. Right? Because you have a shit ton of money. You're like, I obviously have to be right. Look how powerful I am with my money. Right? That's my best friend in the world. He's like, I'm right because I have, fucking $1 billion and I can do whatever. And I'm like, dude, you're not right because you have $1 billion. You're right because, or no, you're not right, but you have $1 billion because people are stupid. That's it. That's the only that's the conversation I have with them all the time. Like people are stupid. Well, if that was true, who the fuck are you to say all this about masonry and everything else? Well, nobody, right? Because I'm poor. I fucking I struggle. I have some savings, but I struggle, basically paycheck to paycheck. To where are you, right? Exactly. Well, you're nobody, so you're not right. Well, that's stupid because the devil, right, the negative aspect of the polarity only rewards those who increase the negative aspect of polarity. What the fuck are you talking about? It's simple.
A wise man told me one time, Ryan, you can't take it with you. There's fire in the hole. You catch the
Oh,
world by
I
the
know
tail and
that.
you lost your soul. And that's just that's the way I look at it personally. I'm not trying to make all the money in the world, become Mr. Popular or anything, because there's no
Listen,
real reward
that's
in it.
you. That's Raj, right? Roger, right? That's you. Yeah,
That's me.
absolutely. Listen, I agree with you. I say the same thing to him all the time. I say, bro, right? like all that shit that you've acquired over your life. So they literally think they're going to live forever. That's what leads us into the transhumanist subject, is because they know they're not going to, but they want to. In this reality, they want to be able to, because of all the fucked up shit they did to get where they're at.
Hey, there's Flatzoids in here. Creality, Jesus.
The only thing you get to take with you are the things you pack in your heart.
No, but look at this objectively. Every single person on this panel, look at this objectively. If you had the mentality of what you're describing, of what they say to us, right? And that was true, but like in order to be where you're at, you had to know what I was saying was true. You'd have to believe you could make yourself live in the material world forever, right? You would have to. You'd have to. You'd have to believe. Well, you would get tired. I'm tired of it already. I'm sure you are. Right. I'm fucking tired of it already. But I got a daughter and kids to raise and stuff.
What's going on, Keith?
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
Can't believe you're still alive.
Yeah. We've been needing to get together on that debate. So, I mean, we can have it here, or we can schedule it for another time. I'm good. But either way,
you're ready, man.
We can have it here. I don't care.
What?
Yeah, Keith, I've been advertising the merch all day.
Hey, this man is a servant of Christ, but he's also a born again, so he gets a little convoluted in some of his aspects. But there's really nothing that Keith says that I can't agree with.
Well, mistranslations and people's interpretations of what things mean can sometimes get confusing, and people can get passionate about it. This is kind of interesting. This is what happened with this guy.
I'm Tom Michaels, and I want to invite you to my new laundromat, White's Only Laundry. We specialize in only washing your white laundry, so your linens, socks, and undershirts will look fresher than ever. By focusing just on white laundry, our prices are 25% lower than the other guys. Plus, get an extra 10% discount by singing our slogan at the register. Hope to see you soon.
And guess what? People are going to take them in a whole
It's Tom
long
again
way.
from the laundromat that's been in the news.
Perfect. No,
and
that's
I
exactly
really
right.
It's not over. Listen.
And I really want to apologize. I definitely should have realized that the name
apologizing.
White's Only Laundry sounds
Fuck
racist.
that.
Is
Fuck
racist.
that.
And that was not my intention at all. But we've changed the name and fixed the problem. White's Only Laundry is now No Colors Laundry. It still gets across that we can't wash colored clothes without any of the
I
racial
swear to God,
connotations
if
of
I
whites
owned a
only.
laundromat,
Plus,
I would do
to make
that.
up for our terrible mistake, come on in before Friday and you'll get yourself a free t-shirt. Just don't wash it here because it has all these colors on it.
I swear to God, I would do that if I owned a laundromat. That's exactly right. It's stupid. It's
Tom
fucking
again.
stupid.
I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. Obviously, changing the name only made things worse, and neither one of those are appropriate names for a laundromat or any business or anything.
This makes it sound like my channel.
But I'm gonna make things
I
right.
hope not. Let's go.
First, for the African American community, I've installed a special side entrance so that you'll know you're definitely welcome in my laundromat. Also, I've set aside separate but equally powerful washing machines exclusively for your use in the back of the laundromat. Although they still only wash white clothes. And this time, to ensure I don't upset or disrespect anyone, I'm naming it after myself. And since my sister just had a baby, everybody come on down to Uncle Tom's Laundromat. Remember, whites only, no colors, and black center through a special side entrance.
Oh my God!
No, that exemplifies exactly what I'm saying. Like 100%. That is exactly like what. Like no matter what you do, you're damned, right? But it's because everyone's so focused on superficiality, right? So
symbolism over substance.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't look at the intent. They're looking at just how they can be obsessed with how they read the situation. I mean, I get the same thing with my channel branding.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've
It's like
been
I
getting
move 1
fucked
foot left,
lately.
I'm wrong with these guys. Move 1 foot right, I'm wrong with these guys. Doesn't matter what you do, you're always wrong. You piss someone off. We live in a world of
Hey,
torrents,
you're
man.
over the target, Flats. Hey, honestly, you are. You're over the target.
You were like damn near 50% freaking trolls in your chat, man.
It's insane.
I was like,
I've
oh
never
my
seen
God.
somebody attack a channel like I have
So
yours.
crazy.
Yeah.
This is so crazy. This doesn't have any sound, so you can keep the conversation going. This is just disturbing, and I'm going to make you people watch it. That's all.
Oh, thanks. He's gonna eat himself, isn't he?
Oh,
Yep.
no, I immediately seen what that is. You're eating yourself because you're putting people in the fast food, obviously. Yeah.
Hey, it's Arby's. Look at
Where do you
there.
get the meat from, guys?
Yeah.
Right.
You couldn't possibly maintain a franchise that large based on beef product. There's just no way, dude. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, I got it. Wow.
Oh, Subway's getting it too. Look at that.
Something
Jesus.
just made the fucking house rumble, man.
Well, this is Mark Passio, which I disagree. Actually, I entirely owe to him some of my insights. Where like the final
experiment.
Principle. No, the final principle is care, which is free will, which is what he hasn't put together yet. It's free will, right? So I owe that to him, but I disagree with him on quite a few subjects. But that right there shows you so Mark Passio, what I learned from him was that, so if I'm selling, I literally use this all the time with regular people on the street. If I'm selling some apples, right, and I poison them, okay, I poison the apples. I want to kill you, right? And I poison the apples, but I'm selling apples, and the sign only says apples. There's just apples, right? Good, yes, just nice, delicious apples. Come eat them, and you eat it, and you die. I killed you because I deceived you. Now, if I sell apples and I poison them, and I have a sign that says poisoned apples, come eat them. And you come eat them, right? I'm absolved of all metaphysical guilt. And I think about that when I see products like Liquid Death.
Or they do that sacrifice to care.
No, but think about this. Liquid Death, they sell a canned in aluminum water called Liquid Death. And they say, you ever tried Liquid Death? And I say, no, because I believe them.
Let me see if I think I got that on here someplace.
No, because I believe you. I believe that's liquid. I believe you. You're telling me this is Liquid Death, and I can buy it from you. I can drink it, right? And I'm going to die because I'm drinking it. I believe you. Because then what do they, there's no consequence. Like, dude, I told you, poison apple. You came up and you said, hey, I want one of them poison apples. I say, here you go. You ate it and you died. That's your fault. It's not my fault.
So dig this thing. This is a Masonic orb from the 1700s.
What makes it Masonic? Let's see.
I don't know.
Yeah. That story sounds familiar, like Snow White almost, though. Just throwing that out there. Poison apples. Yeah.
The thing's pretty cool mechanically.
Yeah. That's how they made the globe. So you're looking at it.
Let me tell you guys something about, just to show you.
Masonic symbols inside of it.
Let me tell you something about the globe. So in our and we do reference the globe. So in our craft, we say that the globes are two artificial spherical bodies representing the countries, seas, and various parts of the earth, right? The heavens. So basically we say that They're the noblest instruments for improving the mind. Improving. What does the word improve mean? No,
To
we
make it
do.
better, you know, whatever. We all know what improve means. Go
No,
ahead.
we don't. We don't, though. Think about it. Improve. What does that etymologically mean? Because that's how Masonry works. And I've been trying to work this out myself. And so maybe I'll aid you guys in the assistance of it.
Well, I think I know where you're
Because
going.
we
You mean
also
to prove
call
yourself, right? To
we
prove it to
no
yourself.
no improve like so let's think about the word improve. They're the noblest instruments for improving the mind. But improve, yeah, it makes me so because we call the heavens the celestial hemisphere. We do. When we talk about astronomy, we call it the hemisphere, which means it's a half of a circle. Which means the other half of the circle would be the dark side of things, and then the plane would be in the middle. We call it that. And because I'm so reverential of Masonry, I know what Masonry is, and you guys should too by this point. What do they mean by improve? What is the etymological root? Because it's all about the word. In the beginning, there was the word, right? So it's all about the word. What does improve mean? Does it mean...
Is this a quiz, or are you going to tell us?
Oh, no, I'm genuinely asking. I want you guys to
Okay,
tell me.
no, just tell us, man.
I don't
I
know.
don't have all night, and I want to get on to other things.
Ah, fuck off. I'm actually asking to people.
Well, I know. We're not here to be quizzed, man.
It's not a quiz.
You've got a
It's a
point to make.
question.
Just say the etymological fucking root and everything of this word, if you look at it, is this, this, and this. Not like we're your fucking classroom or some shit. We're not here to raise your hand and all that.
First of all, right? First of all, don't talk to me like that. Second of all,
well, don't come on here and try to take over my show.
I'm definitely not, but I'm telling you.
You are.
So you don't want Masonic secret? Okay, I guess come to my channel for
you know, if you're going to give them, don't take a month of Sundays to get to them. My God, if you've got a point to
I
make,
don't know this one. I'm asking your help. For the word improve. Where's the origin of the wording?
I don't know, look it up.
All right, you know what, Dad, as usual,
I'm just saying, man, come on, you drag this out. Look, Ryan, once again, you've come on here drinking again, and this is why you're drawing out and dragging on and just fucking, come on, man.
So you assume?
I don't assume. Other people in the freaking chat have already noted it. I put their comments even up on the screen, for crying out loud.
All right, well, if I'm going to risk my life to tell you stuff, I obviously have to be in a certain situation. So everything I said was true, and it's still true, and I can challenge anybody in a competition of logic. And on top of that,
all right, so it says make or become better. It's a verb. Let's see if we can find more on it. Let's see here. Efforts to improve relations between the countries, quote unquote. Communication.
No, but think about the word itself, improve.
Yeah, we're getting there. That's what we're looking. Origin, early 16th century. Improve, Anglo-Norman
The French. It came from the French improved the language, you could say, and it got to do with more.
The French fucking muddied the language, so that actually gives context. That's because the French muddied it. The French is the reason why language is so deceptive.
Because the French can, but if you look at the French language itself, the words don't fit anything anyway. They have the same word for different meanings.
I guarantee they don't. Yeah, the French, that's France. Exactly. It's the French that did it. Yep, the fucking yep.
It's okay, so from Anglo-Norman imprower, from Old French improv or profit, from Vulgar Latin advantageous, profitable, improve.
And it's I think it also says it's to be I can say
to make beneficial,
beneficial.
right?
There we go, yeah.
The development of the mind, right? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Let's see. Yeah,
Beneficial. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's what you guys are telling me. That's what I thought the whole time.
That's what I'm getting from Merriam-Webster results on there. I'm looking. Let's see, Collins Dictionary, and they're all telling me it's rooted in that French, which basically means to gain profit, to do better, to make.
Yes.
strong, yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah, it is. Yes, that makes sense. See, that's why I said it in the first place, because
Real
that's been
quick,
something I've been chewing on. But go ahead.
Keith, this is what I was looking for earlier today on your show. That I wanted to remember. I told you about that. You could there's these Coke vending machines, and you can have it print whatever message you want on your can when you buy it, and it won't let you use Jesus. This is crazy.
No, it will fucking not. Yeah, I seen it. Yeah.
Watch
what happens when you put Jesus in there.
Personalize a message. You can put Allah loves you. Or you could even put, let me see, let's try that. Buddha loves you. But you cannot even type in the word Jesus.
Wow.
We cannot allow this text on the
That's
camera.
crazy.
The end times, guys. The end
Everything
times.
else is good, though.
And they tell us there's no persecution of Christians today.
Oh, no, bro.
No, not at all.
Satan
No.
loves you. You can put that. You can put Satan loves you, Allah loves you, Buddha loves you. But when you type in this word, you can't even type the word in.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's ridiculous.
I already know it.
Jesus.
He was the first form of people like you and me, Keith. And so, like, yeah, okay, everybody can be pissed at me or be like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But I guarantee you that I'm smarter. Well, I'm not going to be cocky like that. But my point is that, yes, this is what I'm telling you guys. The Catholic Church, so the Catholic Church, who has been, so the Book of Eli, who's seen the Book of Eli?
Yeah, I like that. I have that
It's a
movie.
good movie.
It's an amazing movie, right?
Denzel Washington.
And what goes on? What happens? What is the storyline of that movie?
Yeah, the guy
He
got
memorized the Bible.
Yeah.
Why? Why does the bad guy want the Bible?
Because it was power.
It's power. And it is, because God is good and evil. And most Christians won't accept that. But
No,
it's
God's
true.
not. No,
It's
that's
true.
false.
It's true. It's true to say that evil exists outside of God is to say that God is not God. Who disagrees with that? Let me ask you that. Who disagrees with my statement and why?
Me, 100% disagree.
How?
God's character is only good.
So where does evil come from? No, okay, no, I'm glad this is our debate. Then where does evil come from?
Evil cannot exist without good.
Okay, who
God
created it?
everything? God created everything good. So, in matter of fact, you have to have evil.
But did he create everything or just everything good?
Yes, everything is created by God. Evil wasn't created by God. Evil was a byproduct of sin.
So God was out of no. Let me address this. So God was out of control of this erroneous byproduct of his experiment. He didn't have control of it.
No, he gave everybody free will.
No, don't do that. Right? Go back. Right? So God is omnipresent, omniscient, right? And omnipotent, right? So evil exists. Who created
God
it?
created it. God didn't create evil. Evil is a byproduct of man's foul.
No, but listen.
Yes.
So it exists outside of God.
No, God created the tree of good and evil. The tree
No,
of knowledge,
you're not
correct?
listening to me. God
No, I
is.
understand exactly what you're trying to straw man God. Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
trying to straw man
strawmanning.
God. You
I'm
are.
telling you the logical ultimate end that most people can agree with.
Wait. Do you understand what free will is?
Of course, I understand it better than probably 99% of people on this panel. Yes.
I disagree with that.
Okay, so God created something that was outside of his control. Is that what
No.
you're saying?
You think
No,
evil's not
no,
out of
no, no,
his
no,
control?
no. Answer that question. God
I
created
disagree
something.
with you. I'm answering you. I'm saying, are you saying God isn't able to
So,
control evil?
okay, so God created something outside of his control.
No, God created everything. Evil is not out of his
Well,
control.
okay, so then logically, evil must be under the dominion of God.
Everything is under the dominion of God, evil included. Who said it's not?
There you go. So,
It comes
why
to
are
free
you
will.
acting like it's two different things fighting
It
each other?
is. Good and evil are two different things.
They are. Absolutely. Based on your what? Free
It's
will.
based on free will,
Your,
yes.
yes, your free will.
And who created the free will?
But who created the concept of God and the devil? Who created that?
No one. God created himself. He's the
No
uncreated.
one. Okay, hold on. You again
You're
are
going back to the
ducking
infinite
because you
regress.
know why?
Wait.
You know why,
Dude, you
Keith?
have to let me
You know
talk
why?
again, man.
No,
This is the
Keith.
same like last time. You wouldn't let me talk.
Keith.
The thing is, you're
Okay.
going back.
Talk. Go ahead. Talk.
You're going back to the infinite regress story, okay? It's a fallacy in itself. There is no such thing as you're going to end up with, well, God had to create himself. No, that's because you're sitting in naturalistic mindset. God is the Alpha and Omega. He is the beginning and end. There was nothing before God. He is existence. So if God doesn't exist, nothing else will exist, including evil. But evil isn't, by say, created by God's purpose. The evil is created by man's free will to choose evil. You can't have cold without hot. You can't have darkness without light.
Okay, I appreciate
Light without dark.
your addendum of Hermetic for
Well,
philosophy,
he's not
but
done. You just interrupted him.
okay, go. Oh, good. No, let him finish, please. By God, I'm going to tear this apart. Go ahead.
All right, we'll wait till he's done then.
Yeah, so all I'm trying to say is because we have free will, he didn't create us as robots. So he didn't per se to create evil. Evil is just a byproduct of a person's fall due to sin.
Okay, are you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so nothing can exist outside of God. Therefore, by obvious extension, everything that exists is a byproduct of God's free will.
Not God's free will, your free will.
No, but okay, fair enough. But God, imagine you created a play. Would you create a character who could act outside of your play? And how would that
God
even?
didn't make any. Well,
No. How would that even happen? How would
No
that
one's
even happen? No.
No one's
How would that even happen?
No
How
one's
you created it? You created it. So how could something happen outside of your free will? How could that happen?
First of all, it's a false equivalence. A play is a scripted thing. Life is not scripted.
I'm not real. I use the play as a means of correlative identification. Okay, so it doesn't matter. If so, what you postulate is that evil is in opposition to God. Postulates at the same time that God didn't create evil, that evil arose as a byproduct of what God did, which would make God not God.
Okay,
It would
let's
make
put
him.
it this.
No, it
Okay,
would
let
make
me
him.
break it
It would
down for
make
you.
him one being who desires positive against negative.
Okay, let me make it this way. When God created everything, all the angels in the heavens and things, was there such thing as sin?
No.
Okay, was there such thing as free will?
Debatable.
No, there was, because what do you think Lucifer did?
Yeah, well, okay, I agree with you.
Okay,
But
so
if you think,
wait. So who's
okay, shoot.
so
Go ahead.
who decided to sin against God?
Originally, Adam.
No, Lucifer. He was the first sinner.
How?
He decided to be God. He wanted to be as great as God. Pride and
No.
ego. And that's why God cast
Well,
him down.
I guess you could extrapolate that, but when you imagine that to be outside of God, who created
It's not outside of God.
How? Okay, so
okay,
God.
so
Okay,
you-
so I imagine that you are Romeo and that my dad is Juliet.
Ah, beautiful self.
Right.
Good God.
I'm so pretty.
I like that you're laughing. I do.
I was gonna let my hair down. Oh no, wait, that's for fun. That's a different one. Never mind.
Yeah, God.
Well, I appreciate that you appreciate the insult as well, but that you imagine that, right? And that it plays out. What are the ramifications of Romeo and Juliet playing out?
First of all, Romeo and Juliet is again a false equivalence. You're trying to make man-made behaviors based on passion of lust compared to God, how he created everything. God, like I said, God created all.
Okay,
Evil,
what is
evil
God?
is,
No.
wait.
Okay, no, I have to stop you there. I have to
Evil
stop
is,
you.
no, I'm still busy
Okay,
with the statement.
finish your
Evil-
statement. I'll still retain it. Go ahead.
Evil is still entwined in free will. So just like I said, if you can't have darkness, you can't have light. If you can't have heat, hot, you can't have cold. It's literally a opposite thing. That's what free will is about. Because if you choose to go left, you have an option also to go right. So God gives you the option to be righteous, to may have a good life, or you have the option to be go against that. In other words, Lucifer.
Let me capture you there. And the go against it exists outside of God.
Sorry?
Nothing in creation does exist outside of God, Ryan.
Hold on. I know you know it. Stop. Let me do this. Okay. I know
Pretty sure
you
Keith
know.
knows it too. Yeah.
He does, but he doesn't. So the go against it, right? Right, to go against it. There, where I stopped you, exists outside of God.
Nothing exists outside of God.
Well, no shit, bro.
Never
What
said
are
it
you
did.
talking about? But you are.
No, I never.
You are saying that.
No, I'm not saying that. You're literally trying
It's
to
not
say things that are
according
there.
to God's plan. Listen, when you say something's not according to God's plan, it's not
I
according.
never said that. Never came out of my mouth.
Well, but okay, reiterate your original point then.
God created everything. Obviously, God doesn't want you to do evil. God doesn't want evil to exist. It is just a byproduct of having free will. It's not a set thing that
You're
could
in
God
the
have
trap.
wait, let's do this
You're
way.
in the
Could
trap
God,
of Saturn.
No.
In the trap of
God,
Saturn.
can I quickly share my screen?
Sure.
Salt?
Gotcha.
And could God have just decided not to
Wait a
create?
second. I'm trying to get it. It won't let me. Oh, I know why. Because I have mine up. There it is.
Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all things. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Of course I do. That was my point. So where does the dichotomy exist of free will? Where does the actual dichotomy
You
of free will?
choose to go right or you choose to go left. You choose to do evil or you choose to do good.
We agree, but do they not all ultimately serve God's purpose? That's my point.
No, God's purpose for us was to be in relationship with him, to worship him for eternity. evil? Why do you think he banished Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden when they sinned? Why do you
So
think
what
God
you're
banished?
saying,
Wait.
saying,
Why do you? Can I finish? Why do you think he banished Lucifer from heaven when he sinned? Because evil is separation of God. Evil and good cannot live together, just like oil and water cannot live together. It has to be separated. So you're trying to
has to.
entwine
Yes.
two
No,
different
not at all.
aspects together as one. That's
The
your problem.
difference between the two of us is that I identify this as a school of refinery, and you identify this as the end.
What end? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so nothing can exist outside of God, but God created a scenario with which you were presented good and evil.
God gave the means for the scenario to exist, not he created the scenario.
So he created the scenario and stepped back. That's what you
No,
proposed.
he created the means for the scenario to exist.
Possibility. God's infinite possibility.
So he created that and then stepped back. That's what you're saying.
Think of it this way: when you train a dog, you tell the dog, "Okay, sit," but you're telling the dog you must sit because you know better. If the dog's going to stand up and run, there's going to run across a road and a car's going to ride him over. Okay.
Right. So the dog knows to listen. That's a further reinforcing.
Does the dog have
point.
the choice? Does the dog have a choice to sit and
He
listen
does.
to the master?
He does. But does that choice not exist within God?
No, you have a free will. God doesn't control your free
you
will.
said no, it doesn't.
God does no. Everything exists through God. You have a free will. God doesn't control your free will.
God. So if we're to take God as omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, right? If we're to take God as that definition, which is what could only be God, right? You're going to say he didn't know what you were going to do before you did it? Then why evil? That's the next question.
Okay, I'm going to do another scenario for you.
No.
You're not getting it.
I'm
not getting it. Let me explain it in another way.
subscribing to your bullshit, but yes, go ahead.
It's not my bullshit. Just like you have a free will to think the way you do now. Okay.
You're getting more full of yourself, boy. You're going to bust. I swear to God.
So let's start again. Let's say you have a child and you only want the best for the child. Okay. So you know what's going to happen with this child if this child decides to do this, go against what you want for the child as good.
Okay.
Remember,
Okay.
God, you have to let me finish, man.
Okay.
God only wants the best for you. He created only good.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah.
Dude.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So go ahead.
He wasn't done. You just started talking again right in the middle
Shut
of
the fuck up, you piece
No.
Listen. Go ahead.
Hey. Listen. John Barleycorn's getting the better of you right now. All right?
No, he's not.
Let the man
Listen,
talk.
I love this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Great.
Go ahead. Shut up. Go ahead.
Don't tell me to shut up on my own show. I'm asking you to respect the other fucking guests.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can't even shut the fuck up for me to explain to you why you talking over someone else is
because
bullshit.
It's so stupid. What exists
so
outside of
only
God?
what you say is fucking important then.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
get all bent out of shape when everybody fucking, if anybody talks over on you.
Wah. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead and have a couple more drinks. It's doing you so much good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Jesus Christ.
We're here.
That's embarrassing.
I'm trying to help you dumbasses, but go ahead.
Okay, let's go again.
Somebody who can't even help themselves, and if you can't even keep yourself fucking sober, then that's not. I don't need your help.
Oh, Dad, have I asked you for help? No. Fuck off. I haven't. So fuck off. How's that sound? Go ahead.
Well, it sounds like a drunk, is what it sounds like.
Well, no, it sounds like the nature
it
of
sounds
reality.
exactly like
It's
a
the
fucking
nature.
drunk.
It's the nature of reality. Do you have to fall
put
back
one
on
in
the people?
chat if he sounds like a drunk.
Go
Put
ahead.
two in the chat if you think he doesn't sound like a drunk.
I'm
Go
glad
ahead.
you want to invalidate what I'm going to say.
I'm not trying to invalidate what you're trying to say. The only problem is you are
then
trying
shut
to
the fuck
say,
up and let him talk.
You are trying to say while the other person has been in the middle of saying. That's all you've been doing is saying. You don't. It's all you do is say. You don't listen.
It's stupid. But go ahead, and I'm gonna show it stupid.
Okay, I'm going to change. I'm going to even change the thing I wanted to do. I'm going to actually go now on another idea of Ryan making my point as he's talking to his dad right now. Okay, does your dad want the best for you, Ryan? The answer is yes. Would your dad rather tell you not to drink because when you do drink, you be disrespectful and you just
fuck that.
you're not honoring your father?
No, fuck that. Go back to your original.
Well, I'm still making my point, man. Come on.
Original point.
Listen,
original point.
You have to let me talk, man. You have to let me talk. I cannot get anywhere if you don't let me talk. Okay, so back to what I was saying. So, your dad wants the best for you. He knows that drinking causes you to act out this way, to be disrespectful, to think you're the biggest guy in the world, you know everything, everybody else is wrong. So what would he rather do? Would he say, yeah, okay, dude, I want the best for you, so don't drink rather, because this is going to be the outcome of drinking. Now, he gives you the choice.
How about fuck off and get to your original point?
It's still the original point. He still gives you the option to drink, because it's your free will. You can choose, but you are able to choose the choice, good or evil.
Okay, no,
now,
agree.
Listen, he knows the outcome of both situations.
Agree.
He doesn't force
you.
He
doesn't know the outcome, but God does. But go ahead.
He doesn't force you. He doesn't force you to
God
make
does.
He doesn't force you. He doesn't force you.
Is my God omnipotent and
omnipresent?
omnipresent?
He doesn't force you.
Okay.
He doesn't force you.
Yeah, shut up. You hate that because you're a piece of you are a charlatan. Go ahead.
He doesn't force you. He doesn't force you to make the decision. He only guides you and says, listen, this is why I rather let you make this decision, because this is what I want the best for you.
What was
you now have to understand out of it. You now have to
your original point? How does anything do you even remember what the original point was? Do you remember what the original point was?
Ryan, you now have to understand, out of this situation, you made the choice. God knows the outcome.
You remember what the original point was?
You make the choice because he's a
hold on.
Just God. He let you be justified by your voice.
Yes, I will. I will be
justified. Stands back as a loving God and lets you make your decision. Hence why people are separated from God.
Go ahead.
Hence why people are separated from God, because they chose to be separated from God.
Okay. Do you know what the original point was?
You chose it.
Yes.
You know what the original point was.
Yes,
and I'm glad you sucked my dad's dick that long enough.
Oh my God, Ryan, you are just really
no.
It's one thing to think we're all stupid, but you got to have a certain level of respect, man. I mean,
let's get back to the original point. Does anything exist outside of God? That was the original point.
That question's already been answered, Ryan. Yeah.
How? Yeah. When was it answered?
Oh, probably while you were trying to interrupt.
Probably when you motherfuckers tried to interrupt me. And you know what? Maybe the Masons are right.
Hold on, wait a minute. Interrupt you.
Hold on. No. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Listen, I'm about to work for them. Listen. When did you tell me? No, listen. When did you tell me that God is outside of the devil? When did you tell me that anything happens outside of God's plan?
I never said that.
No, shut up. When did you tell me?
I never said
that. Shut up, Ryan.
Okay, go ahead. Shoot.
Listen to me. No, you're going to listen to me. I'm putting you backstage for a minute. I'm going to bring you back up. But none of this shut up and you fuckers and fuck you and suck my dick and all that other bullshit that's coming out of you because you got a snoot full of John Barleycorn. The point of the matter is what he was saying was that I have advised you that it's probably not a good idea for you to have alcohol because they don't mix very well, as is very evident by your behavior. Did I force you not to? Did I? No, not at all. In fact, despite my better judgment after I realized that you'd been drinking, I let you remain on the show. Okay? The point is, you still had the free will, and I've told you before what it does. You already know what it does, and you choose to do it anyways. Why? Because that's your free will. You chose to do something that was negative to yourself and your personality. That's the point. Now.
So, okay, let's try this again. No one ever, when I said God, everything was out of God. God is in control of everything. And my point again is, Ryan, you're showing it to a T. God guides you and tells you what he wants, and he only wants the best for you. You choose to go outside of that will. But because God is a justful and moral God, he lets you make that decision. He lets you make that choice. Just like he gave Adam and Eve the choice to eat from the tree of good and evil, of the tree of knowledge. Okay? If God didn't create the tree of good and evil, if he didn't create the knowledge, there would be no evil today. There would only be mindless robots without actual love for God. We would be forced to be in his presence. We would be forced to be under his control. In other words, we would be like AI robots. Do you understand that? So God gave us a consciousness. He gave us free will to be able to make the choice. Hence, God knows the future for everybody. But because he loves you so much and your free will and is a just God, he lets you make that choice anyway. Because if he didn't let you make that choice, you would not have free will. He would go against his own character. He would go against his own way of living, his own goodness. Because being good, because being good lets people make their own decisions. If God was a dictator, then he wouldn't be God. That's my point.
That's very well.
Beautifully said.
Very well put. There you go.
Which point does that deviate from God's authority? That's my question. Answer it. Now, with all the bluster and fuckery that you just gave all of that, answer, at which point does that deviate God's authority?
It doesn't.
Well,
Just
no
like
fucking shit.
Just
asshole.
like Jesus. What are you
Wow,
talking about?
Ryan, you're just gonna have to go tonight. I'm sorry. I'm
He doesn't
sorry,
understand
dude.
a father's love, does he?
I mean, what in the hell?
Dude.
What is it? Why are you calling people asshole and all this other shit?
Okay,
because they disagree with you?
with respect.
How big is your fucking ego, and how does your head really hold it?
I don't know how my head holds it. I hate it.
I know it's
actually.
massive, and you know what? It's false. You need to drop that fucking ego shit.
Explain
You are
to me
not
how
the
it's
master
false.
of the universe.
No,
You are
that
not
right
the
there.
most
Explain.
fucking
No,
smartest person
God,
in the
help
world.
me, Lord Jesus Christ, help me with my problem with my head and what I know, and let my dad or
No, your
anybody
fucking
on this
ego, Ryan. Your fucking
anybody
ego.
on this panel, Lord Jesus Christ. Help anybody on this panel tell me how I'm wrong, please.
Your
God,
fucking
Lord
ego
Jesus,
is what I'm
Lord
talking
Jesus,
about.
Lord Jesus Christ, Lord Jesus Christ.
You already have been shown wrong, Ryan. Your whole
How?
attitude, the whole way you're acting, Listen, your disrespect towards your dad, your disrespect towards everybody.
You're not gonna
The
pin
way
me
you
to
are
that issue.
communicating
You're not
very
gonna do that.
poisonly.
No, that's not gonna happen.
The
Well,
way
you
you
won't let a motherfucker say more than 3 words before you start jamming in your goddamn mouth. You just want to have a fucking monologue and have everybody fucking agree with you.
How is God
and if
different?
they don't agree with you, then you act like an asshole and call them names.
Dude, I swear to God, if you come up here in Michigan, I'm all right.
There we go, making a point again.
What?
Come up. Anyway, I asked a simple question.
No, you didn't. You interrupted. You were talking in the
How
middle.
did I
You
not
didn't-
ask a simple question?
You know, only people only heard part of your question because you were still muted while Keith was talking. And then
I
when
believe
I
that
unmuted
because
you,
you're
when
an
you were
asshole
done, you
who's
were in the
controlled by the
middle of
system.
talking
Yes.
because you were interrupting but not being able to interrupt. I don't
Yeah,
understand why you act like this.
Because I'm telling you the truth. I am the only one of us.
You want the world to see you as someone who calls
You know
people
what?
names.
You know what? Actually, you know what? Tonight, you guys made my mind up. I hope they enslave you. I'll help them from now on.
Wow, you're a real mature person.
Love you, Ryan.
Oh, I'm angry now, so I'm going to throw a tantrum.
No,
like a
you're
child.
not listening to what I'm saying. Tell me
you're
how
a child, Ryan.
how
You act
deviation.
like a fucking
No,
tantrum child.
Tell me how deviation from free will actually.
If you don't do what you say, are you going to call everybody names and become a turd?
Hold on. What did Keith just say? He said there isn't deviation, so it's
No,
not free
Not
will.
from free will. Not from free will.
It's already planned. That's my point, Keith. That's my point.
You don't. What I was saying is,
No, I
God
know you
knows
know
all
what I'm
outcomes.
saying.
Listen, you don't understand what predetermination really is. So anyway, all outcomes are known by God. The outcome is still by your own volition. God doesn't force you to make that outcome, Ryan.
But
Just
who
like God
makes
didn't
the
force
who
you.
makes the
Just like
outcome?
Ryan.
Who
Ryan,
makes
just
the
like
outcome?
God.
Who made me, Keith?
Just
Who
like
made
God
me,
didn't
Keith?
force you.
Who
Just like
made
God
me?
didn't
Without
force
my
you,
dad's
Ryan.
stupid, idiotic, fucking dumbass
Just like
interruption.
Ryan.
Who
Just like
made
God
me?
didn't force. Just like God didn't force you now. Yeah. Just like God didn't force you now to be drunk and disrespect your dad. God knows it's not what he wants you to do, but who chose to do it?
He's really
You.
making an ass of himself, too.
That's
really
accountability,
making an
Ryan.
ass. He just complained that I was interrupting his interruption.
Dude, literally, I swear to God, you guys are so stupid. I am actually happy
Sound like a
that you're going to
Globy.
be slaves. No, I'm happy. I'm happy that you're going to be
Like that,
slaves.
you know,
You're going to
what
be
the difference
slaves.
between
You're
you
going to
and
be
and
slaves.
Tuna- You know what the difference between you and like FTFE is? Nothing. Nothing.
One's a Globy.
You would wish bad shit on people because they don't want you interrupting them, and they have a differing opinion about something than you. And they're not just agreeing in lockstep with you. So you wish bad shit on them, like a little child who doesn't get to have a toy that they want. Holy shit! How old are you?
Better never see me in person. That's a fact. And secondly,
Hold
I'm
on,
not
wait,
wishing this.
I only caught the last part of that. Better not see me in person. What was the first part of that? I had
That
you
was
muted.
the entirety of that. So, secondly,
if I do, so seeing you in person because I disagree with you being a drunken asshole.
because you're an asshole and you're not listening to what I'm saying. And
Because
so
that's all you're doing is saying and doing no listening when others are talking. You won't let them get more than 3 words before you start going, no, and start
because
blowing
it's
your own
who
bullshit.
controls free will? Who controls
You
it?
do.
Oh, I do. So I'm above God?
No.
What?
Then shut the fuck up.
Now I'm going to explain to you why, just like I wanted to 5 times
Oh,
already.
God. Amazing. Go ahead with Keith with your fucking southern fucking super African way of trying to grift everybody because you want to make a living off of podcasting. Please tell me how the fuck you're going to explain to me that. No, absolutely. Tell me how you're going to explain to me that free will exists outside of God. Please tell me this.
Are you done yet? Are you
No,
done?
I want to hear how free will exists outside
Okay,
of God.
so
Yeah,
now
okay.
that Ryan's done making shit up about me, let's move on to the actual thing. Jesus, what is God? What did he do? He came down to become man, to serve, and to die for their sins. There we go. That in a nutshell is just debunked everything you've just said. God is still in control of free will.
No, what he did was he came down like me.
He chose to let
Like
people
me.
make their own free
Like
will.
me. He's trying to
He
tell you how
chose for
stupid
people-
you are.
he-
He's trying to tell you
he
how stupid you
chose-
are. And you rejected him and you killed him.
He chose to let his own divinity be
You know what?
lesser,
I'm
to become
gonna. I'm
down
just
as
gonna join
man
the
he
Illuminati.
created,
Fuck it.
to become down as man he created. So you can have the choice to either reject him or follow him. God is still in the authority. You still have your own authority with free will. If
that means
God didn't give you free
intended
will,
for people
if God
to be
didn't give you
damned,
free
right?
will, if God didn't give you free will, he would be a dictator and he would go against his own justification.
Did
against
God
his own
intend
character.
people to be subjected to tyranny? Did God will that?
No, they willed it for themselves.
You're
their own
an
decision.
idiot. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. That's it.
Why was the Jews plundered in Babylon in 538 BCE?
Who? Okay, is there a power
don't agree
authority
with you.
outside
I'm
of
gonna
God?
join
Did
the
God?
Illuminati.
Did God?
Oh.
No, hold on. Did God create the entirety of reality?
You didn't
Did
answer
God?
me. I asked you a question. Why do you think the whole Jewish population was plundered in 538 BCE by the Babylonians?
To be part of the script that I don't write. God writes it.
Disobedience. Why was the temple?
Hold
Why
on.
was
So you
Jerusalem ransacked and destroyed in 70
hold
AD
on.
by the Romans?
What I'm asking you is a simple question.
I
Does
wanted it.
right? No, listen.
Hi, Mike.
Just if you can
Hi, buddy.
answer
What's up,
this
Mike?
question,
Good to see you, Mike.
if you can answer this question, I'll shut the fuck up.
No,
Okay,
you
I
won't.
will. I
No, you
will.
won't. No, you won't.
I guarantee you I will, but you won't answer it, right?
Go.
You'll
God
get angry.
is
You'll get
omnipresent,
angry. You'll get
omnipotent.
angry and threaten to join
Hold
the
on.
Illuminati and shit.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
God, you don't agree
okay.
with me. I'm going to join the Illuminati. Woo.
Dad, I'm gonna beat your ass when I see you. I guarantee you.
Are
But
you?
on top of yes, I will. So, on top of that, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. I guarantee you. You better
Have you
not
ever
come
heard
over
the
here.
phrase? Have you ever heard the phrase? I
For
brought you
what?
into the
That's
world
what
to
you
take you
did.
out of it.
That's what you
So
did, right?
I'm trying to explain an absolute truth. Okay, and here's the absolute truth: is nothing exists outside of God. Who disagrees with that? If something
Nobody.
exists outside of God,
Nobody.
then it can't
You're
be
fighting
God.
yourself here, Ryan.
Huh?
You're fighting yourself. No one said nothing exists. I literally brought up Isaiah for you.
No, you're trying to
God says he
create a
created
cult, a South African fucking flatzoid cult of a fucking religion. That's what you're trying to do.
I haven't done no such thing.
Can I ask?
I'm
Can I ask you a
preaching
serious
to
question, Ryan? Like, if you're at your lodge having this debate, would you talk to all your peers this way? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, except
Yes,
I would
okay,
do
all
it
right.
to
enough.
and through. I would do it to and through the worshipful
I
master.
mean, you'd call everybody
Would you
stupid and assholes and all that.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
threaten
absolutely
and
yes.
you would threaten them to fight. You would fight them over a disagreement of your
Yeah, now
hypothesis.
you're worried because you know I'm gonna fuck you up, you stupid fuck. Listen, yes.
Yeah, see now there, right there. See how Masonry has made Ryan a better man? You see there? Because he's willing to enact violence over a difference of opinion, or
Let me
even
ask
a
you- let me
perceived
ask you a
Like he's
difference of
going
opinion.
against Masonry, though.
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question there, Burn the corporate fiction. You sound pretty passionate. And I love that about people, you know, when they're
I
passionate about
love
something.
whatever you're about to say. Go ahead.
I hope so.
He
I hope so.
stroked his ego. I love you. Yes.
You sound, you know, but if you were to put maybe an ounce of that passion into yourself, I think
I
you would
already
find
have for years.
miraculous
That's why I'm
things,
not
dude.
dead. That's why I'm not dead.
But everybody here
because
can
my
tell.
father wasn't around
You know, like
for
you're
me.
interrupting
But
me right
aside
now, like
from
you've been
that, go
doing to
ahead.
them the whole time. I can keep talking over you. They might not have that ability, but I do. Do we just talk
please
over each
shoot.
other the whole time, and you talk while I talk, and we just pretend like we're listening to
No,
each other?
I
when we're
like
really
you.
not?
You got a voice. I can hear it. Go ahead. What do you got to say?
Well, I got to say that you remind me of me. I remember when I was lost too.
Okay.
You got a lot of searching to do, man.
Yeah, but you're not a Mason. You don't get the way the world works.
Maybe if you come back, the cool part is that, you know, your dad's got this on recording and you can come back and watch yourself, because I never got to see myself from the third person. Maybe if you come back and listen to yourself, you'll hear what I'm saying. I was put here for a purpose. My purpose is to help people,
my
and I'm
dad.
reaching out.
But listen,
I'm reaching
I'm
out
not
to try to
perfect.
help you because I can see me and you,
Hey,
dude.
I'm
And
not
I'm
perfect.
literally
Okay,
reaching
shut
out
the
right now to try to help you, bro. And you don't have to
I'm
hear
not
me. You don't have to take it. You know, people are going to be on their own path, but I just wanted to take this quick opportunity to say, slow down. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
you
pissed at them.
react
They
before
don't get it.
thinking.
No, shut up, dude. You're not even talking
You
on the same
see what
level.
I'm
This
saying?
guy.
You probably
this
won't
guy,
remember that I said this,
thinking.
but hopefully you'll come back and watch this, and then
Hey.
you'll hear it.
That guy has.
Ryan,
a
what
voice.
does the Masonic Creed talk about how you should interact with people?
You want me to be honest?
No, please lie to us.
Yes, I will. I'll lie to you. As material. You're material. All the people of the world are material. Your human resources. They show it to you in your face. I'm trying to tell you the truth. You guys are making me hate you, actually, and
Why?
want to
Because
kill
we don't
and want to no and want to kill you. So I'm almost actually in
You're
line
literally
with
going
them.
against the Masonic Creed, man.
And this is
I'm
after
asking you.
becoming a better person. This is after becoming a better
Who
person.
says you
wanna
become a better
kill
person?
people.
You just
Well, isn't that
understand
what
the way the world.
Masonry's all about?
You know what? You're right. You know it. And actually, my Masonic brothers are right. You're right. You guys are right. And keep doing. You guys are going to go nowhere, guaranteed, because
Where
we
are we
know how
supposed
the
to be
world.
going?
I know how the world
Where is
works.
somewhere? Where is somewhere that we're supposed to be going?
How old are you, Byrne? How old are you, Ryan?
35.
Are you happy with where you're at right now in life?
Actually, yes.
That's a lie. I can hear it in your voice.
No, it's not a lie. I am happy. I didn't think I
The
was going to
most
listen.
impressed I've heard you sound tonight is answering that question right there, brother. I can fucking hear it in your voice. You're not where you want to be, man.
Would you
I'm
say
not
you have
where,
a drinking
no,
problem?
so
man?
let's break that down.
That's the
I'm
thing
not
is that
where-
you're off on these
no.
other questions when clearly you're paying attention to the wrong fucking thing.
Yeah,
we're going nowhere.
peasants.
Yeah, you're running yourself in circles, and you got these guys running in circles with you because I guess because your dad cares about you. Because if you were anybody else, you'd have been off the panel already, right? You think?
You're
You know that, right?
You are probably a Mason, and on top of that,
TH is definitely not a Mason, man. No. But Ryan, I just want to say to you something. I wanna
shut the
say
fuck up,
something, Ryan.
Keith. You're so fucking
Ryan,
stupid.
you know what I
that
wanna
I
say
don't
to
even
you?
know why.
Why is it necessary to talk that way?
Because what exists outside of God?
I know
It's
exactly
a
why.
simple philosophical question.
I know exactly why.
Hold on, you guys. Let me ask you something. You just made a statement a minute. You guys are going nowhere, which would indicate that you're going somewhere. Where is it that you're going that we're not?
That's a fair question, actually.
I
Dad.
know it is. That's why I asked it.
That's a fair question. Well, there's something being built outside of your stupidity that you guys engage in on a regular basis that is being built, and it's being built and you have nothing to do with it because you're stupid.
What? That made absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I so hope you come back and watch this.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Ryan, what I wanted to say before you.
Oh, I'll come back and watch
just
it.
wanna
That
say-
actually gave me insight into that
just
guy.
want to say, Ryan, as much as you
Leave a note
looking
with your
at-
Google thing because you're not going to remember
Yeah.
this. You know that, right?
Mhm. So yeah,
I
but-
for sure will.
But I'll post
remember
this on my channel as well, just for Ryan, and tag him. But anyway, just what I want to say is, Ryan, even though you are drunk and stuff, and we see that it's just the demons manifesting in you, the way
Exactly.
you act in this world.
Exactly.
We love you, and it's because we care
Holy
about
shit,
you.
you
That's why
fucking
we are being
retards.
honest.
Listen, okay.
That's why we're being
Whether or
honest
not
with
you
you
realize
about-
I've been
and
drinking,
I love
I
you with the
don't
love of
care.
Jesus, Ryan,
Listen,
and I
no,
pray
hold
you
on,
do
hold
come
on,
right.
Keith. Shut
Even
up
though
for a
Do you
second.
think he wanted to hear your stupid shit about God being this and that, but he listened to you? Shut the fuck up for a second.
Hold on, no, shut
Well,
up.
why does
'cause
everybody
I'm
else
gonna
have to
tell you
hold on?
something.
You've been
They are
interrupting
building
everyone.
an AI.
You haven't shut your mouth for more
Listen,
than 1
they
minute, bro.
are building an AI.
No one cares. Everybody's building AI.
Nobody
You're
cares
saying nonsense,
about,
bullshit shit.
Nobody
No one
cares
cares.
about. Yeah,
No
that's
one
your
cares.
purpose.
Listen
Okay,
for 2 seconds.
no,
Shut your mouth.
I'll persevere, and
Persevere
I'm
into
gonna
what?
say,
To tell us
beyond
about
your
AI? We
stupid
already know.
objections. No,
all know it's
listen,
evil,
they're
man.
building an AI.
We don't want to listen to some drunk guy tell us about AI. What don't you get?
Listen, okay, shut the fuck up. Listen, they're building
To
an
what?
AI.
We don't want to hear what you have to say. We're
Intranet
not buying what you're
network.
selling. We don't want to
Shut
hear.
up.
Go
Shut
away.
the
Go to the
fuck
next
up.
house.
Dude.
We don't take solicitors.
He hates it. He hates that I'm about to say this. Listen,
No, you just can't hear yourself, dude.
there's an intra-network of legal entity identification. Okay?
Stop the press, everybody. He said they're building
Shut
AI.
the fuck up. listen. There's an intra-network of
Why do you feel like you are the one that needs to say
Shut
something?
the
dude?
fuck up, because I do.
What gives you that fucking
I don't care
juice?
if people
Is
hate
it really
me.
just the alcohol, or you do act like this all the time?
All the time.
That
Listen.
you're just like this empowered person for no fucking reason with no weight involved? You have
Okay,
nothing
tell
to
me I'm
back it
wrong.
up with?
Tell me
You know what
I'm
ego is,
wrong.
Ryan?
Tell
You know
me
what
I'm
ego is?
wrong. A
Yeah, you
legal
are wrong.
entity identity. Do you know what the LEI is? The very
are
thing.
wrong,
See how you're just like category jumping?
No,
You have
shut the fuck up. The very
you have no
thing.
like string-line conversation. You're everywhere right now.
Shut the fuck up. The
you
very
notice-
thing.
did you
You know what I
notice
mean?
that
Very
he-
thing. The very
The
thing.
very
notice
thing
that he-
is that
did you
you're
notice that
fucking
he
drunk
went-
as fuck.
Yeah,
The
did you
very
notice that he
thing-
That's the
interrupted
very
what I
thing.
was
The very
saying to
thing.
talk about a
It's the
total different
very
subject?
thing. You're
This
talking.
guy is effective. He's effective.
Did you
Listen
notice
to
what he
what
was
I'm
doing while I
saying?
was
The
talking?
very
Nobody
thing
wants to
that
hear
you
what you're
use
saying.
to pay
We
taxes,
love you, Ryan.
to pay
We love you, man.
taxes, to pay taxes, to pay
Pay your
taxes.
taxes, Ryan. Okay.
Hold
pay
on,
taxes.
hold on. To pay taxes,
We love you
which
too,
is
Ryan.
They're
Okay,
building
Ryan.
AI, pay taxes, but okay, what's the next one? Are we is this that thing? What is it? Mad Libs? What is that? Is that what we're doing right now?
if I have the
We're on
opportunity,
verb.
I
Give
will
me a verb,
kill. I
Ryan.
will kill you. I
Are we
swear
on
to God. I
what
will
are we
kill
on
you.
right now?
I will kill you. Whoever you are, I will kill you. I swear to God, if I have the opportunity.
I love dying.
That's the demon speaking in you, man.
No,
Get rid of
it's
those demons.
not.
Come on.
The very,
that temper.
If I had a
that
quarter for
temper's
every
what
time
got
somebody
you-
threatened me,
that,
too.
that temper's what got you locked up last time.
Do you know
Listen, you little bitch who carried his bicycle to somebody's house to beg for help, and I know about that. So fuck off. Listen, the very network.
Wow, Ryan, who
Does
carried
that
you when
even
you were in
make
diapers?
sense?
Ryan, who carried you in your diapers, dude?
He just got some demons. You can hear him like calling his dad out for random crap that
Holy
he's
fuck!
that he's been
Shut
holding
the
on
fuck
to.
up.
You
Shut the
literally
fuck
need
up.
a best
Everybody
friend.
shut
That's
the
what you
fuck
fucking need.
up.
You don't need a wife. You don't need a
You
father
don't want
figure.
people to
You don't
hear
need
this.
shit. You need
You don't
somebody
want
to
people
fucking
to
talk
hear
to. You need a
this.
punching bag. You need a gym.
You don't want people to hear this. The very network and
You got
institution
inner
that,
demons that
they
need to
are
be
setting
addressed,
up
What
bro.
has
is
AI got to do with your drinking and being
hey,
disrespectful?
listen.
This could be a good
What
session
does
for
what
you.
you're
You could
about
learn
to
something
say
right
have
now.
to do
Who
with
wants
the
to hear this? It's
Nobody.
the
We already
LEI.
told you.
The
No
legal
one wants to hear you, Ryan. Shut the fuck up.
I swear to God, I'll kill
We
you.
care
I
about
don't
you,
care
not
how
AI,
scary
Ryan.
you sound.
We care
I don't
about
give
your
a fuck.
salvation. Come on, Ryan.
Listen,
Can I say hi to
legal,
Austin? Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
listen, legal entity identification. Legal entity
We
identification.
already have barcodes. Next. Okay.
I
So,
was you. I
yo,
was you,
just
bro. I was
next.
worse than you.
Next. That was worse than me.
I was
That
so
was
bad.
worse. That was
I
worse
gave
than
that
me.
shit up, man. Never best
so
decision
Ryan-
I ever made.
Yeah.
Legal
And you
Ryan,
remind
you wanna
me.
have a- you wanna have a-
You give me
you wanna have a-
purpose to never go back to that. Listening to you is the reason I could
Dude,
never go
shut
back.
the
I'd
fuck
never
up.
want to
You-
sound like you
you
ever again in my
are
entire
on
life.
here. You are
Thank
on
God
here.
I quit.
You are on.
It was I just had 15 years June 1st.
Congratulations to you
Wow,
and anybody
congratulations.
else who's fucking mentally strong enough, unlike fucking Ryan over here, who can give it up, man.
he can.
Dude,
We're here for
you-
you. Ryan, we're here to help you, man. We care for you. Even though you hate us with a passion, we love you, man.
That's why my mic is muted regularly
you
by
because
that
you wouldn't be
cocksucking
fine.
piece of shit who was never there when I was a kid. He can suck a dick.
See, that's what I mean. You got inner shit you got to talk about. I have that too. I cry about it sometimes. I'm 35
No,
years
I'm
old. and
here to
I'm sorry, I'm
discuss it.
42 years old. I cry about that shit to myself sometimes because I
No,
wish I had somebody
I'm
to
here-
talk to.
I'm
But I
here
don't
to
fucking pick up
discuss
a
it.
bottle. I promise you that.
I
Yeah,
swear to
they
fucking
could.
God, you are a piece of shit.
I know.
And it
The
ever-
I
legal,
definitely was a piece of
listen,
shit. I
listen
was the
to what-
worst piece of shit. You
Anybody
don't
here-
even know what a
anybody
piece
ever-
of shit I used to be, brother.
Listen to what
Anybody
I'm
here ever
saying.
had,
Listen to
problem
what
get
I'm
better?
saying.
Did
The
anybody
legal
here,
and
anybody here ever have a problem get better with by using alcohol? Anybody? I'm just curious about that. No.
entity
really.
identification, right? What the fuck?
What does that got to do with your drinking problem, Ryan?
The legal identity, right?
Has nothing to do
Identification.
with your drinking problem.
No, it has everything to do with why this cocksucker
AI
just came on
AI
here.
forces you to
and-
get drunk.
No.
Okay.
You know I'm touching a nerve. That's the
Okay.
fucking. That's what I'm supposed to do.
No.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
you were
touching
supposed to
nerve with
run into me
people.
tonight so that you could fucking think about yourself, and hopefully you'll wake up a little fucking bit. That's all I care about. It's just a little fucking bit. And then the rest
you came on here tonight.
The only reason I came on here was to talk to you, bro. I want to make sure you know that. Literally, the only fucking reason I'm here is to tell you that I used to be you and worse.
Obstruction to what I was gonna say.
You ain't saying shit. Nobody's listening to what you're saying anyway. Doesn't fucking matter what you were gonna say.
Oh yeah, really? What's an LEI? What is
You've
that?
been saying that for an hour. No one cares. Doesn't matter.
Fuck off.
We all already know. We all already know.
LEI? What is an LEI?
You want to be sovereign?
Shut up.
Go out
What
in the
is
woods
an
and get
LEI?
wasted and be sovereign?
He knows. He's an agent. What is an LEI? What is that?
A laser enforced infrastructure.
Legal entity identification.
That too.
That was a close guess, though. I like that one. He was talking about the robots first. Maybe it was.
No, that's your corporate person.
Did you have something to say, Austin? You've been patient and came up here. You don't really
No.
See, no one else can talk but me.
Cock. My dad sucks the
Diarrhea
cock.
coming out of Ryan's mouth for the past hour.
My dad sucks this. Literally
sucks the
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, I'm gonna destroy you.
Do you hear yourself, bro?
Yes, I do. I'm
Do
gonna.
you know you're pretty fucked up, right? You can admit that.
Yes, I'm gonna destroy you. I guarantee you.
You gotta cut it
Because
out.
you are
The moment you
antithetical
can't destroy
to
a paper
everything
bag,
I've
man.
done.
Sorry to tell you.
And
when someone's wrong when they start antithetical.
okay, what is an LEI? You fucking piece of shit. What is an LEI?
Didn't you just tell us?
I did. What is it? Repeat
I forgot
it.
already. I'm drunk.
Oh, you're fucking drunk. Yeah, okay. What is it? What is an LEI, you fucking agent?
Tell me for the 20th time. I didn't hear you the first 12 times.
Legal entity identification. They're making that permanent. You know that, right?
It's if you allow them to.
Oh, you love it. You love the fact that they're going to.
Violence, you've immediately
You love it. You love it. You know why? Because you work for them. I already see it. Fuck off, dude. Like, are you kidding me? How does nobody else see this guy? Who are you? Who are you? Where do you come from? Yeah, exactly. Where do you come from? Where? No. The LEI, legal entity identification.
Yes.
Listen, that's where they're going to make you the fake. Yes, he knows. Shut up, Dad. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't mean it that way, but
That was Austin, not Dad, by the way. That was Austin. He's talking down there.
where does the LEI? What is an
He's
LEI?
trying
What is
to.
an LEI but a corporate fiction? They want to make it permanent.
Lesbian enchantment.
First has already lost his debate. Once you threaten violence, you've lost all power.
Yeah.
You've lost all power. Once you threaten,
I disagree. I think you only have power because you can threaten violence, which is why we have the Second Amendment, which is why we were not like Canada or Australia or any other fucking country where they had drones with facial recognition.
Wait a second. You think it's appropriate?
Yes. At certain points, yes, absolutely.
So, because someone doesn't agree with something you're saying?
That's not the case here.
It was the case. Someone didn't agree with you. You called them a piece of shit and said that you were going to kill them. Two people on this panel, you have threatened their lives on here. You realize
you're a liberal faggot.
Well, I don't take it for an ounce of fucking shit because of how wasted he is. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, that's the only reason I let it slide. I hope he goes back and listens.
He reminds of a drunk person trying to kick a plastic bag, and a plastic bag wins.
Yeah, he has no.
So answer any of the questions.
Every Russian video I've ever seen, basically.
No. Okay, so I'll get off. No, hold on. I'll get off. I'm gonna get off here.
We are.
Hold on, because we have to give people free will. We have to give people. We have to give people free will.
We are in control of your emotions.
We have to give people free will. So the two questions that I will ask before I get off here, because fuck you and don't come to Michigan.
Love you too, man.
And
scared. Nobody's afraid. You're not threatening at all.
yeah, of course,
Well,
over a keyboard.
Because I said
You're not threatening at all.
you're being drunk.
Over a keyboard, which I agree. But
I will literally go to Michigan just to give you a Bible and
so
to pray
the
for
two
you.
questions is shut the fuck.
I was going to Michigan to see my granddaughter, but I guess if my granddaughter's father is threatening my life, really, because I pointed out the fact that it's so obvious that everybody is seeing right now that he's being drunk and obnoxious.
Beyond.
I mean,
Ryan, I really hope you do see this afterwards.
And comes on live and does it in front of people. Like, yeah, that's
now
pretty
that the
ballsy.
host has unmuted my mic, I will say this.
Well, no one else gets a chance to talk unless he does.
Okay, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm telling you the consequences, so I would think about it. And secondly,
nobody's thinking about shit you're saying. I promise.
Thinking about that, man. You really got
fair enough. Fair enough. What does absolute divinity mean? Nobody can tell me or answer the question of the free
Do you think
will.
anyone wants to have a conversation
Shut
with
the
you at this
fuck
point?
up! Shut up!
Like, is it that? Are you that far gone that
Listen.
you just like fail to realize that the conversation part is gone?
Dude, I swear to God, you're a piece of shit.
Like an
If I
actual
ever meet you
debate
in real
between
life,
you
I'll
and
take
someone
your
else?
throat out of your fucking
You
neck.
couldn't hold
I
up a
swear to
bank,
God.
let alone a conversation right now.
Well, Ryan, what is absolute to you?
Absolute is God, right? So
Okay, God,
absolute to
God,
me
God.
is everything that happens in existence happens according to free will and to God, right?
So what you arguing against then?
So what I'm arguing against is the dumb shit you presented against
You
what I
literally just
said.
did what I said, and now you said I'm wrong.
All right, you know what? Okay. No, you didn't argue free will. You said stupid shit. You said, yeah, God creates this, but some things can happen outside of his
Never
control.
said that either. Again,
Oh,
you're
wait.
making shit up.
So, do things happen outside of God's control?
No.
Well, then what the fuck was your argument?
Your free will, God can still control. He chooses to let you use your free will. Do you understand what free will is? You clearly don't.
Dude, I guarantee you, nobody understands free will the way
And
that
you know
I
what?
do.
I can show you a place where God
Because
does
he's
show that
Ryan
he can
the
control free
Wonderful.
will.
Well, Bern,
Yeah.
you kind of do have a point there. There
Not
are
even
some
God.
things in this universe or world or whatever you want to call it that we don't understand. You are right about that.
Good point.
That's a fact.
Well, I don't
Ryan,
know. That's not true in Ryan's case.
He understands it all. Yeah, he's like, fucking know it all, bitch.
Everything. He is.
I do. Challenge me with a question.
Challenge
Give
me
a
to
question.
anything, and I'll beat you.
Hey, you piece of shit, dude. I swear to God, if I ever
You
meet
fucking
you.
love it, you bitch. Shut up.
Do you go to the
I'm
store?
a-
He has a
Do you
very
go to the
high,
store and use
overly
indoor plumbing?
inflated. He has a very high, overly inflated opinion of himself. But you know, hey,
Bitch,
The
that you
ego
wanna
is strong
suck
in
on.
this one, huh, Jedi?
Hey, Ryan,
I got your bitch
Ryan,
that
can
you
I
want to
ask you a
suck
question?
on between my motherfucking legs, you
Oh, are you?
motherfucker.
Oh, did the feelings get
Oh,
hurt?
God, yeah.
Oh,
Hey, let's
oh.
meet up.
Right.
Maybe if you have another bottle of alcohol, you'll feel better.
Dude, I swear to God, I will kill you.
Oh,
dude, you know what? Don't threaten any more lives, or I'm gonna have to throw you off here.
Dude, I'm going to leave.
Hey, Ryan, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah, Austin's trying to ask you a question,
I
dude.
just
Hold on a
asked a
second.
question. It's a serious, genuine, honest question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Ryan, what happens when you die?
I'd like to know that too. Shit,
Well,
give us the answers.
Ryan has an answer for everything, so I would like
Truth.
to know.
Truth. He fell asleep again.
Passed out.
Ryan, are you there, dude? Come on.
Wake up. I know.
Oh, he ran away.
Yeah.
No, he's
gonna come back. He's not gonna be able to handle it. He's gonna come back.
Wow, what the fuck, man?
I
This
really
is
do.
what original sin is, right? Pride, really,
Yeah.
to be
The
honest with
thing
you
is,
guys.
that's exactly it's pride. He's got a big ego.
Well, it's the alcohol. It's none of those things. That's not the real him. Don't you guys understand? He's possessed by a fucking demon, right? When the little fucking parasite goes and he takes the little ant's head and he jumps inside the head and he starts steering the ant around. That's what's happening. He's being hijacked.
Yeah.
He's been hijacked.
It's demon manifestation, and the thing is, he's got more than one of these demons in him, and it's based on the drinking.
You invite the spirits in.
And like I said, we do love you, Ryan. We care for you, and this is why we're trying to just get you to understand what you're doing.
Well, I know the history of alcohol in my dad.
Yeah.
In my older brother. In my younger brother. In myself. They're all very similar stories. And I also know it with him. Okay. Now, he did real good for a while there. He got himself into some trouble. Alcohol being the chief component in that. And, you know, I figured he must have learned from that. Right. And I've advised him. I'm like, look, man, we just can't do that shit. I mean, that's just how it is, you know, but he's got a pretty massive ego without the alcohol. So it's still, he's on that idea that, no, it doesn't have me defeated. And so this isn't the first time he's come on here and been drunk and argue with me and threaten me and all this other bullshit.
And I see some of you saying that stuff in the chat. I feel like sometimes the only way to beat egos like that is with another fucking ego. There's just certain people that I know how to talk to them, and whether you can hear it or not or understand, I can understand that he gets it. You know, I don't know if that makes sense, but
like you were saying, you know, to go back and see it third person. You know, from another perspective and watch it and go, oh my God, did I really say that? Was that really how I was being? You know, it
happened to me. I watched somebody recorded me when I was talking drunk to a cop. And in my head, I can clearly remember sounding perfectly fine and feeling like there was nothing wrong with me. But then going and watching the video, I was like, that's not what I felt like at the time. You know, it is a complete illusion what you're under.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, to get that upset,
right,
because over somebody doesn't agree with your point or whatnot, you know, and it's like, or you know, you're having here's Keith's view on something, and it's like, God damn, dude, let the man talk. You got to jump in. He does exactly like FTFE does. He wants to jump in and start doing that shit, you know, and it's like, man, look, just stay muted till the other guy's done. Okay. And then you can make your point.
And like I said, he sounds very passionate about what his questions are, what he wants to talk about. That's great. But that's not the real him that's truly trying to discuss that or have a debate. He's just trying to, he's got these inner thought processes going on. And he just wants to exert that onto the world or onto anyone because maybe he doesn't have an outlet at home and he's struggling in that kind of way. And I know what that feels like. I know exactly how that feels.
Well, he can't accept somebody else not having the same view. And this tells me a lot about his own view. You claim it that it's the absolute truth and you know it, but you seem to need validation from other people in order for it to concrete in you.
But that's the thing.
Right, Goddard even said that's why he joined the Masons. He's looking for some type of connection with a brotherhood or some. He needs to fit in. He hasn't found what his purpose is, and when you find that changes you, changes your whole outlook on life, right? He's at a point where he needs to find himself.
But that's the thing. He was projecting his dictatorship onto God, and he's trying to project it onto others.
Yeah, he's got worldly questions that he
you have to be honest with yourself. You know, even if you think, you know, you don't agree with other people, you have to be honest with yourself. Is that how you want yourself to be a representative, or how you want to represent yourself? Like, that's not a very good representation.
Yeah, sometimes you have to understand it's not them problem. It might be a me problem. And I've gone through that too.
When he's sober, Keith, he actually has clarity. He's sharp. He helps people out. He's got a good heart, dude. He really does.
He knows the law. He's not dumb by any means.
All humans do. We really do. I mean, we talked about this earlier too when you guys were first talking about the good and evil. The evil and good run through the hearts of all mankind. It's what you choose to do with that. You have bad thoughts. You know, there was a point in time I was like, what's wrong with my brain, dude? Why are these things coming into here? And you have to get to a point where you train yourself to control that shit.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is on that same on that note, I'm like, okay, I can actually kind of, in a way, thank you for that. Thank you for that display, because like you mentioned, it reminds you, and it's just a good little reminder of, oh, wow, yeah, I remember that shit.
Me being the drunk I was reminded someone else, and that cycle continues too down the road.
Yeah.
That maybe he'll wake up one day and all of that will happen for him. And that, it's just that we're all on our own path. And Jehovah's daughter, Barbara, even said it took me till I was 60. She was 60 when she did her awakening and thing. So we are all complete. It might never happen for him. Who knows? It might happen tomorrow. But at least I'm going to try. Like, I think that's my purpose now that I've woken up, is to at least reach out and be like, hey, man, I used to be just like that, bro. Please listen.
Well, I think we've all talked about it here, that we were all, we've all drank once. And it's like, you're going to wake up tomorrow and have that regret feeling, the way you talk to people up here, the way you acted. That's not very good. Like I said, a very good representation of yourself. And is that how you want people to remember you? Like, to me, no, maybe.
But you're blind to it also when it's you, like the third person thing. Like, he's not going to see what we see. He's not going to understand our point of view. He's not going to hear the words we're saying about him, because especially when people are trying to tell you about yourself, you've got a solid concrete view of what you look like, and you're not willing to accept anybody else's view on what you are. You know who you are, right? That's a thing for people, is they have that. That's a barrier as well, is they don't want to be changed or told who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
well, guys, I've been going a long time here.
You have, my friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here. I didn't even realize how long we've been on this damn thing.
Almost 6 hours. Wow.
Yeah. I didn't intend on that, but hey, here we are. That's all right. I ain't got to do nothing tomorrow, I don't think. Well, we'll find out. If somebody comes in here waking me up, telling me I was supposed to be doing something, then I'll know better, won't I? All right. Well, and for some of you, I'll apologize for that display, but also I think it was a useful display in any case. Anybody got any last words for us, Shine Off here?
Yeah. Guys, trust in Jesus. He knows what's best.
Yeah.
Right on.
Definitely.
Thanks for coming on, Mike. Austin, good to see you again, my friend. You're looking good, buddy. Thanks for coming on. And always, Chad, Chicago Cubby Bear, thanks for coming on. You always
thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Keith, you as well. And Roger the Majestic.
Yes.
I love it. All right, guys. As we like to always say on here, don't forget the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor, get rid of him. And you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me, when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and just wanted to check in to make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me. Because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names. Like, you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in me.